to Lulu in this situation most of the time. Of course, we haven't seen. I mean, his Ziggs remains elusive. His Ziggs remains elusive.
Yeah.
Coming in with something wild today, but in general, Samsung has been good at creating picks.
Yes.
That's more their style than the 5v5 team fight. We talk about how they get ahead in these games, especially with Kube strongly split pushing, not going to be able to have that luxury against Marin in the top lane this time. Marin very comfortable on Rumble, his most played champion of all time. So that is definitely a staple that he'll be able to deal with it in the laning phase, as long as he doesn't do his Marin things and not put down wards.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that. But yeah, like you said, I think this is overall a really good test for Samsung. You both picked a relatively meta champion, somewhat stable champions, and to your strengths, we'll see how Samsung does in game number 1 against SKT1 in our first match of the day. Let's jump right into it. Kick off game number 1 between Samsung and SKT.
T1 crowd a little more fired up this time, I guess. He's even taking boots first just for some more dodging ability. Very confident that he's going to be able to dodge those charms right here. Wolf with the exhaust to help deal with Crown once he goes in the late game. Crown really has shown off a pretty large champion pool this season and done well. It looks like a certain upgrade over Bliss and Ace from the spring season.
I'd have to agree. I think Crown, that diverse champion pool and pretty consistent play. He's not always going to be the hyper carry, but you don't need him to be when you have someone like Fury. So I think Samsung, with this roster lineup, they've really kind of found their color now. They're going to focus on the AD, take a little bit more half utility, half burst champions in mid, and go forth from there.
And Kube, too, really is developing into a pretty decent top laner as well. After he had so many troubles in the spring season, Samsung stuck with him, and now he's shown that he can be a big lane bully, especially on these lane bully champions like Rek'Sai. He was just driving down the turrets against Jin Air, even got an inhib turret with his split pushing, and it's Samsung definitely looking on the up and up in spite of their 1-3 record so far. They have had some pretty difficult opponents.
Yeah, that is true. So we'll yet another tough opponent here, of course, probably the toughest one in Korea right now. SKT1 looking to climb back into their prime, more or less.
So early ward right here during the lane swap, going down at the blue buff so they can track Eve's movements just a little bit. Weak side jungle. But since SK Telecom started at the blue buff instead of at the Gromp, that doesn't give Wraith any time to start harassing them with the Alistar. And if you go into weak side jungle in a lane swap, that's how you do it. You start buff, you don't start Gromp, you don't start Krugs, because that gives the support time to walk in and start screwing with you. You don't want that. Instead, they're going to go blue to blue. Very interesting. Tom was allowed to hit level 2. He got all the XP off the blue buff. So only level 1 for this Rumble. Now they're going to get seen. What can Eve do here, if anything?
Well, waiting for the smite, and Kuve's going to come down first, so it is a 2v2.
Actually, Alistair's here too.
All right, Alistair here from base, so it's a 3v2 for now, and SKT does just have to back out. Will they get caught? Kuve standing up front. There's a double pulverize coming in from Wraith, but that is going to be just about it.
Yeah, with Bang and Wolf just walking down from the top side on that, there wasn't too much pressure that Samsung was able to put on. Tom also, I believe, got the smite steal on that.
Yeah, I think he did. And so he will be taking that blue buff. Just a shout out to some chocolate by our fans.
I was like, ABC chocolate? What?
It's a brand, Graham. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on there.
Shout out to chocolate, everybody.
Everybody can use some chocolate.
I think this guy is not in the right place right now. I think he's confused. It's not actually a cooking show.
Well, SamSungG so far, just holding strong. And, the boot's also going to help against Aura Deception. And Crown, if he was given the chance, would have loved to harass as much as he could with that and shove the lane in, but SamSungG going to try to prevent that as much as possible with his item pickups. Eve taking some damage, but poking on the side, and Bang's just going to come in. There's a flash exhaust from SKT, and Bang just one more auto attack. He picks up the red buff, and he won't even bother looking at Kuve, just going to go back and secure all the CS.
Doesn't even auto Kuve, knows that he can't kill him, but that was really dangerous to have two melee champions against Corki and Janna on the top side of the map right there. She does have that ability to really power up Bang, and they wanted to push it out to prevent it from being frozen off the wave, but Janna in the brush, and that turns into a pretty big disaster.
Yeah, I think SamSungG also not respecting enough that SKT will go all in on that with all of their summoners being used. All four, in fact, used on SKT to secure that first blood and a red buff for Bang.
Marin trading pretty aggressively there, all things considered. Does get out, though he has a little bit the worse for wear now. Wolf coming in to the bottom side to help him out in terms of his CS. Kuve did have a CS advantage based on that situation, as Marin was all by his lonesome, but playing a lot more safely and just letting himself being denied right there. Eve now wanting to deal with his Raptors. Tom already there.
Yeah, Eve just wants to go in. They both have a smite, so Eve, if he wants to secure it, he's going to have to use the smite. And Tom just trying to calculate his barrel damage on his own. And there's the flash over from Crown and the charm. Tom jumps over with the flash and then body slams away. The ignite is not going to be enough. Wraith coming in. And he flashes over for the pulverize, gets the auto attack, picks up the kill.
Great play from Wraith, using the headbutt to get in range. And Tom sometimes likes to overcommit to things. This is the downside to Tom, is he loves fighting, he loves scrapping it out.
Yeah.
He's always in your face, and that can go awry, especially when Crown is able to just commit to that with the flash and get the charm.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you see when Tom wins, like, he'll win very handily because he can really dominate the enemy jungle, but
he is a bit of a gambler.
Absolutely.
But that's a nice response from SamSungG. Wraith heading up there to help out and secure that kill. Fortunately for SKT, the kill goes on to Wraith, so that red buff not on a more dangerous laner.
Yeah, it's not going to see too much use on that melee support. But it's just nice to secure the extra golden experience for his teammates, even up the kill score a little bit. SamSungG is a little bit behind because of the first blood extra gold and some other differentials, especially in the mid lane here. Oh, and even in bottom, actually, in terms of CS.
Yeah, 80 carry. Bang has been able to pick up quite a bit more. I think Fury and Wraith were a little bit preoccupied with harassing out Marin.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. Bang, of course, got the kill off of that trade, and top came back with the red buff.
And swapping back now, Bang has that sheen from the first blood quite early on. He's going to be stronger than Fury at this stage. Also just hit 6, so he's finally able to poke out Fury just a little bit. Now this roam has been detected by the wards.
Yep, now Eve is coming in. Eve was not detected yet. No pink ward in that tri-brush, but Crown has been seen, so SKT just going to try to play it safe. Will they wait until Tom comes by? It looks like he might be a little low on mana by the time he comes down. So I think SKT is just going to try to draw out as much time as possible. Crown confirms that he was down there, so easy and comfortably just beating down on this tower little by little.
Yeah, they suspected too. I mean, with all their movement, Summoners down, both flashes on Bang and Wolf. You don't want to put yourself in harm's way, even if Wraith's flash is also down, so he can't make quite such an impressive play. They're still struggling to get 6 right here, so
wow.
Fury is really getting bullied. There he goes, finally with the 6.
Yeah, but Bang really just shoving him out non-stop. And Crown, because of a lot of these other movements, hasn't really been able to farm as comfortably nor harass EasyUn out of the lane. And at this point, EasyUn's not going to get bullied out of lane. With that Revolver already in hand, already level 7, he has enough sustain to deal with that Ahri harass should it come through.
Eve taking a look at his blue buff right now. No wards there from SKT. Should be a pretty safe takeaway. And SamSungG just quietly getting pretty big on this Vladimir in the mid lane. He's out of really the Vladimir danger zone for the most part, which is before Vlad can really trade effectively. He could take quite a bit of punishment. But now that he approaches that level 5 in this transfusion, he's going to be able to keep himself constantly topped up in the laning phase.
SKT's duo lane and bottom looking for a very aggressive trade in the brush here, but they're just going to get checked by Fury with his W. Meanwhile, mid lane Crown is kind of running out of time in terms of getting an advantage that Ahri usually really needs. Oh, and in top lane, Eve comes in for a gank, and there's the flash, but Twisted Advance comes in afterwards, the ultimate from Kube, and oh, the explosive cast almost saves him, but double flash blown from SamSungG to secure the kill.
Yeah, used a lot right there, though.
And
one more summoner, Bang.
Dodges Howling Gale, but the exhaust, not enough damage. Without the exhaust, Bang would have died. He still has a Valkyrie out because of the Ignite coming in from Wraith, and also just taking a lot of culling damage even with the exhaust.
And there you go. There's that sustain from Alistar too. Wraith still very threatening at that full HP, and his combo going to be back up soon. Already is back up, in fact. So that means Fury and Wraith, they love to play aggressively in these lanes, and they find themselves a bit of an edge. As a result, they're really catching up in terms of gold now, nearly equalizing with that kill onto Marin. And Marin really hasn't been able to get a lot of CS in this top side, actually. Kube doing some work on him already, and with that Spectre's Cowl, Marin not really much of anything right now. Null Magic Mantle and an Amp Tome. He is in no shape to 1v1 this tree.
No, not at all. He's going to need a lot more time and a lot more gold to get there. But thankfully, of course, SamSungG is kind of that backup plan for SKT, and he's been growing just fine. 90 CS so far. Quietly, no deaths. Has it Revolver, just going to keep on farming as long as he can. Now, Eve looking for a possible gank in bottom, or just scouting out where Tom is, gets a deep ward while he's at it, so he'll spot Tom soon. Now Eve finds the pink ward in a little danger, thanks to his ward over the wall, finds Tom, just backs out, at least he's aware of the pink ward now. Top lane, I mean, still pretty rough for Marin. He either needs help from his teammates, or his teammates need to make something happen elsewhere. Just using that equalizer to get some damage, and Kube actually taking a little more from the equalizer than he needs to, but Marin's main point was, of course, just to clear the minion wave and back out. Yeah,
he needs to go back and buy right now, see what he can get to stick around in that lane. SamSungG trying to delay, actually takes a tower shot right there. Crown having no intentions to go back. Look at the pink wards around the mid lane also.
Yeah.
They are really trying to let SamSungG push forward now. He's going to start getting more points into his Tides of Blood, which means he can wave clear and push this Ahri back. And they want to make sure there's not going to be anyone coming in from the flank to deal with them. Tom also just sitting, protecting wards right now. Their goal is to take out the mid lane turret as fast as possible. Look at how far SamSungG is pushing forward.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing just very comfortably with that extra backup from his jungler in terms of vision and actual physical support. And Tom going to take this opportunity to just start the dragon. They saw the rest of SamSungG kind of back out from the bottom half of the map. So they'll just continue with SamSungG coming down from the mid lane.
No Lucian, no Ahri, no threat here for SK Telecom. Easy first dragon of the game here in 12 minutes, and they're going to be able just to go right back into mid and keep pushing up. That turret in mid lane has been taking so much damage, Crown left a couple times while EasyHoon was there, and Crown just hasn't found a good roam yet. Really.
Yeah, that's what you really need, especially against Vladimir, as anyone really. It's so hard to kill him straight up on your own because he has that pull. He usually does take those 2 movement summoner spells. And Ari finally moving on up. I mean, Rumble is the easiest target, especially with his flash down. Now, hasn't been spotted just yet, sticking close to the far wall, but Rumble just backs out. Marin playing it super safe. Of course, there is that ward in mid. So Crown coming back to just clear that one out.
And SKT making the decision to sacrifice Marin here. Look at the bottom side wards that they've managed to get. They want to keep pushing up with Corki and Vladimir. Corki getting close to that Trinity Force where he will be able to actually take down a turret. Vlad also dangerously close to taking out the mid lane. And Marin, you know what? He's going to do damage at this point in the game, whether or not he has very many items or not. So just go for the tower pressure and the immediate gold. Let Marin sit in the top side, farm as best he can, but you're putting a lot of emphasis right now onto the mid and bottom lanes for SKT.
Yeah, well, given that Rumble was having a tough time early on anyway, this is going to allow them to kind of skip that slump from Vladimir in the mid game. Of course, Corki just going to hit it right on time in terms of his Triforce, actually a little bit earlier probably at this rate. And so even Wraith looking for a way to stop that on the bottom side of the map. With Wraith being still visible to all wards, SKT should be aware that something fishy is up. They saw him go in. Wraith actually just going to march all the way through. They're going for the long plan here, and there is the Flash Pulverize to ensure that he can knock him back with the headbutt, but a nice Valkyrie and the Monsoon coming. Kuve comes in with the teleport. Fury picks it up with the culling. Equalizer blocking the escape from Fury and Kuve, but the teleport coming in time from Kuve is going to help pick up that kill. EasyHoon trying to look for an angle, but they've already retreated far enough to avoid that Hemo Plague.
No. Right now they should just push mid. SKT should just keep on pushing mid while there's no threat. They had 4 people in the bottom side. Get back to your lanes. Punish Samsung for all the farm that they've lost. Yeah, nice. Delay the recalls as well if possible. It was a good kill from Samsung. Very unexpected strategy, but there's also so much you can lose in those situations in terms of CS and in terms of pressure, and EasyHoon motioning down there I think was a bit unnecessary.
Yeah, EasyHoon, I mean, unless he had left as soon as the fight started, was going to be a little difficult for him to pick up a kill. Meanwhile, Blue Buff going to be transferred over to Crown in the mid lane. Crown also still not finding a good chance to really make anything happen.
Goodbye, tower.
Yeah, the tower is going to go down now. Vladimir picks up that last hit. EasyHoon knocking down the tier 1, and EasyHoon is just super happy with how this game is going.
Yeah, it's actually going much better for SK Telecom. We do see them with that gold lead, but they have so much control, and Samsung is sort of swinging wild haymakers at the bottom lane right now. Well, SKT only kind of getting clipped by them, but mostly dodging, and they are able to counter with something far more meaningful.
Yeah, Tom, after that first little mishap at the Raptors, has also been really consistent around the mid lane, securing that vision that we discussed earlier. Now Wraith starting to move around a little bit more too, especially with that tier 1 down in mid. Samsung really has to be concerned about how far EasyHoon pushes up and what other advantages SKT can get from that. And in the top side, Marin hasn't really fallen any more behind than he was before, so that's really good news. Did pick up the home guards though, so still doesn't really have too much extra damage from items. And even the bottom lane once again. Wraith doesn't have flash.
So Marin, home guards first, every time. Not even finishing the Haunting guys, just wants that ability to get back into lane at his leisure and to make plays with his teleport, which will be up for a little bit, but
Bang is going to be able to pressure out Fury every time for quite a while now. Wraith just going to get caught by Wolf. They're going to get slowed down. There's a Zephyr coming in. Tom walking down, but they get spotted. They're just going to back out. They can continue shoving out that mid lane now that they know where 2 of the members of Samsung are. There's the charm from over the wall. Crown can't all in though to seeing EasyHoon in mid, and his backup is pretty far. Another deep ward from Tom. I mean, Samsung simply can't, like, they can't do much. They've been choked out in the bottom half of the map.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens around this next dragon, but the vision already in place for SKT. Not a whole lot of wards set up for Samsung, and it's going to be a situation that Marin will have his TP up. Not sure. Kuve looking like his might still be down for when this starts.
You know, it'll be a little iffy. It might come up right as it starts, but being there a second earlier makes a big difference when you want to set up your skills, especially something like Equalizer that can also deny the teleport in easily from Kuve. Kuve does have that Righteous Glory, though, so whenever he does get there, he'll be able to join the fight very quickly for Samsung.
Well, here we go. Setup starting right about now. Just going to go ahead and clear out a pink ward in the river. Kuve try and defend this. Nope. Decides not to. Only one hit left. Marn will drop his trinket in that brush. And Samsung finally got some more wards around the pit right there. SamSungG just farming out the Raptor camp while he can.
Yeah, and Samsung, yeah, like you mentioned, they got some resemblance of vision around the Dragon Pit, but they're still not in position first to really make anything happen. They're just waiting to see what SKT does, and that means
Bang's
they're
not
still
there.
Bang is a little ways away, so SKT not going to start the Dragon just yet. I mean, they know that Samsung's not going to start it just yet either. And Kuvi's just going to go ahead and walk down. He doesn't want to risk anything. His teleport is down for a little bit longer. Samsung looking for a pinch around the entire pit. But they're spending a lot of time now. I mean, Marn, with that teleport available, he's just going to quietly shove down the top lane. And Samsung's going to now be forced to make a choice sometime very soon. Easy and prepared to join the fight as soon as possible. Bang shoving out the bottom lane. And yeah, Samsung, I mean, they thought about starting. It looks like they are just going to go ahead and do it. Marn's going to go home. He picks up a Blasting Wand, had that Haunting Guise. His teleport is available. Home Guard on the Rumble. Samsung goes ahead and starts the Dragon. Where's the teleport? Marn actually left base. He's going to go back charged up. The teleport coming in from the Rumble right above the pit. And Tom just pushes everyone out with the explosive cast. Dragon gets reset. Tom's up front. The Equalizer actually shuts out Wraith and Tom on opposite sides. Fury picks the first kill onto Tom. Wraith is hemoplayed along with 3 other members, but Fury is safe at full health. SamSungG gets charmed, but Fury a little too far to do damage. That Rumble and the Corky Poke coming out over the entire fight. Fury can't turn around. There's a burst from the Lucian, but it's not enough. He dodges the Foster's bomb. SamSungG chasing after him. Wraith a little too scared to go help him unless it's absolutely necessary. Look at the burst from the Vladimir. Flash forward from Bang, but there's the headbutt pulverized. SamSungG picks up the kill onto Fury. Eve picks up the kill onto Bang, and Marn now just diving through. He wants one more harpoon or the flame spitter, and he's gonna go ahead and get the double kill for the ace.
Wow, ace right there as SKT turns it around. Bit risky, the Dragon actually living through all of that as the SKT sort of hung around the back poking while Tom got a little bit too far forward there. Dragon sort of flashed back into the pit. That was a little bit crazy. But the cleanup and the sustained damage from Vladimir and the Corky Poke, really the hero in that fight. As we take a look at this, Tom's going to go in, knock Eve against the wall right there. Now they're trying to burst it, and I'm not exactly sure what happens to the Dragon right here. Interesting. But the Equalizer actually gives them a little bit more time. There's the pop from the Hemo Plague. They want to go in. SamSungG already with the Negatron Cloak, though, isn't going to take that much damage from Crown's attempt at it all in. Then after that, no hesitation, flashing forward, getting the damage, and then following it through with the tower dive. We've got another Dragon fight going on.
Yeah, this time the teleport coming in from Kuve, so SKT now defending the Dragon. But here comes Marn from the side with the flank. SamSungG just used his pull, so that is down. Dragon going very low, and Eve gets the steal, and SamSungG looks like they just want to get out of the Equalizer onto Fury. He's completely shut out of the fight. There's the culling onto Tom. It pushes him back, and the Twisted Advance secures the kill, but SamSungG comes in with the Hemo Plague. He's going to chase after 2 people. Can't catch either one, though, as Kuve tries to run away. He's going to be harpooned down. There's a Flame Spitter. He will have to be sacrificed, I think. Charm not going to hit. Oh, the Ward and the Twisted Advance over, and that forces Marn to have to use his Flash. And there's the passive again for Kuve. Just trying to use as many skills to get his passive back up. Some neat little tricks for Kuve. Eventually goes down, though.
Yeah, Marn does have to commit a Summoner spell to that in the end. See, Tom came back with the Aegis of the Legion, really doing a lot of work, especially since Fury isn't very strong at this stage. Still 3-1-1 in this game as his team falls behind. And with that, SK Telecom just brute forcing their way from 2 back-to-back fights into a 5,000 gold lead. Even though they eventually lose that Dragon, they actually did trade the bottom tower for it after the first ace.
Yeah, so, I mean, still, again, I mean, and all the ultimates were out. Hemo Plate Equalizer was up again, and the Equalizer right along the wall. Really beautiful from Marin, shutting Fury out. He eventually got the kill with the culling from afar, but that was literally the only damage Fury did that whole fight.
Well, Marin's Equalizers in the last fight have been really good. The first one, if that dragon had like popped back into the pit, it was just there designed to keep them at bay until they could actually kill the dragon. A little bit of miscommunication with Tom, who I think went too far in if that was going to be their goal. Yeah, you need that smite there, and it was kind of awkward. But in the second fight, wanting to take it after the dragon steal by Eve and instead forcing the issue and just eliminating Fury from the fight. Remember that they're all itemized for magic resistance right now, not for attack damage. Yeah. So by removing Fury from the fight, they're able to actually increase the efficiency of their items in these little skirmishes, and they were easily able to clean up under those circumstances.
Yeah, and with 2 Abyssal Scepters, Corki's pretty much guaranteed to have some extra magic damage shred onto the enemy team with his poke. So Corki's going to feel pretty good about that bang, able to do more damage before he even gets his Sork shoes, because one of Rumble or Vlad is going to be in the front line, is doing damage and getting that aura down.
Yep, and now the Baron setup begins. Pretty early in this game for a Baron setup, but it's just about that 3 towers to none right now for SK Telecom. They've been able to just harass the outer ring with their earlier siege with the Trinity Force, and also EasyHoon's relentless lane pressure in the early game. A lot of this, the credit should go to EasyHoon here for how much he did out of the laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, he's been putting out so much pressure, and again, I mean, when you play that Ahri against really anyone, you are playing on a pretty short clock. If you don't get an early pressure advantage, the enemy will eventually catch back up to you, and especially when it's someone like Vladimir. I mean, he's 106 now, 40 CS ahead of his counterpart, and has the Will of the Ancients on top of an Abyssal Scepter, and will soon get his Zhonyas. He's going to be unstoppable as we go into the 30-minute mark in a few minutes. Fury finally has that eye on top of the static shiv, so some wave clear coming out from him, some damage, especially since they don't have too much armor on the other side, but that only matters if he can get into the fight.
Yes, indeed. Well, it's a lot of milling around the Baron right now. They have TP advantage.
Yeah, they saw that, so they're just going to go ahead and knock him back with the Twisted Advance, and there's the teleport coming in. He already used his... Oh, and he will complete it at the very end, just teleporting just a couple feet back with about 300 health.
Yeah, but the Baron already started by SK Telecom quite a while ago, actually. They're trying to burn it down. Tom taking quite a few hits.
He's just going to knock EasyHoon back. EasyHoon has to use the pool to escape, and he just uses his ultimate Unbreakable Will to escape out of that one. Hemo Plate comes through, forces him back, but now the rest of Samsung has grouped up, so SKT is going to have to give this one up for now.
Well, Vlad wasn't there for a lot of that Baron attempt. SKT making the right call, and Samsung countering nicely. Kuve getting up after that attempted gank. The shot calling from Samsung has actually been pretty good on what to do against SK Telecom in this situation. They nullified that TP advantage, and now Kuve is going to have his teleport up in just a matter of seconds. Will SKT try and focus him down, make the play onto the TP split pusher without giving up that Baron?
Yeah, you know, I'm trying to figure out how many times EasyHoon has used his flash, if at all, this game. Because, I mean, he
used it in the first Dragon fight.
All right, the first one. That's what I thought.
He flashed forward when Bang Valve.
Oh, right, yeah.
During the chase.
But other than that, I mean, he's been so safe by just using the Ghost to get that extra damage and the mobility. He's been able to pull, and he can therefore pull pretty liberally early on because he can rely on that flash to get out of emergency situations if he needs. And that says a lot about just how these teamfights will continue to look for SKT.
Well, here come Fury and Eve, but they are spotted out by a pink ward in the brush. And that means Marin's just going to recall. Let Samsung get their first turret of the game. He's not concerned. They still have a major lead here. And with the Dragon up in 14 seconds, frankly, they'll be happy to see 3 people on the top side.
Yeah, and Samsung looking for a pick, but they're not really going to find one. I mean, Marin shows up just to put the equalizer down. Yeah, that's going to stop the shove in, and only 2 seconds left on that Dragon. SKT is going to get a free Dragon here at 27 minutes, puts them at 2 stacks. And yeah, Samsung finally realizing what's going on. They ping that top side, but no minions. I mean, how are you going to take it? Sure, you can try to tank it, but SKT's done with the dragon by now.
You have to wait for a long time on that. Wolf is going to recall. They're going to try and make a play onto Crown, valking in, forcing that Spirit Rush to be used, and they can just push mid and respond with a tier 2 of their own.
Yeah.
Not really a way that now that Crown's ult is down and he's chunked out for them to defend a tier 2. It's already very low. Bang is going to stay there while they defend the inhibitor turret. Everyone else going back. Bang, the one designated. Take down the tower.
Yeah,
he's going to get it.
Eve is here, though, so he slows down Bang, and Bang's going to put down the Foster's Bomb, denying Crown any extra damage. Eve has to back out, though. Look at the poke coming back out from Bang. A little too dangerous. Again, Crown, if you had that Spirit Rush, that would have been an easy kill onto Bang.
Yeah, but they felt absolutely comfortable letting Corki sit there, considering the circumstances. Wraith
I just love his
Moby boots.
Marching forward, the flash is available for Bang, and there is the headbutt and the pulverize, so leading into the charm. Bang staying a little too long after Eve distracted him.
Take the tower, then leave. Go through the enemy jungle if you have to. Marin was busy pushing up the bottom wave that entire time, so it's going to be pretty safe for you on the bottom side of the map, even if you walk through a scary dark jungle, considering you knew that all of them were just in the top side. So a bit of a mistake there from Bang, not choosing the safest pathing to where his top laner was under those circumstances.
Well, it's just the bane of being an AD carry. So often do you not see the ideal path of escape. You only see enemies you can kill. Numbers to add on your scoreboard. As Marin, I mean, he's completely stabilized by now ahead in CS 4-1 and 2. Has that Rylai's on top of the Abyssal Scepter. The Rumble Vladimir synergy is complete, really. Zoni is now there for EasyUn also.
That's huge. The Rylai's combined with the pool from Vladimir underneath them, you can stack up so much AoE damage.
Yeah, and then the Hemo play, the Equalizer. I mean, if Samsung groups wrongly just one time, they're going to all get deleted by 2 champions on the enemy side.
Yeah, as you mentioned too, the Corki missile is also going to be piling on, even though there is a locket already. Eve prioritizing that naturally against the massive amount of AP on SK Telecom after finishing his Warrior enchantment.
Yeah, but this is just such a safe way to play that Corki because he does have a very short auto attack range. Rarely are you relying on that for the damage, but this guarantees that, in fact, you are just going to do more damage from afar with your rockets.
I'm very impressed with how much Samsung got better during the offseason. Their shot calling and map control has improved tremendously. Even though they fell behind in some of these team fights, they got outplayed around the SK Telecom power spike, something that SK Telecom is very good at doing to teams these days. Ever since then, their damage control to prevent SKT from taking that Baron or taking unreasonable leads out of a split push has been deftly turned away by Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, only, 6K, it's quite a bit, but compared to the 5K burst that SKT got earlier after the Dragon fights, as Samsung has stabilized a decent amount. Fury going in onto EasyUn, and there's a Charming Knight onto the Vladimir. Culling coming out, and can he get the damage onto EasyUn? EasyUn doesn't find the right angle of escape, and Fury picks up the kill. What a good combo between Crown and Fury.
Fury is so good at hitting the culling. That's something that we've seen from his Lucian play for the last several months, ever since he got back into the professional team, of course, formerly on Prime. And his dashing forward on Lucian, his aggressive use of his ultimate has really paid off, and he got a perfect angle right there.
Yeah, EasyUn really wasn't escaping that. EasyUn used Ghost too, and that's why he was slightly ahead.
EasyUn could have lived if he had used Flash.
If he had used Flash, yeah, that's true.
He got a little bit greedy, and Fury barely got that kill at the end of the culling, so EasyUn just a miscalculation right there.
Yeah, I think EasyUn also miscalculated how much longer he had left on the culling, because EasyUn kind of stopped his escape. He had Ghost, so he was missing 1 or 2 shots in the middle there because of the movement speed difference. But eventually Fury still picks it up. He keeps his culling lined up to the very end, so credit to him. 4-1-1 now. So Fury, although had a rough start, he's now just doing completely fine, even in gold with the enemy Corki, and is going to start to hit very hard as that AD power. And Tom finally building some armor, and now also has an Ordnance Mail, so that's pretty good news, but doesn't have the complete Frozen Heart yet.
Samsung can keep getting back in this game too, as long as they make picks.
Yeah.
They have all the tools to do it. Samsung has a lot more wards on the map at the moment. They have good vision control. They can absolutely punish a member of SKT should they get out of position. And if they can take another turret down here, they have 2 outer ring turrets. That's going to put them within a very reasonable striking distance in terms of global gold to get back into this game. And they can move through them pretty quickly right now. Jana Shield coming in, but still some damage applied to that tier 1 tower.
Yeah, Corky showing up in time to help clear out that wave is going to matter quite a bit. But 30 seconds left on Dragon. Samsung starts to get some vision around the Dragon Pit, and this time they're going to have that advantage. Kuve has that teleport, so does Marin. So both of them are in the top lane. Marin just going out to make sure that Kuve doesn't get too much of a shove in towards the inhibitor turret in top. Those are the only 2 turrets going down in favor of Samsung at the moment.
And this Maokai, I'm starting to get very scared of if I'm on SKT, because he's going to be able to tank out the damage from SKT so efficiently here. Vladimir, of course, does great sustain damage, but that damage reduction from Maokai and the fact that he is stacking up more MR means that... Okay,
yeah,
like we have a flank.
Marin's ready for a really good equalizer if he gets it. He's just hiding in the brush. And is it coming down? Fury's across the wall, so Fury's completely out of the fight, and Bang goes in with the Blade of the Ruin King. He's going to chase him down with the flash, and Bang gets an easy kill. Marin, job well done, just backs out, draws the entire Samsung team away from the Dragon Pit. And Kuve is just too late. Didn't find an angle to use his teleport because of the pinch coming in from SKT.
Well, he was trying to walk down, but SKT was already set up. They preemptively teleported, had Marin there just waiting in the brush. And again, Marin gets a great separation equalizer to just keep Fury off of his team. Kuve now having to run quite a long way, gets the smash down onto Bang, and slows him up enough to escape. He has TP if he wants to go on to this Baron with the crab there. Not really sure SKT is going to be able to secure that objective.
Yeah, I mean, they still don't have eyes on Eve. Marin doesn't have his teleport anymore. They know that Kuve still has his, so I think it definitely wasn't worth the risk. And they're actually just going to go ahead. Kuve coming in with the home guard, easy and right there. There's the explosive cast on top of the pool to deny that, but Righteous Glory onto Tom with the twisted advance. They will pick up 1 kill onto the Gragas. Wraith goes in to make sure Bang doesn't do too much damage to his teammates. And twisted advance back in onto 3 people. Crown comes in with the Spirit Rush. He's doing a lot of damage, but there is the exhaust. And Bang coming in, he's out of mana. Easyon had to use his Zonias. Fury has rejoined. He's at full health. There's the equalizer. Does quite a bit. Fury doesn't have a way to escape. He has to walk all the way around. And that's going to be the end of that fight for now. But Marin's not done yet. He knows he can do quite a bit of damage. He's going to try to harass Eve. Eve will still pick up the Raptors.
Marin.
All right, he will get out. The ward saves him as Fury finds 1 target first. Marin is sitting on a ward, though.
Culling.
And, all right, well, the angle there, it is a little rough. You have to get the first hit right on. And Eve, of course, already used her ultimate.
All right, well, SKT does escape from that, but as far as trades go at this point in the game, Samsung doing quite well for themselves in order to grab a kill and then keep the fight rolling. Fury's actually pretty strong in this game. The big difference is with EasyHoon, actually. It's on about a 2K gold lead, and now that he's got that voice app, he really needs a Zhonya's Hourglass to help out against Fury, though.
Oh, and Tom comes in and forces the Unbreakable Will from Wraith. Thankfully, no one from Samsung getting stunned by the body slam, but that's a very important ultimate use from Samsung.
Yeah. QSS now for Fury also, trying to... What is he trying to QSS? I guess Chemo Plague.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the main concern. Sure, you can QSS the slows from Rumble or something like that, but the biggest thing here is damage amplification, especially for the rockets.
Could be for exhaust, too.
That also. Yeah, so I mean, there are all these other combinations that he wants to QSS for sure.
Yeah, they're probably going to exhaust Ahri, though, so that's not as much of a concern. The QSS here is a little odd, but at least he gives him some MR as well against a majority. That's probably the most important thing is the MR, actually.
I think, yeah, and on top of that, it builds into a damage item at the end instead of a Banshee's Veil, where you know that you have to carry all the damage burden late game for Samsung.
Still trying to get this turret right now. This would be another outer turret for Samsung if they could.
Should be able to get it here with Fury, using his passive wisely, and they'll just chunk it down. So Samsung still basically keeping up in this game, and like you mentioned, Monty, if they keep just getting 1 or 2 kills each fight and then backing out, or getting those picks on the sides for SKT, they could very well win the game. And SKT, on the other side, of course, has been playing around that very well. They've been setting up the flanks first with Marin with the equalizer. If the equalizers keep up like that, Samsung's going to have a hard time getting the fight they want.
The main problem with SKT is that their warding really hasn't been very good this game. They constantly find themselves in situations where they can get picked off. They are outplaying their opponents a little bit. Looks like Wraith not going to have to pop the Unbreakable Will. A little bit of a dicey situation, but not punished for it.
Oh, a nice equalizer just to get some damage onto Samsung. Pops the Locket, but that's all about it. I mean, they weren't really set up to go forward with the damage, so that also just doubling as a vision check and forcing Samsung out of there so that SKT could go in and get some vision back. Of course, equalizer, relatively low cooldown. If you're pretty confident you don't have to fight anytime soon yet. Dragon's still a minute 40 left. Marin using that to gain some vision on the top side.
I don't get why Marin is trying to actually pull up that equalizer right now. SKT has teleport advantage. They should definitely be split pushing at the moment and trying to make the most out of it instead of awkwardly ulting in the jungle on something that the rest of the team can't really follow up on, especially since they didn't have deep enough wards to really pull that off. And I think that this is definitely the better call. Look at that tier 2 on the bottom side. Set your sights on that objective and then force Kuve to be down there when he can't respond as well as you can to some Baron pressure.
Yeah, we see the pings going down from Samsung, but really who's going to go answer that at this point? They are pretty concerned about the Baron. Kuve has still some time left on his teleport. Now the turret is pretty healthy, but it's a pretty big mini wave and it'll keep stacking up.
His TP will be back by the time he gets down there to clear out that wave. So that's actually some pretty good timing. Marin designated to clear out this very large wave in the top side. And you remember the laning phase. Look at the CS differential between Marin and Kuve now after how far behind Marin was earlier on. It's because he's just been pushing and pushing this entire game and been the one to take all of that farm.
Yeah, what a monster. And he's always been a really good split pusher, but the big difference here is that his teleports have improved immensely since they joined into one team under SKT1. And he's been able to really have a presence in the team fights. Wolf's going to get caught by Fury, but doesn't take too much damage thanks to Eye of the Storm with that shield. And also Fury not getting the full hit because of the very quick movement speed from Wolf.
He's lucky he didn't get super chunked out right there. Dragon is live. SKT has a positional advantage, but no Crab. Speed Shrine in favor of Samsung.
Rocket's already doing some damage onto Wraith, and Wraith is really concerned about that Vladimir flank too right now. Wraith is very busy. He needs to look on both ends of the fight constantly along with Kuve.
Kuve's going for a teleport flank here. They want to fight this.
All right, well, Eve's also there. Eve has a really good flank, but he's way too far ahead of the entire team. There comes Kuve from the side, and Eve is pretty tanky, so Kuve shows up. Bang doesn't get the kill. Kuve now, Righteous Glory is done, but there's the Ghost coming in as Marin now shows up from the side, and he gets some good harpoons. There is a beautiful equalizer. Wraith has been completely separated. Oh, he might still be able to get out, though. He flashes out, and Fury now free to do damage onto Marin. Marin just jumps onto him with that Flame Spitter, and there's the slow coming in from Wolf. Ezio gets snared in the back. Fury pretty low, has to use that QSS to run away, and oh, Marin uses the Zonias at the very end. Can they secure the kill? Nice Monsoon to secure that. Tommy on the side of the fight at the very bottom picks up a kill onto Eve. Everyone low on Samsung. Ezio looking for a chase. No summoners on either side. Fury should be able to dash out at the last minute. 4 Dragon Stacks for SKT. Uh-oh, Bang's looking for a rocket. I think Bang flashed into the wall right there. He just wanted to auto that for the kill, but Bang's just going to move on up. Still not find an angle onto Crown. Bang a little greedy with that flash.
And that could have been such a good engage from Samsung. Had Eve waited about 2 seconds more for the TP to come in from Kuve. It was a timing issue that caused Eve to really blow his ultimate early and for Kuve not to be able to find the flank. So pretty poor execution from Samsung. That's going to result in a Baron. If we just look at this, well, we missed the big mistake here from Samsung, and Tom sticks onto the dragon. He tries to get it. Tom, not going to have any of that, just smites it away. Eve tries to flash out, and there is a flash from Tom.
Nice play from Tom.
Just a bouncing back, too. That was a really good play.
Yeah, well done. And of course, the rest of the fight is just a long chase onto Fury where they don't get a kill. But yeah, you know, and that's the thing with flanks we always talk about, is that it requires so much precision timing, because if you mess up, what else we saw happen was then Eve has to back out, drawing the fight even further away from his team, and it's just really not an ideal fight at all for Samsung.
Well, SamSungG has 833 AP, which because of Vlad's passive means that he also has 3,400 HP.
Beautiful.
And nobody's going to be killing him anytime soon.
Yeah, this is the problem you face with Vladimir, is that you can't kill him anytime soon, but he does sustain damage, so you can't let him live for too long either. Which is a catch-22 at that point. And Bang will just constantly be doing damage from the side. But again, I mean, the improvement for Samsung is very notable for sure. They had the right idea at the last Dragon fight too. They had a really good setup. Again, just a slight timing miscommunication, but if it had gone perfect, I think the game might be very different right now. And Samsung, after this Baron buff ends, should still get one last chance. They are pretty far behind, but it's not 5 dragons just yet. They can try to make a fight at the 5th dragon. Of course, SamSungG will be that huge bane, and Marin, we saw that Zoni is being completed earlier, has another easy large rod. So all eyes on Fury now for Samsung, and he did some good damage onto Marin, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, Samsung just backing off right now. They can't fight this while the Baron buff is up, and they may be able to buy themselves just a little more time here. SKT probably can't take another inhibitor off of this buff, but yeah, Samsung, it's just a matter, it seems like when they play teams that we think of as being more skilled than them, like the Ku Tigers or Jin.
Whoa, as Bang just goes forward with the Valkyrie, gets a lot of burst out to Crown, but takes a lot himself, and Crown going back forward just to help clear the wave a little bit with that Orb of Deception. Is going to Spirit Rush back and walk all the way to base before returning. Marin is now here, has that Equalizer, but no minions left for SKT, so it's going to be some time before this inhibitor turret goes down in mid lane.
Yeah, and like I was saying, Samsung, they play well, they have a good strategy, but when it comes down to it, if you can just drag the game out long enough against them, they will make a critical error, whether it's one of decisions or one of executions like we saw. They're going to go in again,
Eve goes in and gets a 3-4-man ultimate, but it's just Eve and Kube, no damage follow-up, and Fury finally coming up, QSS on the Hemo play, so he's not taking any amplified damage, but he just isn't in range to do damage to any of these enemy champions. Look at that Equalizer, denying the escape and forcing everyone to ditch Kube on the side of Samsung.
Yeah, that was a nice try. Crown not there, neither was Marin, but Marin comes in with the Equalizer in the end. And they pushing forward right now. Super minions in the base. Fury trying to get some damage down while he can, but SamSungG just quickly turning it around. That transfusion healing right back up.
Yeah, Fury just not doing that much damage anymore. Has that last Whisper, has the Bloodthirster for the extra shield and sustain.
Well, it's hard for him to do more damage than he's doing right now. The only thing he can get is a Mercurial Scimitar.
Yeah.
Or upgrade his upgrade to a Phantom Dancer from that Static Shiv. It's about all you're going to get. And so if he's not doing enough now, just through the sustain of SamSungG, that means he's never going to do enough.
Yeah, I really do wonder if push comes to shove, if Fury might have to consider actually selling that QSS and going for another damage item.
4,000 HP Vlad.
Yeah, I mean, the QSS, sure, you're not dying as quickly, but that Vlad ain't going anywhere if all you're doing is clearing out his Hemo Plague on you.
I think he just dive forever too. As long as his Ghost is up, you're not going to escape him. He will just hunt you down in the end.
Well, Ghost is down for this fight, and Fury returning with the Fur enchantments on his boots, so this should allow him to get a little bit more mobile to put out more damage across the fight. But with the Equalizer, I mean, Marin's been on point to make sure Fury doesn't get that chance. He can dash in and out to do sustained damage with his auto attacks. Dragon's going to come out. It's going to go down really quickly by SKT, but SKT, they know they can also just win the fight handily, and they have the speed from the Scuttle Crab. Poke coming in from Bang. And yeah, they're just going to keep Samsung at bay as the minion wave starts to form at bottom. And look at that dragon getting bursted down. Kuve marching forward, though they're trying to deny it. And Wraith goes forward, and 3-man pulverize. Equalizer onto Fury. Yet again, though, on the top side. Charm onto EZU. Supposed to cast go down. Eve does steal the dragon. There's the culling. Not really hitting anyone at that point. Fury nearly at full health, but gets slowed down as Ban comes over the wall. There's the pulverize, though. Wraith keeping Fury alive at all costs. And Kuve keeping Tom behind. Now, Marn and EZU are very healthy. Crown does get a charm as Fury comes in from behind, and he's going to go on to Marn. Marn turns around, and the Zhonya's Flamespitter will pick up the kill. Can Fury get the revenge kill onto Marn? Should be able to. There's the body slam from Tom trying to save his teammate, but it's not going to happen. Fury, one more hit. Oh, he's not going to get it. He hits the ward. He dashes forward, and with his passive, gets the double kill. And here's EZU, the ultimate boss. 1 hit, 2 hit.
Wow, Fury actually life-stealing off that ward right there just to get a little bit more. EZU doing the same thing. He's got to run. Fury's very strong right now.
Yeah, EZU can't.
Another life-steal. He wants to get... No, he's not going to pursue this. That's probably smart. He needs to go save his base.
Yeah,
but some impressive mechanics for Fury in that last fight. Bang, flashing way too aggressively and getting destroyed by Fury in the 1v1 right around the backside of the pit.
Yeah, I mean, sure, Bang got the advantages the previous couple fights, but he's not going to get it this
Great
time.
pulverize to start that one off. Again, Fury starts the fight having to run around in circles thanks to Marin, but Eve gets the smite down, wins the battle, and then a culling to get the initial damage. Hemoblade will go down. Fury actually cleansed it, and then now Bang flashes over, but Wraith, great combo to keep him CC'd while Fury got the necessary damage. And then from this point, it was a little bit of cleanup. Fury goes and takes the red buff right there just to heal up, get that buff, and then heads back right onto Marin.
Yeah, Crown getting caught, was relying on the headbutt. Kube does eventually go down, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he just gets chased down with Qs and Es.
Yeah, with the ghost activated, and then he realizes he can't really fight Fury too reliably at this point. So Fury has hit that critical point now. He has a Mercurial Scimitar on top of it. He's had that last Whisper. He has all the damage he can get, and now it's all a matter of just maybe upgrading based on situation.
It is amazing that Fury can make these plays in this game. He is showing what a quality AD carry he is.
Yeah, 7-2-2 in a game where you are 11,000 gold behind.
Look at this. Wraith has a banner as well, so they're trying to create some split push threat on the map just to last it out.
That is brilliant.
Can they get to 6 items here where this gold lead really won't mean a whole lot?
Crown also has that second easily large rod. SKT looking for another fight. Now Baron is up, so if Samsung loses even one member, SKT pretty much will finish the game at 50 minutes in.
Well, their inhibitor's back up now, so that's not going to be a threat anymore. They have side wave pressure. All Samsung has to do is be patient right here.
Oh.
They don't want to face check this.
No.
They
Fury has his Scrying Orb, so he can check it over the wall.
They have a ward in the pit, too.
Yeah,
so.
Marin's going to show up, gets the harpoon onto Kuve, gets the slow after taking the Banshee's Veil down, and there is a nice headbutt back onto Tom. Eve comes in from the back and completely eliminates the threat, and the culling goes down onto Wolf. Wolf is down, no Monsoon available for SKT. They cannot disengage as reliably. They're just going to have to get out. EZU actually using Ghost to ensure that he can get back to the turret.
They have to deal with the super minion or the buff minion in the top side right now.
This tier 2 and mid is definitely going down, but what about the top lane? How are they going to react to this from SKT? They have to split somehow. And
now, can they do Baron is the question. Marin's TP is up.
Ooh, Tom.
40 seconds. They can try.
They can try it, but this, I mean, this could really end the game.
TP, okay, they're going to try a TP. They're going to bait it and try and TP in and kill them.
All right, well, they have to clear the ward first. They're going to go ahead and put the pink down. They started the Baron.
There's a TP.
Yeah, Marin's coming in too. Both TPs coming in from the side. Now, Marin isn't home guarded, and Kuve just runs right into Tom, so Samsung has to disengage from the Baron, and that's all SKT wants. They lost the tier 2, but that's the only thing they lose. Oh, an equalizer to make sure Samsung can't start it again. Does a lot of damage with the Rylai's on top of it. Fury just life-stealing off the blue. They're going to try to give it over to Crown. They succeed in doing so.
Fury doesn't have a lot of mana anymore,
yeah.
However, and they managed to get to a point where Wolf is back up. Wolf actually buying an elixir of sorcery right now. It's the point in the game we've come to, apparently.
Well,
he has the Zeke's Herald as well for Bang.
Wolf just really wants those cooldowns to make sure that he can protect his teammates, especially Bang. I mean, SIêU can kind of fend for himself for quite a long time.
Well, coming into this match, SKT did give some respect to Samsung, saying that they weren't going to treat them lightly, that they thought they were a good team, and Samsung's record may be 1-3, but they've been able to hang in there in the best of threes, and it's not really reflecting how well they played in some of these games. And they've made mistakes this time, which have led to this gold deficit, but they've been so tenacious. And just in terms of individual play, Fury really delivering, and Bang playing overly cocky to close out this game. Now, SKT still knocking on the door with the 5th Dragon. They still have a massive advantage in this game, and we'll see if their play, they're going to have the crab up when the Dragon spawns this time. That is huge.
It is pretty big, and SKT, I mean, that's the advantage of having 4 Dragon stacks, is that you know that the enemy is forced to make a call every time it spawns. Oh, Fury almost getting caught by Bang, and there's a equalizer coming down. He flashes out of it, and there's a QSS. It has to be used. A big one coming in. The charm instantly cleansed on the side of Bang, but Crown takes a buttload of damage from Marin.
Well, that's probably going to be it. There, you just blew your flash on your AD carry and the QSS.
But Eve goes in for the flank. 4-man ult. Kuve goes in, and there's the calling onto Wolf. But Marin coming in from the side. Fury turns around. He dashes out of the flame spitter, but can he get the damage onto Marin? He gets it. He's still alive. SIêU at full health, though. Bang at about half health. And Wraith is going to have to run away alongside Eve. He's going to have to protect his teammate, but SIêU coming in with the Ghost. Fury just trying to lifesteal as much as possible. The Ghost does run out from SIêU. Oh, but he gets the Q over the wall, and that should be the game in favor of SK Telecom.
Well, SKT a little bit sloppy in those later game team fights. They're not even going to go for that Dragon, just pushing up the middle. Wolf is here with the Sorcery Potion. He's going to deal a lot of true damage with that, actually. He's going to kill him eventually.
Eventually, he'll catch up. Well, just trying to deny him from returning to base as Kuve and Eve do everything they can to fight this off. Tom taking a lot of tower damage, but it's better than Bang taking it. And Bang's actually pretty low. Doesn't have that mana, so Eve, does not escape. Gets hit by the last rocket. And, Wraith has successfully dodged the Wind Lady. The heal is doing a lot of work for him. And it should still be the game. 20 seconds until Crown comes back up. I don't think Kuve and Wraith can block, especially with Tom with that beautiful body slam to make sure they secure it. Bang just focusing down the Nexus. And SKT picks up the win in game number 1 after a long 54-minute game.
Still, you got to give some props to Samsung for holding in there for so long. They were down very far behind in mid and top lane farm. They didn't play the map the best in terms of getting objectives early. They fell behind very far in terms of turrets, but when it came down to stalling out SKT's ability to close and even winning some of those late team fights, they really showed their stuff. Marin really was great that game.
Yeah, his rumble, I mean, his ability to just climb back into the game all of a sudden and be this hyper carry in the top lane is very impressive. But like you mentioned, I think the other thing to note here is, you always talk about how SIêU drags the game out long, and they always go for the late game win on SKT when SIêU comes in. But this time it was the opposite. Samsung actually forced SKT into that late game scenario when SKT should have been able to wrap it up a little bit earlier.
Well, Bang too, some risky positioning.
Yes.
Like he got a little bit greedy to close the game and was punished for it by Fury, willing to play the Varus and Nami into it in their encounter earlier this week with Jin Air. So Rek'Sai again being banned. I think that's a very important ban. And Sivir by SKT. I really like these bans from SK Telecom. That has been kind of the core of Samsung's identity. Get Fury on Sivir, and then see if you can pull out a win with a split-pushing Rek'Sai. Now, Samsung could go back to Cassiopeia first pick now that it wasn't banned. What will Crown's answer be?
Yeah, I mean, the Azir banned, but not the Cassiopeia. I find that interesting, but I guess they just deemed that SIêU's Azir much better than Cassiopeia. A lot of people do think that. They call him Emperor Easyhoon here in Korea.
So, for Samsung, will we see a return to some of their Nidalee strategies with Eve that actually looked pretty successful against Jin Air? Are we going to see their play from the start of the season where Eve would play a lot of Nunu and then walk into lane, blood boil a Jinx, and then fast push? That could work here too. Nope, they're just going to play Gragas Corki, be boring.
So disappointing, Samsung. We talked so much about what you do. I mean, they could still make some big differences, especially in the mid lane here. Pretty interested in what Crown's going to pick up against EZU's Cassiopeia. Nothing to laugh at, even if it's not the Azir.
All right, it will be Corki Gragas, so exactly the same red side draft from Samsung that we saw from SK Telecom. In that first round, this game, where do you go from here if you're SKT? Could go for the Janna once more. Probably want to go for a Nunu or Sejuani if you're Bengi.
Bengi's Nunu is...
Ah, could go for Evelyn.
Okay.
I'm not a big fan of Evelyn right here. Why I say Sejuani is that Sejuani is something that can help break sieges with Corki in the mid game and help you hold on to get that Cassiopeia up in terms of the power.
Bengi just calming himself down. He's like, oh, okay, I got the Evelyn. Oh, okay, I can do it. The Ezreal, not surprising, obviously Lucian open, but Bang has been falling back onto that Ezreal for a little bit more consistency lately, especially when EZHoon is there. They can just constantly both do continued damage. Oh man, is it the Yasuo mid?
Jin picks it against Cassiopeia. It is a good lane matchup for Yasuo. The problem is, what do you do with this champion late? And are they going back to... Are they going over to that Veigar? Have they actually transformed into Jin this game? Mid Yasuo Veigar support. Okay.
Well, Wraith does like funky supports. He's played quite a few, including the Syndra, which was rather successful. And Wraith is generally a very mechanical player.
This would be bold. And I think that is going to be a more stable selection. Yes. Okay. Go for the Hecarim.
Oh, well, that's
against
boring.
the Cassiopeia. Well, I just hate that Yasuo, Chobra. It's so
well, I was
bad.
more excited about the Veigar. The Yasuo I could care less about, to be honest. But it looks like it will be the Nautilus and the Hecarim. So yeah, like you mentioned, Cassiopeia a pretty stationary champion, so Hecarim should be able to get a good angle onto her, or at least, maybe even force the Petrifying Gaze onto only one target. Sacrifice yourself for the good of the team, and then the explosive cast can do work onto that mid lane champion.
Also, just such a huge front line for Samsung this game. I'm a bit concerned about the lack of damage relatively coming out of champions like Evelyn and Ezreal in the late game. Same thing with Rumble. Hovering over that Braum, interestingly enough. KT really the only Braum team right now in Korea. Only Fixer playing that champion, so it would be a surprise to see it come out for SKT, even if they are going to be able to block a lot of Corki rockets. And when KT plays Braum, it's usually against Corki in lane, where Braum could just hop in front with the Unbreakable and block the P-Bomb early. So you can win a lot of trades playing Braum that way, and that'll be a Braum lock-in.
Yeah, well, you can block a lot from Gragas too, and of course when Hecarim's coming in, your slows are going to help a lot. So Braum clearly has some distinct advantages in this team matchup, but how well is SKT1 prepared to use it, we'll have to find out.
I'm just a little concerned that there's not a lot of follow-up flank for the Evelyn. I feel like if Bengi mistimes this, or if the equalizer has to be used in an awkward fashion, there's not really a great engage. Usually with Evelyn, you want a Hecarim there, or a Maokai also coming in from the side. They are trolling right now with a mid-lane Irelia hover.
And now the Katarina hover. And then the Fizz, all right. Well, Crown has been playing quite a bit of Fizz. Word on the block. And Fizz, I mean, they love to fight. They have that Gragas for the single target picks. The Hecarim too to just completely disrupt the fight.
Hecarim Fizz makes it very difficult for Cassiopeia to actually stay alive. There's so many vectors of attack that you can't protect yourself very well with a Petrifying Gaze. And that'll be a Fizz lock-in. They were hovering over it for the entire Champ Select, committing to it in the end. The issue can be getting some CS early in this game, but late game, Samsung's composition is going to be quite scary. And SK Telecoms will start to taper off a little. Bang will have to be huge from that back line if this EZHoon Cassiopeia goes down early. I'm very interested to see how the laning phase is going to work out. There's a lot of kill pressure with Fizz and Gragas in a lane.
A new clap this time. I mean, SKT was famous for like clapping their hands to get rid of their nerves, and now he's clapping the back of his hands together.
You got to warm up.
It's good. I mean, I love it. It has helped them win quite a few tournaments in the past.
Well, you know, sometimes you just get bored of front clapping every game, so you got to give yourself a little back clap variation.
All right. Well, soon enough, Bengi will be clapping Easy Hoon on the face. He's just gonna be like, "Hey, give me your face." It's like clapping. Wake up, Easy Hoon. Talk to me. Well, there are the final lineups, and like you mentioned, SKT, if it goes to the late game, could be pretty dangerous. Even if Bang gets big, the poke coming in from the Corki could be even greater, and even the Gragas able to poke a little bit, and always the threat of the Hecarim from the side. The Nautilus also able to just blatantly start the fight with his depth charge.
I'm very curious as to whether Easy Hoon can stay alive in this game.
Well, let's find out. He does have a good reputation for it as we jump into game number 2 between Samsung and SKT. Full house today in the studio. Good to see.
You know what's weird, Chobra, about those cheers? Is that every other team, you would cheer KT or Samsung.
Yeah.
Only with SKT do they cheer T1, the actual team name, instead of the sponsor.
Yeah, but I think that's good. I mean, SKT T1 has always been so proud of their team brand. I mean, you know, they have their ceremony for, you know, dating back to the old Grudor days of when they win tournaments, putting up the T1 sign, and they've always just had a lot more reputation. They're also, T1's easier to say in Korean than Rolster.
That's very true.
Just gonna put that out there. So that might have something to do with it.
Also, Rolster fighting just sounds terrible in any language. Actually, Rolster just sounds terrible. KT,
go, Roasters, go.
Change your name.
All right.
Not back to Finger Boom, though. That wasn't a good one. KT actually, for a period of about a week, changed their name to Finger Boom. I'm not joking. You can Google it. There are logos.
Oh, man. They're never going to live that down, ever.
Hilarious. I didn't do it. KT did it to themselves. Pro tip, companies, if you are not an English company, please vet any English you have, especially large branding with an English speaker. Goes for any language, really.
Yeah, you should really double check that, cross check that. And SKG looking for a
The
3
cheese.
versus 2 cheese. They're going full Samsung now, and Wraith narrowly dodges that, but the Flame Spitter going into the minions. Wraith kind of sensed it at the very end. He's going to get stunned with the Winter's Bite there from Wolf, but eventually escapes, and they actually just used an exhaust and traded for a flash. Now they are going to deny Fury quite a bit of CS here early on, so that'll be the big benefit.
Okay, so when you do something like that, that was while Kuve was actually farming Raptors, and so Kuve is going to have a level advantage in the top side now. So Bang and Wolf really have to make this count because they traded a top lane advantage for a bottom lane advantage.
Yes.
It's basically what they did right there. So now the burden is going to be on Kuve and on Bang and Wolf to see who can get more out of this.
Well, you know, especially for Marin, though, we saw that last game too. Marin not too afraid of falling behind a little bit early on. He can always find a way to catch up with the split pushing and constant farming while being very aware of his TP timings. So we'll see if that plays a role again in this game number 2. Meanwhile, Crown doing, you know, as well as he could in a Fizz vs Cassiopeia matchup in the early levels with the farm.
You see right there just the positioning from Nautilus. He's trying to block any skill shots coming in onto Fury. He's constantly keeping his model in front of Corki's. Just because there's not a lot of AoE here. You're basically fighting against a Mystic Shot and a Winter's Bite, so it doesn't matter really if you group up too much.
Ooh, but a nice corner shot from Bang. Get a slight advantage there. Rumble, 100% for Marin. Pretty impressive stat.
That must be this season because
Yeah.
I do know that he has about a 67% win rate on that champion overall, and it is his most played champion, so I also know he has lost on it on numerous occasions.
Yeah, it's definitely not as legendary as some other things like Death's Jinx and no longer Faker's LeBlanc, but Faker's not really. Oh, nice scan coming in from Samsung, and Fizz just goes in. There's the exhaust, so it's going to do a lot. He doesn't have Playful Trickster, but he gets the first blood. He gets the level up, and the pot's going, and he survives. Wow.
Very close. Big investment. They have to use an extra summoner now. Bengi going to try and make a play on the bar in the top side. Kuve's going in.
Wow, yeah, he doesn't have an escape here. Oh, he's just going to be able to run out, but there's a Chilling Smite coming in. There's a Flame Spitter, and the lifesteal not really going to be enough for Kuve. And Bengi picks up a kill.
Really greedy from Kuve in that top side. They knew that Evelyn wasn't in the mid lane, and so there was a lot of risk with using the E in that way and trying to punish Marin, and he really pays for it. So there goes the advantage of the top side. Crown on this Fizz, though. Looks like he's going for a Sheen first, getting that burst damage, and then transitioning into AP after that, probably. Going to be a death cap. So we'll see how it works out.
Bang gets caught with a nice hook, and there's the Unbreakable, but it doesn't matter. Already so much damage down onto Bang. And yeah, Kuve did get a little greedy. I mean, maybe assumed just Evelyn would show up in mid to defend, but either way, also you were pretty close to the enemy turret. Didn't have your teleport, so he's going to have to walk all the way back. Now, of course, like you mentioned, Monty, he had that lead early on, so he's not entirely behind right now. It's just he lost that lead, and that's going to matter quite a bit against Marin's Rumble.
Yes, indeed. And Kuve starting to be a little bit more conservative. Eve wants to come up here. Bengi is there. He's walking through lane right now. See if they can turn this one around. Eve has been sighted already by the Tri-Brush, and he's just going to walk in and show himself, not commit to much of anything. Scare him out of the top side. Wants to go for the Scuttle Crab instead. Take that objective away from Bengi. Marin still needs to be very careful pushing up. Did just drop a Trinket Ward in the river, so he has full coverage over that lane. And Eve really not going to find too much right now.
Oh, look at this. Crown just shoving EasyHoon out with that Sheen extra burst and now the level advantage.
This is really rough that he got the Sheen so early, because EasyHoon is in a big power drop with his tier right now, and he basically can't trade with this Fizz at the current time. So they're going to try and turn this around into another advantage.
Oh, and I think the ult went on him. He doesn't have Flash. There's a body slam. That's going to be an easy kill for Crown, and it can happen again for quite some time. Flash still down for EasyHoon.
Yeah. Rough situation. Now they're trying to turn this into an advantage for Marin. Let's see if they can get Kuve. No level 6 for Hecarim.
Yeah, Equalizer is here, and Kuve just trying to escape as much as he can. A lot of tower damage onto Marin, though Kuve might be able to actually turn this around. Bengi doesn't get it, but there's the Onslaught of Shadows and an instant double kill. Kuve, such excellent play. That little grin. And now the hook in bottom lane. We are seeing
Here
Eve
comes
come
level
down.
6. He's 6. He's
yeah,
6.
Explosive Cascade is there. Race is trying to last out as long as possible, and there's a Valkyrie forward, even with that exhaust. Fury might have gone a little too deep, but there's the Explosive Cascade against the wall, though. P-bomb right as Ezreal flashes out. Gets the kill, and Samsung taking a huge lead.
Yeah, little dicey there in terms of the gank from Eve. Not exactly very well executed. They could have gotten both of those kills, I think.
Yeah.
But they still pull off one. Kills in all 3 lanes for Samsung. They go up by 2,000 gold. Crowd is terrifying now. And that turnaround from Kuve, Bengi really overcommitting to that tower dive with Marin. And Kuve getting level 6 off the wave under the tower, so he was able to turn it around. They're getting a bit desperate here.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. I mean, you have the Evelyn, who's not known for her late game, and you have a Fizz who, if he's 2-0 and 20 CS behind, he's still all right in the game. But now he's 10 CS up. He still has a wave to clean up here. Should be able to get at least half of it, probably more, especially using his skills. And Cassiopeia is still just working on stacking up that tier. Has to go for the Null Magic Mantle just to hope to survive a little bit longer. But even if the Flash comes back up, if Eve shows up again, I mean, I don't really see EasyHoon living too easily.
Yeah, another thing that we haven't talked about yet is Kuve with the Ignite in the top lane. Not running the Smite this time, and that Ignite makes that dive even more dangerous. If he just had a Skirmisher Saber, or not even that early on in this game, it would have been an issue. But since he did have that extra true damage, he was able to really pile on. And look at what's going to happen in this game, too, as we advance the clock about 10 minutes in the future. Bang has gone tier. I really don't like this. Double tier against triple Trinity Force. SamSung's going to come into an absolutely ludicrous power spike, and I don't know if SKT is going to be able to handle it.
Kube starting the fight on Jamar, and Bengi's going to show up, but here's Eve. He does have explosive cast. Nice equalizer, but explosive cast all the way back towards the turret, and Kube just able to put out auto attack damage, and Eve just going to pick up the kill there. Ooh, the True Shot Barrage almost hitting. Wouldn't have gotten the kill, though.
Man, I really don't like the fact that Bang went tier in the bottom side. You already have a scaling mid laner. You don't have to be that greedy onto Ezreal at all.
Yeah, I mean, Fury's going to punish him really hard for that. Crown's going to punish anyone at this point in this game.
And as soon as the Trinity Force completes, I mean, Crown probably won't go Trinity Force. He'll go for the Lich Bane.
Right.
But even so, just the Sheen Burst is what's key. And they're going to be able just to dive mercilessly. So SamSung in obviously an extremely good position, not only in terms of the gold lead, but because that's accelerated a power spike against an SK Telecom team that's in a massive trough right now. So they should be able to abuse this really hard.
Oh, well, here comes the depth charge. Crown not getting his damage from the Playful Trickster, though.
Yeah,
Eve showing up a little late. So a little bit greedy. I mean, especially after Crown missed his ultimate.
Yeah, that was a miscommunication you have to feel, because Crown, without the ultimate, not really going to be able to follow up.
Yeah. Well, and, you know, he already used his Playful Tracer, so he couldn't dodge the Petrifying Gaze. So that's going to, you know, delay the next skill in mid lane for a little while, although we do still have Eve roaming about. Doesn't have the explosive cast just yet. But they will take this time to ruin Bengi's jungle, just trying to keep tabs on this Evelynn all throughout. They know the red buff is still there. Nice pink ward.
They see him.
Yeah, they see Bengi, but the bottom lane is
Cassiopeia
already
is
missing.
here.
And so Eve just going to go over the wall as we're going to activate the dragon to get some damage down. And not going to matter too much. Everyone just returns to their original positions. And Kube just charging forward. He knows he can trade pretty aggressively. He has that extra regen in terms of his items.
Yeah, Bengi going to have to clear out this pink ward right now. They know exactly where he is. They're trying to push this up. SamSung, they really need to start thinking about this dragon right now, considering the pressure that they have and the potential to score some even more kills here in the early game. Fury.
Oh, and there's the hook onto Wolf. Wolf uses his Fissure, but it's not enough. Wraith gets the instant kill. Fury takes a lot of damage. Explosive cast going to be dodged by Bang with the Arcane Shift, and there's a True Shot Barrage. Fury dodges it, but if he gets hit by one Mystic Shot, Bengi could come in, take the kill, and run out. So they will back out. Now, in the meantime, Crown picks up his Lich Bane right away and boots. He hadn't gone back since that second kill. And so
a lot of purchases about to be coming in.
Yeah, I mean, that allowed SamSung to get some farm down and catch up. He now has his parts to the Abyssal Scepter, but Crown is still going to rip through pretty much anyone he runs into if he can get the Chum the Waters on them.
Yeah, we're 3 to 4 minutes out from the big Trinity Force Lich Bane craziness that's about to happen for SamSung. And I like that they keep playing aggressively here. Look at Crown going into the jungle.
Oh, there's the Onslaught of Shadows. There's a flash forward, the slow, and the stun from Wraith, and the hook. Marin just has been locked up. Kube picks it up, and there's a Chum the Waters onto Bengi. An instant kill for Crown. This is what Fizz does if he gets the first blood.
Eve. Valk over the wall.
Yeah, Fury's going to Valk over Flash and just trying to get some burst down. Eve has been slowed down, gets the barrel onto Bang, forces the Flash out.
That's
no
a dragon
cast,
for sure right here. Fury trying to land those last skill shots. Can't quite hit it.
Very close. Crown, meanwhile, just returning safely to lane, not giving Ezreal a chance to counteract his kill. Ezreal does have both summoners. Crown doesn't have the flash. He's a little low on mana, but we have 3 people showing. Rage is getting closer for the depth charge, and there's a Petrified Gaze. Gets dodged by Crown, and there's the burst coming in. Eve picks it up. This game is running out of control in favor of SamSung.
Well, it started here with that little cheese by SKT, and it seemed like they were going to get some sort of advantage, but Eve with these nice Gragas ganks has set up Crown so well, and Bengi he got the answering gank at the top side, but then overcommitted, and with the solo kill in the mid lane, well, actually it was the second kill onto EasyHoon, and then the reverse on the tower dive in top side. Everything has just been a disaster for SKT as they just get outplayed, and it's not like they're going to be heading into a part of the game where they are strong. This is, if everything was even, this would be one of their weakest points. And now, at 14 minutes, they are down 1 kill to 10. And this is where the big items really start rolling in. Man, they're lucky that Corki doesn't have a Trinity Force yet.
Yeah, so close, but he's going to need just a little bit more time. And because of just, how you got to stagger your timings of going home, it's going to buy SKT actually a decent amount of time before Fury gets too crazy. Kuve doesn't have his ultimate, so SKT knows he doesn't have an escape, and Marn actually just going in, baiting Kuve into this fight. Kuve running right into it, but Marn's taking a lot of damage, and Kuve will just be able to run out. Wolf showing up, though, not in range. There's the equalizer. Kuve taking a lot. He has his ult now. Bengi needs to watch out. And Kuve just safely back. He has his teleport, too.
Yeah, there's True Shot Barrage.
True Shot Barrage. You see the pings going in, so Kuve just going to gallop away.
Yeah,
give up the CS.
His teammates saw that one coming, so gave him well in advance that warning.
Yeah, very well done.
Now they get some free alone time on the bottom side, some wards in bottom as well, and that's SKT just not taking a tower in the top lane. Fury slowly working his way onto this turret, just pulling the minions aside so he can deny as much CS as possible.
Meanwhile, Wraith and Eve on ward clearing duty and making sure that no one on SKT is safe, whereas they transition from one section of the map to another. Crown now level 11 has that level advantage and the ult advantage really against EasyHoon.
Nice denial by Fury. The rest of this team just getting there so they don't get experience or anything at all from this minion wave. Very well played objectives by Samsung, and that'll be even more gold in the pockets of these Samsung players. SK Telecom just not doing a whole lot this game besides getting outplayed across the board.
Yeah, everyone from Samsung now showing up the mid lane. And look at this, SKT just has to watch them charge in and then back out. You don't really have an answer because right now Bang, because he has that mana immune, he really wants to just keep farming up. He wants to clear that wave to make sure that it shoves back out and evens out a little bit. But the tower is pretty low. The turret's right there. Eve actually just goes ahead. Yes, he's supposed to cast, but the hook's not going to hit. Crown turning things around. Gets to chum the waters onto Wolf. It's not the greatest target. Equalizer actually coming in from Martin. Is this the turnaround from SKT? They do pick up one kill.
Yeah, they get one. Kuve still alone in the top side. Can TP into this if they decide
he has home guards.
They want to go all in? I think they can kill the Cassiopeia again, but they don't believe the same. So they're just going to go back up into top.
I guess, they decided, what, we took a risk there. Let's take a step back. Just refocus. It's okay. We just gave up one death, but not really wanting to risk anymore when the adrenaline's pumping through after that second death of the game for Samsung.
They need to be more decisive about that because Kuve actually lost a lot of damage onto the top side by recalling right there.
Yes.
Instead of just going for the turret kill or at least the chip damage, denying the wave a tad. And that is a problem. You really have to be more decisive about those situations and continue to stack advantages while you can. He wants Bang. Bang's low.
Yeah, he doesn't have Chum the Waters, though, so he was waiting to see if Wraith could also get an angle there. Not going to find it, so he'll just clear out that big wave. Fury now on lane pushing duty as he finishes that Trinity for us. Kuve still able to shove Marn out of lane. Marn had to go for that Seeker's arm guard, and Fury just going to take this mid tier 1. Not going to worry too much about managing the CS there in the mid lane.
That'd be quite impressive if Samsung were able to take this game, the first game loss for SKT so far this season. They've taken out Najin, they've taken out the Ku Tigers without losing a game, but Samsung giving them a lot more trouble. Here we go, tower dive.
Range just going to walk forward, gets the slow onto Mar, and he's still tanking the tower. Fury going ahead, and he Valkyries forward for the kill. Kuve now tanking the turret, but actually they can't walk back through it, and Fury just takes a lot of turret damage as he turns around for a kill. Petrifying Gaze over the wall. Fury actually flashes back over into the turret, and Kuve just trying to distract everyone as long as possible. Maybe pick up a kill onto Bengi. He's not going to get it. Meanwhile, Bang gets a kill onto Fury. Things are getting really messy for Samsung right now, and you don't have Crown here, so Samsung just trying to buy as much time as possible, but they might give away way too many kills. Crown trying to make this worth it by taking the tier 2 in mid, Wraith getting the slow, and then flashing over the wall, denying one last kill over to EasyHoon. And yeah, you get the tier 2, but that's quite a few kills going over. 3 extra kills to SKT.
They still have that large gold lead, though. It was a bit sloppy. Marin not able to actually get to the turret in time to save it. But can they kill the top tier 1? It looks like they're not going to commit to that. Let's take a look at this again. Marin flashes through. Fury wants to go onto this. There's the true shot barrage. And they commit really hard onto Bengi and Wolf right here. And it is already a 4v4 when Samsung took some turret hits, and EasyHoon therefore is able to get that isolated target, really just lay into Kuve with the twin fangs. And somehow, I didn't really catch how Fury went down in that last fight.
I think
getting targeted by Bang. But
yeah, I think possibly actually just the extra minions that were up there, or just one Mystic shot across the wall as Fury turned around. But Fury also had to take like 2 extra turret shots there as
yeah,
the
he was
communication
flashing in and out with Valk, and it was a little dirty.
Yeah, so Samsung, they do need to clean up their play a little bit. Yeah, like you mentioned, they have that lead. But if this is how every fight goes, then SKT doesn't feel too bad about where they are.
And this is the point where they're at their strongest. Look at this. 2 Trinity forces, Lichbane and Morellonomicon. They are good to go here for pressure. They have to be able to win these fights.
Equalizer, as the turret is pretty low, so Kuve decides this time I'll just give it up. Not going to bother with the onslaught of shadows. You have 2 members there. I'll respect that. Dragon does go in favor of Samsung. Now, Crown has been walking alone for quite some time. He's been able to push up that bottom lane. He's going to draw someone out there. It's going to be Marin as he has teleport. Now, Crown looking for an opportunity as someone comes in to get a kill onto Fury. But he's been noted as he watched through the jungle earlier. Crown really deep. I mean, he knows he can win any 1v1 right now.
Yeah, he just wants to get a pick as well as he can. There's the true shot barrage, and Wolf going to get delayed there as the blue buff is passed to Bang. Oh, Crown.
Oh, you can win a 1v1, but not a 2v1. And we do have Kuve coming in, and Crown's actually going to make his escape. Kuve distracting Marin long enough, but that had to be the teleport used. And the flash from Crown, too. So Crown...
Yeah, that was definitely not worth it. He didn't even really do damage to anyone in that situation. I'd love to see what went down on the bottom side of the map.
I'm assuming the ultimate had to have missed. Or as soon as he put his Chum the Waters down, Bengi counteracted with his ultimate and just denied the opportunity. Something had to have happened and gone wrong. But I really think Samsung, okay, sure, Crown can get the 1v1, but you could just kind of group and move as 5 and then just leave 1 and keep trying to go back to that one person to get those picks.
Exactly. And that's what you need to do right now. This is your time to shine. You're never going to be more powerful than you are right now if you're Samsung in comparison to the enemy who still doesn't have a Muramana, doesn't have a Seraph's Embrace. This is the time to strike.
And Samsung will be able to protect this tier 1 and bottom for now. Actually, maybe not. A lot of poke coming in. Yeah, Fury shows up though. True Sharp Barrage being used just to shove it in. And Fury getting some poke down, but Fury's low on mana.
Still, more towers in favor of Samsung. They grab the tier 1. Still holding. EasyHoon getting close to that. He's backing off as everyone goes into the bottom side jungle. He doesn't have vision any longer, and he starts to get a little bit afraid. Want to make a play, perhaps, onto this Fizz. Not really something that is the easiest to do.
Yeah, now Crown, sure, he's getting these turrets through the split push, and it's working out okay. But like you mentioned, I mean, your power lies in dueling and just trading skirmishes against SKT, and as time goes on, EasyHoon's just going to be happier about where the game is going.
And Samsung has to get the wards in right now. Look how defensively SKT is playing this game. 3 wards, pink wards in their topside jungle. They're trying to deny vision because they need to shut down Crown. They don't want him to know where they are, to have a chance to go into that jungle and create a pick by himself, but there has to be a lot better play in the vision game from Samsung if they want to pull this out. They should be grouping up as 4 and then trying to deny vision so that Fizz is constantly threatening from the jungle to get one of those solo kills.
Yeah, Samsung somehow ended up initiating this odd split push situation for themselves, which SKT prefers. I mean, Bang can just split push on his own pretty safely. EasyHoon can push out very well. Marin, obviously, with that teleport, is going to be happy split pushing. So Samsung putting themselves into a bit of a rut in terms of tempo right when they're the strongest. We keep mentioning that as the window starts to close a little bit. Sure, they still have that decent lead of 5K, but it hasn't grown since then.
Yeah, SKT at least has held out in some of these fights, started to play a smarter game, and here we go. Finally starting to actually group
there we go.
And siege a tower. This is where they need to be. Hecarim can even threaten the inhibitor at this stage.
Yeah, it doesn't have the teleport, but he can definitely threaten a lot in the bottom. Equalizer being used.
That's how threatened SKT is by this grouping early on.
Yeah, well, that is what Samsung needs to keep doing, and if they keep this up, Hecarim could constantly bounce back and forth and keep shoving out that bottom lane. They did see Marin kind of leave the top lane, so Kubi going to back out, farm the Krugs, and then Crown now going to take split pushing duty. And this is much more organized.
Yeah, they finally allocated their resources to put pressure on all 3 lanes at the same time.
Crown a little bit in danger. Now Bang does need to watch out. He doesn't want to chase too far.
Not enough vision for Samsung, though. And it actually is a blessing that Bengi is playing Eve this game, because the fact that they can't see Bengi means that they have to play a lot more cautiously than they would have otherwise. They need those pink wards to see him. Without Bengi farming, there's just not a lot of evidence about where he is on the map. 1 minute till the next dragon. This could be number 3 for Samsung, but they're still looking at a pretty late 5 dragon stack.
Yeah, Trump the waters onto Bang. Crown actually committing too much to this fight, and he can't Q over the wall onto the ground. He has to play full Trickster out, but Bengi's going to pick up that kill, and Crown's just been getting too greedy about confidently winning 1v1s. It's the second time that you thought you had a 1v1, turned into a 2v1. You have to realize what's going on now.
Yeah, and Bengi's there. They're trying to bait this out as best they can, and they're finding the opportunities. Bang using the heal right there. He's got so much burst sustain or burst healing with the Blade of the Ruined King as well.
Yeah, just Bengi playing very wisely, knows exactly what Samsung's goal is, and is there to shut it down. Bengi is the ultimate tilter of Korean League of Legends. Brings out the Nunu, tilts the enemy team, tilts the enemy assassin in mid lane.
That's a great bait from Bang, though.
It was. I mean, Bang just sitting there, getting hit by Chum the Waters. Of course, I'm sure he would have also been fine not getting hit by it, but it didn't matter, so he wasn't too concerned about it. Now, Samsung, this is what this game has devolved into. They are just desperately waiting for a pick. The True Shot Barrage did go down onto Dragon, so SKT knows they're not there just yet. Meanwhile, Kube picked up tier 2 and top, and can he get away from this? He's charging up his movement speed, but Bengi's catching up with the damage, and he's just going to keep going with his own movement speed. There's the harpoon onto Kube. That's the end of that robotic pony. And we will have Samsung pick up their 3rd dragon, but they're losing a lot. I mean, they're trading evenly at this point with what they're taking. In fact, SKT taking a 2nd turret.
Well, they traded right there a tier 2 for a tier 1. They got a tier 2 and a dragon for a tier 1 and a kill. So that's still in their favor as long as SKT doesn't do something like take the Baron right now. And they're at least threatening it. That is something that Samsung has to take seriously. Fury, no mana though.
Yeah, Fury has had some issues with his mana management because he's so busy just clearing the lanes because his teammates are off split pushing. Samsung, I think they can really afford to group up. Yeah, sure, SKT has just the better team fight on paper, but you don't have to fight their way just because you're grouped as 5.
Right, well, here we go. Hecarim now back up, zipping into bot lane with the home guards.
Taking a little detour on the Gromps just to make sure that he stays up and farm. I mean, he still has a level advantage. Oh, now Marn just catching up to level 15. But look at this. We were at 10-1 kill score. Now 11-7 already. Yiziun has the Abyssal on top of the Saracen Embrace. You've got the Muramana now finished for Bang. The Leandries and another Abyssal coming in for Marin. Face of the Mountain also for Wolf. So just a lot of ways to deny that assassination from Crown too. Zonias will be coming in soon enough on both of these top and mid laners for SKT, I'm sure.
Still just not a lot of wards on this Baron. SKT is able to keep eyes on it pretty much constantly. They're trying to sweep it out, but a Baron fight would be a great way for Samsung to press this edge a little bit more. Although they are going to have trouble. Crown really needs a Zonia's Hourglass right now to stay alive in some of these fights. And there are still wards everywhere around that pit, including in the brush. Wraith is standing in insufficient pinks at that objective, just 1. Now I have 2 now.
All right, there's the True Shot Barrage coming in as they saw Wraith leave the brush. They want to make sure they keep vision of that Baron, because that Baron could change a lot. I mean, that could really allow Samsung to play this full split push style that they've been focusing on. Here we go, grouping as 4, and this is going to allow Crown to pick up those kills again. Right now, he needs a little bit more oomph, and Bengi's going to get caught. There's a depth charge, and that should be an easy body slam. Chump the waters, and the burst coming in from Crown. That's a quick kill onto Bengi. He was pretty tanky, but still with 3 people on extra lockdown, you're not really going to get out of that one. Kube taking a lot of damage from Marin because of that Leandri's Torment.
What are they going to do? Are they actually going to go for the Baron right now? They have to do something with that kill. They're just recalling and losing all their wards.
Oh man, I mean, they got rid of the Locket of the Iron Solari with that kill too on the side of SKT. Now, Eve didn't get hit by the Winter's Bite.
They weren't even able to defend their wards off of that situation because Crown went into the top lane to push out the minion wave, and they had too many recalls. So now they're kind of back to square one. That kill did nothing.
Yeah, well, it gave Crown a kill. That is about where that ended, and we were impressed by Crown's play in lane, and you know, he's been able to dominate very well so far, but his split pushing and his incessant need for farming those side lanes is proving to be a bane for Samsung.
Well, it's also just the reality of Fizz right now in the current meta. It is very difficult to close games on this champion if teams know how to play around it. His play style is pretty binary in terms of the split pushing or the backline dive, so if you're prepared for it, it's a good place to be in. An Easy who not so easily killable by the Fizz anymore. Abyssal Scepter and Seraph's Embrace, so a lot of shield, a lot of MR to help deal with that pick.
Yeah, well, Bengi gonna run right into Eve once again. Eve will just back out. Samsung going for the Scuttle Crab. It's going to go down very quickly. Ward coming over the wall as Kuve continues to charge down bottom lane. Marin going to come meet him. It's going to be the Mech Yordle versus Robot Pony Joust.
That's what I always look forward to in my medieval tournaments.
Well, Samsung, now with the Scuttle Crab, they have guaranteed vision of this Baron buff for some time, but for what good? I mean, if you're just going to sit there on top of the Scuttle Crab, it's not exactly going to help you too much. Fury now transitioning nowhere, right onto the Scuttle Crab. There we go, clearing out some more wards, and Kuve has gone back. He can teleport in. Marin is still in lane, so Kuve has that home guard advantage, but he's sitting in base for a long time. I mean, they're trying so hard to bait this out. Oh, and here comes Bengi. He's going to run right into the enemy team, and there's the shields from his ultimate, actually. That's pretty huge on 4 people. Petrifying Gaze onto 3 people, and Fury gets the kill onto EasyU, and EasyU down. Kuve goes in and chases Bang out of the fight. Fury has been exhausted, but he's going to use Summer to heal. He's trying to get out of it, and Crown forces everyone to run away. He gets another kill, and Kuve still locking up 3 people all on his own in the front. There's the hook back, giving another kill for Fury, and Samsung now walking towards the Baron pit.
Now, that was a very long bait from Samsung, and their patience actually made it work. Eventually, Samsung deciding that they had to face check that objective. They get the True Shot Barrage, but Marin has no equalizer to actually finish this up, Bang very low.
Yeah, Marin going in, they do just give the Baron over, and Chum the Water's not hitting, but Kuve does not care. Ah, nice arcane shift over the wall. It's going to save Bang's life. And Marin, you know, at that point, you knew your teammates still had some time anyway. Just trying to go for the chance steal with the damage over time from his Flame Spitter.
Well, SKT, we could have seen that a lot earlier in this game, realistically, from Samsung, too. As soon as they denied that vision, they were able to convert that advantage. And as soon as the True Shot Barrage was down, there really wasn't anything to check anymore. And Samsung just waited so long that SKT thought surely they must be doing it right now. And naturally, they had Bengi walk in first. They don't have a great way to check brushes besides Mystic Shot. And
Depth charge onto EasyU too, and then the hook right after allows him to just get killed. He uses Petrifying Gaze, but he just gets sent right in front of Fury. That's a beautiful explosive cast. Good equalizer from Marin, but not enough. Meanwhile, now Samsung contesting this red buff. They're going to have to walk away as SKT uses a lot of their abilities just to chase them out. True Shot Barrage down once again, and Fury just trying to put some poke damage down. But now with the Baron buff, their split pushing is all the more powerful. They have 4 stacks of Dragon, so now they can threaten that 5th stack, and then 5 stacks. Their team fight's going to be pretty good. Bengi using that Locket of the Iron Solari because he's scared of these empowered minions.
well, up until that last play, it was really quite close, but now it's likely over the top in favor of Samsung.
Yeah.
SKT fought back well this game, considering the disaster that occurred during the laning phase, but you really have to question SKT's builds that led them to this inevitability, where they had just such a huge trough in power with this double tier. I think Bang's build was really quite poor, not compensating for Cassiopeia's relative weakness in the early game.
Yeah, great. With that extra attack speed from his runes and masteries, clears the ward. And Crown still split pushing, but again with the Baron buff, it's going to matter a lot. Kuve also pushing down the bottom. They can pressure a lot more. And sure, SKT has some wave clear in mid thanks to the Cassiopeia and the Ezreal, but Fury has a lot of poke damage at the same time. Now Eve did also go home during the Baron buff, wanted to finish a couple more items, now has that Frozen Heart, top of the locket, and the other defense items he started with. So Eve should be a really sturdy front line. Now what can they do with this pressure in the 3 lanes? Bang being sent back to deal with the top lane from Crown, that range being pretty important. Marin has been overheated. Meanwhile, Fury, a big one onto Bengi. Doesn't get hit by the Winter's Bite. It's going to matter a lot. And just trying to poke down the turret with his Bloodthirster shield, making good use of it. This is a very slow but pretty surefire push coming in from Samsung.
Yeah, and the inhibitor turret in the top side nearly already dead for what Crown is doing to it with his Lich Bane. Fury going to take a tier 2. Kuve gets some nice damage onto an inhib turret himself. Now they're just going to back off. Baron buff's out, so might as well reset up at this stage. They got a bunch of money. Spend it while you can, and then start to prep for Dragon number 5.
Yep, they got about 2 minutes left for that Dragon. And yeah, lots of damage done to the inhibitor turret. So sure, you didn't end up getting the burst gold from those structures, but you got the tier 2, and now you can pressure the split push again, continuously just being really effective, although it was a little bit of a slump in the mid game.
Here they go. Crown just take a few minions for the hell of it, I guess. I mean, he's going to be in a pretty good place in terms of items. Has that Zhonya's Hourglass. That's one more tool for him to survive once he gets into the back line, as well as mitigate the attack damage from Bang. Very helpful pickup. EasyHoon still working his way up to his. If EasyHoon had that, that would be pretty big for him.
Yeah, EasyHoon just going for more damage, just trying to rely on that Saris Embrace, but that's not going to be enough if Eve gets another good explosive cast. So the Zhonyas will have to come by at some point. A nice ward in lane by SKT to keep track of who's shoving which lane from Samsung. They're going to be aware of where Crown is. Who will they allocate to take care of that? There are 2 members in the jungle for Samsung, though, to provide backup and an easy kill for this Fizz once again. So much CC from Nautilus and Gragas put together.
You do have to admire EasyHoon's play, though. He died 3 times very early in this game, and now we're at 38 minutes nearly, and he has died only once more.
Yes.
So playing safe, actually being an effective force even when playing from behind, which can be said of pretty much everybody on SKT at this point.
Yeah. And Bengi just showing up to make sure Kuve doesn't take this inhibitor turret. Two-Shot Barrage also coming in. That's going to chase him out. 1:20 left on Dragon. 20 seconds afterwards, Baron comes into play. Crown still looking for the sweet 1v1 kills, but SKT is really smart. They don't want to give that up anymore. They're not taking any chances the moment they see Crown anywhere in their own jungle.
And Samsung's already prepped this Dragon so well. On that split push, they made sure to clear vision well away.
Yeah.
There are no wards from SK Telecom really anywhere close to the Dragon right now.
Yeah, just only in the bottom lane, so they were only able to keep track of where Crown was in relation to that timing. 45 seconds though. What will SKT do during this time? They're trying to push out a little bit with that ward next to the Raptors. They feel comfortable pushing back up to the tier 1. And Fury using his mana just to clear out the wave as soon as possible, give them some more breathing room near the Dragon. Now red buff spawns. SKT, can they safely go for it? I don't think so. Fury and Crown is here. Kuve has that teleport. They're going to go ahead and start it. Bang should be able to burst it down. Fury might steal it though.
Got it.
Yeah, all right. Well, it's going to hurt a little bit. It's not the end of the world, but does matter a bit as Bang tries to get a lot of poke down from afar. He doesn't get the slow nor the true shot or the true damage. And 5th Dragon is up. Kube already going home to prep that home guard. And he could just come in a little bit earlier just to keep SKT distracted, but SamSung, oh, there we go. They were waiting for Kube, and Marin sees him, so Kube just turns all the way around and gets onto Ezion. Ezion in the way back. Crown does get completely zoned by the equalizer, but Kube's so strong. He's been exhausted. He's been petrifying Gaze, and he's still alive. There's the Chump the Waters onto Bengi, but they're distracted by Marin. A kill for Fury, a kill for Crown. That's 2 men down from SKT. The jungler also down, and it should be the 5th Dragon. That's what SamSung really cares about. They don't need to chase the ace in this fight.
Yeah, and that was a really good fight. It's not really going to get better for that for SKT. They had the Bramble in the choke point, just absolutely zoning out Crown and Fury from the fight while they were able to kite out Kube. Marin was wrapping around the pit, maybe overcommitted to trying to stop Kube from getting into that fight, but SamSung just so far ahead.
Yeah, and here's the Baron setup, Wraith marching forward. But they know that SKT shouldn't be too crazy to be trying to take that with just 3 people. So they're going to shove the mid lane out first, maybe even just pressure it. And here we go, now going for that vision. Ezion with that elixir. And now has that death cap also. Looks like he will finally be prepping that Zhonya's. Uh-oh, 3 men set up for a pick onto Wraith. Wraith failed the first war, but gets the second one. Finds the 3 of them. And SamSung kind of really wants that Skull Crab. Just going to smite it. He will have to wait if they want to go for Baron, but it's not going to be too bad. Now everyone on SKT is up. And everyone on SamSung is starting the Baron because they have 5 Dragon stacks. Locking up the Iron Solar used to just deny that extra damage from the True Sharp Barrage. And here comes a charge in from Kube. But SamSung just going to back out. None of their initiates hit. There's the equalizer. Just buying SKT some time. It does seem a little bit misled. Doesn't do the damage. I mean, SamSung can still just go back. That's an important ultimate use. I mean, if you use it on the entrance of the Baron Pit right now, it'd be so much better, but Bang gets caught by the hook, and there's the depth charge, and there's the Chump the Waters onto Wolf. A quick kill for Crown as Kube charges forward, picks up a kill, and zones Ezihoon out of the entire fight. The Cassiopeia is missing in action as we see Eve pick up another kill, and SamSung should be able to push through and finish the game.
Yeah, they're looking for the kill right here. Kube can just home guard back in. They don't want to give him a chance to die to the damage over time with a full health Ezihoon. Instead, go for the inhibitor. They may just, we'll see if they try and finish or if they're actually going to turn. Looks like they are going to go for the kill. They do have those 2 Sheens.
Yeah, Cassiopeia doesn't have her ultimate either, so you just got to dodge those poison pools. And then Crown just styling on the turret a little bit. Victorious dance, Chum the Waters being used, trying for the kill onto Ezion. Crown hungry for more. Playful Zhonya's right there. Explosives cast being used as Fury finishes the game, and SamSung ties it up 1-1 against SKT, giving them their first loss in any one game.
Yeah, Rek'Sai and Cassiopeia, that's much more valuable to SamSung because they want to take that Rek'Sai with that last pick. They can hide whether it's a top lane or a jungler until the last one. So I don't really like this draft. We'll see how it plays out from SamSung, but I think the mind games could have come in more had they taken out Azir instead of the Gragas.
To be fair, while we haven't seen as much of Bengi's Gragas than other people's, Bengi was known in the solo queue ranks for a lot of his Gragas play, and whenever we did see it, he was really good. And generally, I think just a lot of teams saying Gragas, he just creates too many unpredictable fights, and you just don't want to deal with that. Also opens up the Vayne possibility, of course. So SamSung choosing for a little bit more of an obvious pick and ban, but following through with it, and goes ahead and takes the Corki away, and then the Nautilus.
So 2 of the same picks from their composition last time. It's just the Gragas wasn't taken, so it does bump the Nautilus up, apparently, a little bit in terms of priority. SK Telecom, just take the Cassiopeia here. I don't see why you wouldn't. You're not worried about the Fizz anymore. That's why you banned the Fizz. You have the Cassiopeia option. Although, again, the Azir could be the first Victor we've seen since
it has been left open.
Patch change as well. But Faker, again, competitively undefeated on Cassiopeia.
Yeah, well, he needs to make sure he's undefeated in as many as possible. Got to catch them all, Monty.
Well, yeah, but you have to catch them and then do it again. So the bounty gets higher and higher and higher as it goes on. You see.
Just waiting for the mid lane GP from Faker one day. Oh, and the Victor lock-in.
It's been a while since we've seen Victor in Korea due to all of his bugs. This is the first week Victor is available on 5.9. We were playing 5.9 last week without Victor.
That's true, and this does make sense for the Fizz ban too. Victor also pretty stationary. Fizz can jump onto him relatively quickly. Yeah, sure, Victor can try to counteract the damage. He has a shield and the eventual stun, but just going to pick that up without the huge threats there. Crown talking a lot. He seems to have some strong opinions on what to play or how to match this up.
His Azir has been good, so maybe he goes for that. I'm not sure about that matchup. We really haven't had Victor and Azir in the meta at the same time. You'd think that Victor would still have a rough time against Azir and the poke that he brings forward.
Yeah, it could be rough. The advantage that Victor has compared to some other people, just like Lulu, would be the fact that you can get a shield and you can also have your own long-range poke. So I think especially given just the caliber of Faker, at most it'd probably even out in lane. And then, ooh, the Nidalee coming back out for SamSung. And the Hecarim once again for Cuvée.
Maybe going for that pocket pick, and they will. Lots of pressure now. What are they doing in the mid lane? Because this tells me that they want to kill mid again.
Yeah. Well,
there's no hard CC in the top side for a Hecarim kill. So I think they really have something weird here to kill the Victor. I'm wondering if it's a Rise.
Okay. Well, it does have that targeted CC. Still on 5.9 though, so not as monstrous as we saw earlier this week from the LCS. Leona being hovered over by Wolf. Alistair's gone. It is another hard initiate, which they are lacking a little bit here, but they also have some options in the top lane.
Yeah,
Maokai is open.
They currently don't have a primary form of engage, and they have to rectify that either through their support or their top laner. Usually Rek'Sai not so reliable, and they will just, I think Maokai Thresh will solve all your needs.
I think that's really good, and especially with the Spears coming in, you want someone who can, worst case, just tank it out a little bit in the front line alongside Rek'Sai. So Maokai will be the pick, and with Maokai there, you don't need to take the risk with the Solar Flare on Leona. You can be a little bit more surefire with the Thresh.
Okay, could go for the Cassiopeia themselves.
That's disappointing. I was getting all excited, Monty.
Yeah, but I just really prefer Nidalee jungle when you have a lot of hard CC in the lane, so you have better setup for the spear and the gap closer, and you can maximize your damage in the early game. Certainly it can work, but it's not as reliable.
Well, he's hovering over it, he's getting ready. Looks like that should be the pick. 20 seconds left, but they're just mulling it over. Crown possibly just taking this extra time to consider which runes and masteries to take, of course. It is valuable time.
I'm not sure. Cassiopeia, like you were saying, has to get pretty close right there, and Victor is able to trade pretty effectively with his Q. It's going to be a lock-in.
Yeah, all right. Well, Crown, at this point, he's deciding he just has to play it safe. So Nidalee has to go somewhere else if Nidalee wants some surefire ganks. Because like you mentioned, if you get close, Faker absolutely wins the trades. If not, you can still get poked out with the Death Ray.
Okay, SamSung here. They've got a lot of early punch from their jungler. Can they put it to good use, though? There's not great kill pressure from their solo lane, so they're kind of looking to Nautilus at that stage, but against Ezreal might be a little bit tricky against that Lantern. Yeah. I'm really not seeing a lot of opportunities here for Nidalee in the early game, so as long as SKT plays pretty conservatively, they should be okay.
And I really like the Thresh over the Leona because of that too. You can deny the Nidalee jumping in with the Flay. Just a lot more versatility in lane. So SamSung kind of picked themselves into a situation where the enemy knows what you have to do, you know what you have to do, but the options aren't really there. SKT, meanwhile, just a really sturdy composition. Faker, the only one who's in kind of danger of getting caught out, but again, no hard CC in that lane until level 6. And of course, it's also Faker, so we will find out.
You also have to get on top of him as Nidalee, so he can just gravity field under his own feet as well, which presents a problem for Eve continually doing damage.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a tough game to get through for Samsung, and maybe this is what we talked about earlier, Monty. Samsung does drop off as the series continuously run out of options, but we'll see how it turns out in game number 3 as we jump into the Rift. Last cheers for SKT and Samsung today. After this one, we will have another fun matchup between LZIM and KT Rolster. See, KT Rolster continues their roller coaster climb upwards.
Will they have a roller coaster climb downwards, however, is the question. Faker's family here today, so at least they get one game of seeing him play.
Yeah, you know, I wonder if Faker's relatives just come to the studio every game now to ensure that Faker gets at least one game play. They're like, really, Koma, are you still not going to put him in the booth?
It's the Faker insurance policy. Well,
would be pretty funny. But I'm sure they obviously, of course, support the team. I mean, Faker stayed with this team despite allegedly getting so many offers globally after last year. He stayed true and loyal to the team. Says a lot.
I'm sure the team also offered him.
Well, I'm sure.
Some nice payment, but
but still, I mean, just a lot of people left Korea, man, and he decided to stick through and stick with Koma.
It is true, but also just in terms of SK Telecom's reputation as an esports team in this country, they have been the premier team for many years now.
Across different titles.
Across different titles, and they've been willing to put more money into this scene than anyone else. So it does make sense. And there we go. Looking at the win rates, only 40% for Eve's Nidalee.
Yeah, played it a lot when he first entered the scene, when Nidalee was kind of the hot stuff for everyone. And it's kind of hit or miss back then. Now it's become a pocket pick that he jumps back to.
Indeed. So Marin just going to take a couple wolves there, then head straight up into the lane. Kuve wants to go for the camp and then teleport back up top. He will be probably, see what he gets in terms of his items. Gets just some mana and health pots to round out his inventory, and then TP's right back in. So Ignite again for Kuve. Not looking for the Cinder Hulk build.
Yeah, just going to have some more lane pressure, have some more kill perk late game when he sticks on to most likely Faker. With that Ezreal there, Faker getting some nice trades in, and Crown, if you're not going to win the damage trades, this is what you need to do. You need to at least stack up your passive, and that's the other danger. It's that you can't initiate that first. You always have to wait for Faker to turn his back after he comes in for a trade.
Yeah, he looks like Crown just wants to play this out in a little more farm-centric manner. Faker allowing the wave to push back to him, wants to put Crown in a bit of an uncomfortable situation. He does have the longer range poke with the Death Ray.
Very true. So Crown at level 3, just trying to even out in health and mana, and he succeeds in doing so. And after having pushed it up a little bit, Crown is slightly ahead in experience. But Crown now in slight danger of farming. He's going to get poked out by the Death Ray. Faker taking some hits from the minions. So exciting.
It is. The dynamics of Victor and Cassiopeia unfolding before our very eyes, Chobra.
In their natural habitats of the mid lane. Well, just going to see Crown get a ward down. If you don't want to take any risk, you know that Bengi most likely on the top side. And here we go. That bottom lane, we talked about it. It's kind of the only place where you have that surefire CC. And Bang gets a hit onto Wraith. But again, Bang's probably actually not the easier target here. It's probably going to be Wolf, and Wolf dodges right behind the minion.
Notice Eve doesn't even show, though.
Yeah.
Just goes right back to the Tri-Brush. Bang and Wolf.
Oh, wow. So patient by Eve. Eventually going back, though.
See if he completes the recall here. Bang and Wolf are playing very cautiously after that initial push, so knowing that jungle path and seeing when he could actually be there to gank on the bottom side, they played cautiously when the caution is well-deserved, even though it's a nice pathing right there. Okay.
Oh, and Faker gets into the duel and baits Crown in as Bengi comes up for the knock-up. An easy first blood for Faker, and Crown, I mean, he warded the top side himself and left himself completely vulnerable to the bottom side.
He was playing on the bottom side when his ward was on the top side, yes, absolutely. So a little bit awkward there. Eve here now as well. Bengi coming in for another knock-up. Eve just pouncing out of the way.
Yeah, well, that's going to be a little tough a hook onto Wolf, but there we go. I mean, the play and now the counter hook from Wolf with the death sentence. Of course, Wraith has that shield, but you have the arcane shift for Ezreal and you have the flay for Wolf. You don't have a way to guarantee you go into the auto attack for Wraith to continue that CC chain.
And now the boots for Faker as well, just making him even more efficient in his Q trades by running up faster and disengaging faster after he gets that auto attack. That can be very annoying to deal with. Also, level 1 in his Hex Core, so he will have that extra bit of damage at the end of his Death Ray.
Yeah, that's going to be quite annoying onto Crown. Look at that.
It's really difficult to deal with Victor at this stage, but Eve is going to try. Faker is...
Oh, Faker got the stun, so he walks forward. He's just going to flash right out of there. He was baiting it in because look at this. Bengi here again, and Crown gets hit by the Death Ray, but he is going to dodge the damage from Bengi. And Faker gets hit by the spear, not the target Eve wanted. Man, if Bengi had gotten hit, that would have been a kill for Eve.
Smart of SK Telecom to disengage. They didn't have vision in that brush. They don't want to just get kited endlessly by that speed from Cassiopeia and the spears from Eve. So they parry the gank and then head right back to farming. They did lose the flash onto Faker, however.
Yeah, and now Ghost being used by Faker as he tries to run away. The hook not going to hit, and look at the ultimate coming in from Faker. It's going to be enough to take down Crown with the very last hit. Keeps it on Cassiopeia all throughout. Nice death sentence onto Wraith, and there's Gravity. He gets stunned right at the end of it. Faker just doing damage from afar. Bengi picks up that one. And the game is slipping away from Samsung already at 6-7 minutes.
And this is why I had the question about the Cassiopeia, because we saw a lot of spears missing from Eve in these little skirmishes. There's just not a great setup for Nidalee. Crown gets all in right there. Wraith coming in from the bottom, but Wolf is already there. Look at this. Faker has the Ghost. Lantern's back. That Chaos Storm just barely enough. Now watch this. Oh, you don't get to see the spear from Eve miss, but the gravity field well placed, and that is 2-0-1 for Faker already.
Kuve already used Onslaught of Shadows to start this duel. Marin low on mana, but Kuve, dodges away from Bengi, but gets slowed by the Arcane Smash. Bengi looking for that knockup. Kuve just trying to draw as much time as possible and pressure Marin. I don't know where Kuve's going. Oh, he's waiting for Eve, but he's taking too much damage.
Whoops.
And now the game is completely deteriorating. There's just so many knockups that Eve has no control over Nidalee. And the 40% win rate continues to drop. Well, Samsung,
I do like the Eve pick, or the Nidalee pick for Eve.
Oh, Bang just used the True Sharp Barrage. He's low on mana. He has to flash out. The hook missing again from Wraith too. It's miss all your skill shots day for Samsung apparently in this third game. I mean, they were so spot on in game number 2. And even in game number 1, they played it well. But it looks like they are a little bit rushed right now in all their skill shots. And also in the mid lane, really a lot of credit to Faker too. I mean, he used his Ghost as soon as he saw Wraith earlier come in to dodge that dredge line.
Hello.
Hello, Crown. There's the Chaos Storm. And Wolf just going to take the Petrifying Gaze for his teammates. Faker doing enough damage with his abilities from afar.
With everybody still coming back up, that was a very low-risk dive. And there's just no one else to stop it from Samsung, so that snowball keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger right now in favor of SKT. And it's just, you can tell the difference in coordination between these two teams. Eve just a little bit out of sync with his lanes. Meanwhile, Wolf there for the instant Lantern onto Faker. They've been responding a lot better to these all-ins. And Samsung also, you have to keep in mind, Faker had that immediate power boost when he got the Hex Core for his item. But tier, it's 2 tiers for Eve and Crown.
I was looking at that earlier.
We know Eve likes to go fast tier. He really, really does, because he likes to stack it up into a Seraph's Embrace as quickly as he possibly can. But that also means that maybe you can't 2v2 in this situation with 2-tier champions. And that's why I thought that Cassiopeia really wouldn't be picked in the mid lane here, because there's just not enough power in that 2v2 to make Faker hurt early.
Yeah, you're missing both factors, the hard CC and the damage here with Cassiopeia in the laning phase. And Crown, I mean, sure, if you dodge the Death Ray and then you go on for the engage while we look at this gank in top lane, Kube does have Onslaught of Shadows. He's just going to ult out of there and continue running away, hightailing off the top lane.
He loses a lot of minions, though, as a result.
Yeah, Marin and Bengi just making sure no one else shows up to pick it up either. And wow, Samsung just getting really shut down by SKT in Game 3.
Samsung just can't hold it together for an entire best of 3 ever. It's disappointing because this team has flashes of brilliance, but when it comes to getting a victory in an entire series, they just can't make it work.
Yeah, well,
except against Spenu.
Well, Spenu has a lot to learn, and they definitely seem to be learning here and there, but they're very new to all of this as a 5-man roster. So, yeah, I mean, what can Crown do? He can just stack up his passive when Faker chooses to give him the option. 0-3-0 for the Cassiopeia and 40 CS behind.
For me, at the end of this season, Samsung is looking like a pretty clear-cut, like 7th place team. They're definitely a tier above Anarchy, Spenu, and IM, but beyond that, they don't seem to have what it takes to really take out anybody higher. But here we go. Crown just going to run away.
Yep, well, Eve was there cleaning the ward, so SKT choosing not to chase too far, but Bengi just saying back off. This tower's mine. There's the Chilling Smite to make sure that take the long way around. And bottom lane, Fury gets caught with the exhaust, and the Death Sentence and play over the wall. They almost just get the kill right there. They don't want to commit over the wall, though.
But again, look at how well SKT is denying minions. That was like 2 waves worth of experience that Crown couldn't touch. Faker's 2 levels up now.
Yeah.
So SKT just punishing to the maximum possible degree in this game, and Crown suffering incredibly hard as a result. He's nearly at 50% CS. So Bengi doing absolutely the right thing, just zoning him out as much as possible. And that is just absolutely devastating.
5.5k gold advantage at 12 minutes and 20 seconds for SKT.
Faker is just exacting vengeance for what happened to EasyHoon in the last game. He's
Yeah.
like, Crown, how do you like it when it happens to you, huh? This is what happens when you do this. I get to come in.
Meanwhile, Kuve's tower gets taken. Just trying to put some damage down to Marn. Not going to matter too much. Marn does have the Ninja Tabbies. Fury dangerously low. True Shot Barrage is up. Heal comes in from Eve. But Nidalee's no Soraka, so Fury going to look to go back. Bang not using his True Shot Barrage. Oh, there he goes, and not going to find Fury. He'll find him here. Oh, nope.
Right through the stonework instead.
Ezreal destroying the Summoner's Rift. Well, SKT, I mean, yeah, the bottom lane is in no rush to necessarily push too far and hard. He's got that tier. He's happy just farming up. He's got a slight lead. No Trinity Force for Fury just yet. And of course, your mid lane is much stronger, so there's that threat against Samsung also. Faker now 3-0-1. Got that Morellonomicon right after the first upgrade on his Hex Core. So an augmented Death Ray.
So scary to have this many items this early in the game. Nearly 14 minutes, and he is just absolutely rolling.
So 6-0. Now already 6k ahead for SKT. It's starting to widen quite a bit with those tier 1s going down in top and mid. And the Dragon is available for both teams, so we'll see if SKT sets some vision around it. Maybe just immediately pressures that bottom lane with the power that Victor has right now. While Kuve just having a bit of a tough time stabilizing the top lane, but he'll hold on just fine. He just can't push forward and be as aggressive as Hecarim likes to be with that Ignite.
SKT being super cautious about this Dragon. They don't even have a mid lane turret right now to stop them from shoving this wave, and they still won't quite go for it. Methodical play into the Dragon. Very cautious wards, even with this huge, huge advantage.
Yeah, they just wait until they make sure they got eyes on everyone in the last 5 seconds. It was a free Dragon. They take it. Gold goes up slightly, but the power continues to grow by quite a bit. And now a pink ward there from Samsung to know that SKT sees that, but what can Samsung do to stop it? Wraith is going to check it out, but nope, he decides it's too dangerous as Faker shows up. He wants to pick up this blue. Just bringing it closer back to him as it resets, and Marin gets hit by a spear, but really not that much damage coming for Eve. Eve actually takes a huge chunk, but Onslaught of Shadows will secure the kill for Kuve. Meanwhile, we do have Bengi getting caught by the dredge line as Fury is left all alone. A nice death ray as he just walks out casually by Faker.
Yeah, Faker is just absolutely taking over this game. You can see how much synergy he and Bengi have in the laning phase here, as well as Wolf's roams were quite good. And the advantage to Bang playing Ezreal is he needs very little babysitting, and that means that Thresh is a lot bigger of a force on the map. We definitely saw in those early ganks that got Faker so incredibly far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that really is the other big difference.
Marin.
Uh-oh, Marin comes up with home guards, and Eve is caught behind. Marin saw how much damage he did to this Nidalee before. The sapling not going to hit at the end. Oh, he can't get his ultimate popped onto Eve as Bengi shows up. The Death Dress goes out. The Righteous Glory from Marin going forward to pick up the kill, and Faker shows up to get the last hit onto Kuve. Wraith has now been exhausted in Gravity Field, and Bengi picks up another kill. There's just a kill parade now for SKT.
Well, remember that in the last game, Samsung was in a similar position, 10-1 kills very early in the game. But I don't think that SK Telecom is going to struggle as mightily as Samsung did when it comes to closing. And that really is one of the bigger differences between these two teams right now, is converting an edge into a victory.
Yeah, and as I was mentioning earlier, I mean, the big other difference between Ezio and Faker, again, the synergy between Faker and Bengi, which is where it all starts, and then the rest of the team kind of centering around that. Ezio and Tom not exactly at the same level in terms of teamwork. Both of them have a lot of merit, and Ezio himself is very consistent, but it does seem to kind of delve into just the backup plan of let's rely on Ezio. Whereas, I mean, they've won games handily earlier. I mean, we saw
Faker
that in
is
the
sieging
finals.
a turret 1v3 right now. Zoning him out with the gravity well, and they have to use a smite just to keep him from killing it.
Yeah.
They're very afraid. He has home guard boots too, so he's able just to push, 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 and get back into lane, surprise people for ganks.
Yep, some more augments for his skills at the same time.
Yeah, augmented Q as well.
Yeah, so Faker, he takes the spear, but he's not too concerned. Marin not going to hurt too much from that second spear javelin coming out from Nidalee. And Samsung, again, just doesn't have the answer to block this off. SKT also not prone to making as many mistakes as Samsung might have in game number 2 in order to secure this game. Now,
Yeah.
Wolf
Faker's solo pushing too is just ridiculous. Like, the fact that he's able to exert this much pressure by himself is pretty amazing. Going to go back and get a needlessly large rod. The amount of items he has under 20 minutes is...
That's pretty insane. And this is really the difference between, sure, if you have Fizz, you don't have the wave clear, but then you have the escape. But you know what, if you don't have an escape, you just ward better, your teammates get vision for you, and then you can shove out the lanes really well with this Victor. Well, Kuve just trying to farm up, really. He doesn't want to get into a full-blown trade here, especially with more minions on Marin's side.
It's a testament to how far Marin is ahead that he doesn't have...
Whoa, hello, Eve. And goodbye. And thanks for the red buff.
Wow.
Well, Kuve now is scared.
So short-lived Nidalee, but Nidalee has a Magus enchantment here, so pretty much zero tankiness.
Yeah, and Faker has just a lot of AP. There is a dredge line from Wraith, but no one can follow up on that as Fury's taking quite a few hits from Bang. And Bang uses a True Shot Barrage, not going to get a kill. I don't think it even hit Fury, so that's fine. Faker gets yet another turret. Faker does this. Like, when he hasn't played that day or, you know, in a couple games, he comes back and then he makes sure he gets the most kills and the most objectives and the most assists. He just gets the most everything.
He's taking so much solo gold, too, from killing these towers all by himself. He's just banking up right now. I'd love to see what the gold differential between him and Crown is. It's probably like 2 or 3K already.
Yeah, I would imagine. So already 70 CS up, 6 kills and 2 assists, taking local gold from the turrets all on his own. And Faker just so confident right now. And again, a lot of this also comes from the fact that his teammates back it up. They get the vision for him. They make sure they balance out the map pressure alongside him so that Faker can do this. And you can't forget that eventually it is still a team game, and as good as Faker might be, his team is just kind of flip-flopping around the jungle, then this won't be as effective.
Wow, they're still pressing forward. 30 seconds until this dragon. They have so much money in their pockets from tower destruction that they should probably go back and start thinking about setting up for another objective. And
yeah, well,
Faker just going to take the Krugs before he recalls, just absolutely devouring the Samsung side of the map. And there you go. Oh, it was way more than I thought. It was nearly 5,000 gold. 4,500 gold.
Wow, that's really monstrous.
That is a beatdown.
You have the Luden's Echo now on top of 2 augments, Umbrella, Namakan, and Home Guards.
20 minutes. 20 minutes.
Yeah, nice blue buff transition over to Bang. Poor Crown. He has an Abyssal Scepter. Good for you.
Well, he had his time in the sun. Chobra was last game where he was torturing Easy Hoon, and now he's just being absolutely bodied.
Wow. Yeah, not much you can do. Blade of the Ruin can finish for Bang, so you can pretty much solo this dragon. He's got that sustain, he's got the damage on objectives. And Bang also, I mean, this time around, that Mana Immune build working out just fine with Faker dominating this mid game for the entire team.
They're going to go for the inhibitor turret that they actually have a little bit of damage on, or just right in the mid lane.
Yeah, Bang, whoa, the flashback from Crown. He knows he needs to make something happen. The depth charge comes in, but no damage on the Faker. Spear does land, but look at the Death Ray and the Chaos Storm. Crown's just going to go down. He wanted just one more Twin Fangs. Oh, wow, a nice Lantern combo, and there's a shutdown coming for Kube. Faker following a little too eagerly as Wolf led the way for another kill. There's the poke coming back, and can Fury escape the death sentence? He will for now, but Marin's here to help block this Javelin so that SKT can take an inhibitor turret.
Wow, well that was pretty bold by Wolf and Faker. Wolf actually Lantern flashed to get Faker back into that fight, which unfortunately ended up in him getting exploded by Kube. So, try to style a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Wolf thought his Flay would be enough CC for Faker to get another rotation down, maybe get that shield. Wasn't enough, but you know what? It's all right. I mean, you're 7-1 and 2. You now have that third augment on your skills, and Faker's still going to blow people up.
Cool. I look forward to the Gravity Field True Shot Barrage combo now that that one's upgraded.
Yeah, I mean, so much synergy between the SKT skills and ultimates. And hey, look at that, Baron's just chilling out, so why don't we pay him a visit? Bang just going to go ahead and start it as he blinks over the wall, and that's going down very quickly for a 23-minute Baron.
Yep. They've taken pretty much every objective. No dragons given up, no turrets given up, no barons given up, just a couple of kills as Samsung faces the wrath of SKT post losing the second game of this best of 3.
Well, Samsung's going to have to take the Besiktas way and just be content with that one kill onto Faker. Be like, all right, we got him, boys. Oh, look at this flank from Wraith, and it's not going to amount to anything. In fact, he's just going to get denied his escape. Marin just standing there, and Faker just biding his time, looking to see when he can get a pentakill. He's going to get one kill with the Death Ray. True Shot Barrage going right through for a field goal. Crown has to run away. Fury and Eve both at full health, but what can you do with the Baron buff here from SKT?
Faker's damage is disgusting right now. That one Death Ray just obliterated Wraith.
Oh, and there's the Luden's Echo popping. Oh my goodness! The Death Ray and the Chaos Storm alone. 100-0 on Eve at the very edge.
I don't even think the Chaos Storm hit him, did it? I think it was just a Death Ray and the Luden's Echo.
Yeah, it did seem to be right outside of range, and his health bar disappeared in one go. It turned all red at once. Crown getting death sentence, and then there's the slow. He gets dropped back by the gravity field, and Faker just doing so much damage, hunting for kills alongside Bang. Bangy knocking up 2 people, double kill for Bang as Wraith escapes to his fountain, and That's going to be a quick one in favor of SKT. 16-2 kill score, and SKT locks up the match 2-1.
Wow.
Well,
That is,
I mean,
that is harsh. Now,
yeah,
some teams, including KT, have let that pick go through. KT has answered Kalista with Urgot and Braum, and won.
Yeah, Urgot's a great pick against Kalista.
We've seen Samsung give up that Kalista and play the Varus and the Nami into it to shut it down. Now, they didn't win that game, but they were very close to winning that game against Jin.
Yeah.
And they arguably should have won that game against Jin.
I would think so. I think many would agree with that statement. But, yeah, I mean, again, Kalista, the thing is, Kalista has a very obvious weakness. It's just that if you're super skilled with your micro control, then you can kind of dodge around that weakness. But if your team is super good, it's always that nice balance between individual mechanical skill and then team coordination. Who's going to trump who in that matchup?
And the kill pressure is just so high on that champion. So it will be Rumble and Thresh, the Ignar special.
Yeah. Of course, the Alistar helps a lot by the Kalista side, so that's another threat to be aware of. I mean, you could be locked up forever with the double knockup post level 6. And now hovering over the Lee Sin, that wouldn't be too surprising. Score also one of the few junglers who still look to the Lee Sin here and there.
And especially when you're going to have Alistar Kalista, that Lee Sin can provide a lot of kill pressure, but no, Maokai will be selected instead, really saving that jungle pick until the very end.
Huh.
And Nagne is a very interesting player this year because there's not a lot of hype around this guy, but really, he has been so good, not only this season, but for pretty much the entirety of last season as well.
Yes.
Even when everything was going so badly for KT, most of that was on Arrow, Hachani, and Someday. Score and Nagne were working very well. Nagne's team fight positioning was good. His picks were good. He had a lot of... He's not the flashiest mid laner, but he's a mid laner who does his job extremely well.
Yeah, I mean, Nagne, there was so much hype around him in the beginning. He got a solo kill against Faker at Worlds in Season 3, and then he just kind of fell off the map after making some too many risky plays, and now he's here as that consistent mid laner.
And there's the Vayne Varus combo that I loathe so dearly.
Oh, the KT special.
This was actually played in China today.
Oh.
It was actually played in top lane in Europe, and then it was played in the jungle in China today.
Well, you know, a lot of people talk about, in the professional scene, especially in high solo queue ranks, you know, about how Nocturne still has his powers.
Nocturne's great against Varus, but
that
will be the Sejuani switch over at the last second.
I do think that's a little safer.
Basically, you just fly in on the Varus, and then he tries to chain a corruption to you, and you spell shield it. And then what does he do? The answer is he dies.
Well, it is going to be that Varus in mid lane for Frozen. Meanwhile, Sejuani being chosen for Score in the jungle. So really, really sturdy front line for KT roster. Alistar, Sejuani, and Maokai.
Sejuani's still a good pick, and a much safer pick than Nocturne, too. I love watching Nocturne, but the engage from Sejuani at that range, and not a lot of movement abilities here on this composition. KT, again, drafting a real powerhouse of a comp in this meta. How do they keep getting away with this, Chobra?
Well, you know, I think a lot of it is, even back in the day, Someday does that to a lot of teams because he's so strong in these pocket picks. Back in the day, even when Renekton, was falling out of meta, he'd still bring it out, he'd still get those solo kills, he'd draw out those bans. He's one of those players where you kind of have to target his pocket picks so you know at least what you're going up against in the meta picks.
Very bizarre to see the Varus and Vayne come out when the Sejuani's still on the table.
Yeah.
And I really, really dislike the Varus-Vayne combo because there's no synergy there. There's no siege.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of do separate things. I mean, sure, Varus' ultimate can help lock people up.
Oh man, just look at the thing about this comp with the Azir instead. I'm dying, Chobra.
Well, we'll find out as we jump right into game number 1.
I'm just going to pretend Frozen's playing Azir right now. I'm going to close my eyes. When I open them, it'll be Azir. It's not Azir still.
He's got some yellow on him. We can still pretend until he uses his first skill.
I think this is a great champion for Frozen, though. Another Xerath player like GBM, very accurate in terms of long-range skill shots. I just want them to play Corki or play Azir here instead, depending on where they want to go.
Yeah, and also Varus' Chains of Corruption and Gragas' Explosive Cask, not really the best synergy there. There's a lot of things that can go horribly wrong for LZIM, while there are only a very few situations where it
would have
goes
been
well.
so sick with this comp. So much protection from Vayne, got some good early and mid-game power off of the Rumble. Really nice comp. Unfortunately, Chobra, the reality we live in is one where Varus and Vayne is a combo again. By the way, I have yet to see this work. Jin Air tried to do this. They lost really hard to KT. They lost to KT. I forgot. They lost. KT already beat this.
LZIM here to just prove that Jin Air played it wrong. Meanwhile, KT just doing some review on how to win against this composition.
Also, it's been played in China, and I'm pretty sure it hasn't won there, had a victory there either.
But haven't you heard whatever Faker plays is OP? He only plays the most OP champions. I mean, Varus mid. I played Varus mid the day Faker brought it out, and I won.
You dirty bastard. You're one of those people.
Hey man, carry the team 14-3-6. Can't complain after that. But either way, I mean, the laning will be quiet. But again, it's when the ganks come in and, oh, look at this. Fixer just hanging out in the enemy jungle. Taking a little bit of a flame spitter to the face. And Tucson just trying to wait until the Alistair leaves.
I'm pretty sure IM is happy they don't have to deal with a 2v2. We did see the lane swap come in while I was busy complaining about Varus.
And here we go. Fixer goes a little too deep, actually. Tucson baiting that out. And there is the pulverize. And now
it's a big delay, though. Look at this. I mean, compare it. Score and Someday still, they're on their third camp right now, while Tucson and Apple have struggled just to get number 2.
Yeah, I think that's great by Fixer. Just sacrificing his health a little bit. He is Alistair. At level 2, he can get the heal if he needs.
Yeah, his Relic Shield, too, so just go walk up there and proc that a couple times. Look at this. Ignar's here to get the experience.
That early level 6 at Thresh, really going to help. Got to get that box for the Callista.
And Someday just continuing following right here. Happy where he is. Apple now in lane, still only level 1. Wonder what they're going to do with this. Looks like we're just going to see the recall and the TP. Not a lot of threat from Vayne early, so you can absolutely just go down there if you're Someday.
Yeah.
Break the freeze.
Might as well go do that as you are at level 2. Should have enough skills to deal with that little problem down in the bottom lane.
And look at that. The helper squad coming through as well. Sejuani and Alistair are going to be joining, and Arrow left all by himself up in the top side. Nagne with some early pressure down here, and you know, we just haven't seen this Cassiopeia Varus lane go very well for Varus.
Yeah, it is kind of rough. Again, it's always worth mentioning that Varus doesn't have a long auto attack range. You can poke at range, but you can't do that until you really get your tier. You do that too many times early on, and you're just going to be stuck right at your tower until level 4 or 5.
Oh, is it dive time, Chobra?
Well, it is a Vayne only at level 3.
Ignar's not there.
They haven't been spotted. Ignar's
pretty sure Roar's dead.
Walking up. Now, Ignar's coming down, though. He's making some headway. Tucson is really low, so he can't really help this. Roar just right there. There's a teleport coming in. Somebody decides, hey, we got to back out. Their teammates are coming in. This suddenly turned into a 4v3 at the body slam onto 2 members. Condemned backwards to make sure they pick up 1 kill onto Someday. Fixer has to flash over into nowhere. Another CC chain coming in, and LZIM pick up 2 kills to kick things off.
Yeah, it was too late to go for that gank when everyone was already in the bottom side because that teleport coming through meant that they were going to have a big advantage, and now IM showing up, taking this quick dragon here.
Wow, really making the best of their advantage right now. Getting quite a bit of a lead from that. Already 1,000 gold up. They'll get the first dragon stack. That means they can also get to 5 dragons pretty quickly. And with the poke wars, they'll be able to put out with Varus mid-game.
Perfect for their composition.
Yeah. They can really push this. So Arrow deciding, all right, well, they're all bottom now. I might as well just shove it up, deny all the CS. Score hanging out just to make sure that everything is all fine and quiet. SamSungG showing up in the top side too, but he decides, all right, I'm going to have to teleport back down to bottom. I need to pick up this experience in CS.
Yeah, especially after his lane opponent already grabbing a kill. He's going to have some time, though. Especially because he's not going to be in that 2v2. Even so, even with that kill, they don't want the Vayne in the Kalista lane, so Apple heads into the top side instead.
Yeah, that would be a little bit disastrous. We have Fixer hanging out next to Arrow once again. Just making sure, I mean, now with the early kill and assist that Apple got, should Ignar show up in the top lane, that could end up pretty poorly for Arrow.
Nagne's backed off a bit in this mid lane, not pushing it quite so hard anymore. The junglers have been freed up out of dealing with the lane swap situation.
Yeah.
Playing a bit more conservatively.
And Gragas, as you had mentioned, Gragas is really good against Cassiopeia. Anyone who's immobile, really, that body slam is so easy to hit at that point. And just the pink ward being cleared out by Tucson. That should allow them to put down a ward in the river sometime soon, so that Roar can feel a little safer next to this Maokai. I mean, after the first couple items, Maokai doesn't have to feel too bad going up against Vayne. Especially with LSCC and your passive getting procced here and there.
Yeah, now we are actually going to see a lane swap back in someday. Calling this one as the wave was pushed into the turret. Now he's going to come into lane and pick that up in a little bit. Once it starts to reverse, Nagne and Frozen simply dueling it out. Mid lane right there. Nobody wanting to go back for their tier particularly early, actually.
Yeah, well, you know, for Nagne at the same time, he has quite a bit to gain by staying if the other person also doesn't get their tier, because you can stack up your passive. So you're still doing something pretty actively other than collecting gold. So, you know what, if you can just even out on the tiers, I think Nagne's okay with that. He also has a slight CS lead. He's actually just going to go in and pick up the blue, too. We'll see how he makes use of that. It would be nice to have that tier while you have that blue buff. SamSungG taking some damage, trying to protect his pink ward. Not going to happen, though.
A lot of pink wards actually killed for SamSungG already. It's been a pretty big investment for him, as you can see. 2 Doran's rings compared to the Shield, Amp Tome, and Ruby Crystal thanks to that kill. But SamSungG really having to play from behind in this one.
And Nagne hits that first spike from the passive. And we'll get a little bit extra AP. Meanwhile, Bilgewater, Cutlass done for Roar, so on point with that kill and assist.
Yeah, it's been done for a little bit right now. Arrow had some time to go back and get the BF sword. Roar should have enough money for a couple daggers or a recurve bow, something in that range, at least at the moment. So actually, this lane being pretty even in spite of the kill and assist onto Roar early on now.
Oh, a nice hook onto Arrow, and there's the flame backwards lantern out, but they don't get an angle for the condemn. Arrow still a little scared, has to flash out.
Maybe a little bit early on that flash right there. Ignar gets the lantern in to set up Roar. And you can see KT a little bit spooked right here, and that is not going to spell good things.
Oh, wow. Well, that really hurts for Frozen. And Frozen getting the double tears because he's sad, and then sold one back.
How will I represent my sadness right now without being able to talk to my fans? I will go for the item symbolism.
Well,
I think we need more of that. Pro players who are watching, please.
When you're sad, I mean, you can refund it.
Do other things too. Find creative ways to express yourself through refunds.
There we go. A new meta in League of Legends to spice things up.
Are you about to style on your opponent? Buy a Sword of the Occult and then refund it. That's the trash talking that you can do to your fans.
Oh, man. Would be pretty good.
Double Soul Stealer.
Double the stacks. All the AP. Well, Ignar just going to go home as the lane freezes up right here in the middle. Score and Fix are going to show up, though, alongside Arrow, and they haven't been seen. Roar all alone right now, and there's the Fates calling and the knock-up and the pulverize and the headbutt back. Hello, Roar, you have nowhere to go. And unfortunately, Score doesn't get the assist, but it doesn't matter because Callista has now started the pain train with the first kill.
Wow, that is such a monumental kill, especially after Roar had just come back into lane with the recurve bow. It's a lot that's going to be denied. No dragon to be taken, but they still close the gold gap to within just a couple of hundred thanks to especially the CS lead in the middle lane.
Yeah.
Arrow having a slight one as well, making up for SamSung's deficit up top. So this has all of a sudden become a very close game again after a failed dive and the lack of respect for that teleport the top side.
Nagne has his level 2 boots on top of the tier. He is so fast right now. Frozen doesn't have that blue buff. This hurts a lot for Frozen's Varus. Just doesn't have an answer to this lane, and the CS lead will continue to grow for Nagne as he single-handedly zones out Frozen.
And look at his build, too. Going for the early Sork shoe. So, well, right as I say that, as he does not dodge a piercing arrow, but it does give him more of a likelihood of dodging a piercing arrow like that.
Yeah, I mean, he's just dancing in and out of lane, making sure he dodges a lot of those. I mean, I think that was the first one he got hit while we were watching. And then denying that CS, eventually Varus pushes up and uses all his skills, but that means he's low on mana. I mean, look at his mana bar on the side. Without that blue buff, the tier hasn't been stacked just yet, but Score finds Ignar. There's the Glacial Prison and the flash for a headbutt and the pulverize, but they don't have the damage onto Ignar just yet. Teleport coming in from SamSung, and there's the lantern just in the middle of the river as Ignar had to flash out of that fight.
Yeah, but SamSung cancels his. Meanwhile, Apple actually follows through. Dragon is live, however, so they can convert this into an objective.
Yeah, LZIM had the timer on this Dragon. Now Nagne's going to show up, though. He's pretty scary. Tucson takes a lot of damage.
Oh, that is a lot of damage.
Yeah, Frozen trying to poke out. He does have half of his mana available, and looks like LZIM will be able to secure this. Nagne the only one who was confident enough to be able to go in, so they're just going to back out.
Wow, another mistake from KT. You didn't follow that one up.
Whoa, and the flash forward, and there's the cleanse, but Frozen still gets caught by Score. Nagne caught a little bit more by the equalizer, though, as Arrow comes in. Fates call with Fixer getting the knockup, but Tucson flashes out, and the kill is denied as Arrow just has to bounce back out with some backsteps here. Score taking another piercing shot to the face, but the Flame Spitter not doing enough damage just yet from Apple.
The re-engage kills 2 members of KT as they get very aggressive with no ultimate from Score to help knock or to keep people down at all. Also no ult from Fixer. So KT looking very disjointed today on some of these engagements. I mean, Frozen hits a good chain of corruption. That's going to be cleansed, however, and then the equalizer's still up. That's an easy kill. And then now we see Arrow trying to hop through and get onto Tucson, but Tucson flashes out of range for the E, the Rend.
Yeah.
And that's no kill. Meanwhile, Frozen will take out Alistar.
Well, really well played by LZIM. And, I mean, Nagne flashing forward for that was worth a shot because Frozen was just about to return to lane. He was trying to catch him off guard with a surprise. Didn't happen, though.
Well, during that tussle, SamSung takes out the top turret, so they actually maintain some semblance of even gold. Roar, is he going to get surprised right here? There is no ward in that brush.
He knows something's up. SamSung hasn't been seen. Oh, but he walks right back into the tower, and Score comes in. There's the flash. Glacial Prison, and the lantern, he takes it right as the headbutt comes in.
SamSung down at the bottom side as well. No twisted advance. Now the turret goes down, but that actually is a gold advantage for KT Rolster. They're down in dragons, up in towers, up in gold.
All right, so KT's still in this, and if they can clean up their fights a little bit, should still be anyone's game, but the way the fights have been going so far, LCIM shouldn't feel too bad about the gold being somewhat even right now.
Well, I don't know about that. This Varus has a very particular power spike that he has to use. Rumble may have some trouble in the late game against a Maokai and a Sejuani and an Alistar.
Well, SamSung's such a smart player. He sees that huge wave, the tower's at half health, and he suspects, all right, well, LZIM, if they're smart, they're going to want to try to just gank me as I get greedy for this minion wave. So checks with the sapling, and the enemies clear it out, so he just then walks forward for that gave his teammates enough time to catch up. Scuttle Crab going to Tucson in front of the Baron Pit. Someday now just hanging out on the top side of the map, Score clearing out a ward in mid, allowing Nagne some more free movement in and out of the lane.
Tucson been a lot better this game overall in terms of that early impact. Yeah, some of it was just counter ganking at the bottom tower when the dive came through, but he was in the right side of the jungle at the right time.
Yeah, well, some people make their careers off of counter ganking like Dandy, so
yes.
If that's your specialty, all power to you. Work on that even more. And Arrow and Fixer down in the bottom, just farming up. Really want that close to get big. Already has that Bloodthirster. Roar now shows up in the top lane alongside Apple. They're just trying to shove this in as Ignar and Tucson keep Someday at bay. Things going down. Apple decides to go back home. They wants to make sure he doesn't miss out on anything at the bottom side of the map. And Roar will single-handedly take this turret down with the pressure from Ignar and Tucson.
And that's just a great timing. Go ahead while the dragon's down. Push out the top side. Try and get that gold advantage back while Apple recalls and drops his equalizer to prevent any damage at all on the tier 2.
Yeah.
And now you've got 2 minutes to set up for that dragon. Very clean play from IM.
Yeah, Score is still trying to take advantage of his jungle prowess over Tucson, stealing that red buff. Tucson's going to find the enemy ward. They know where he is. He's going to take the long way around. We'll see where Tucson and Ignar go. They're very scared of KT right now, and oh boy.
Are they going to throw a barrel into that brush is the question.
Oh, he's just going to go ahead and start the Raptors, and KT lost sight of them, and they're like, where'd he go? Oh.
KT just has to be patient. Eventually, they're going to walk up to this dragon.
Yeah, someone has to. Oh, they're going to leave right as Tucson finishes the Raptors, though.
Wow, I think they should have just committed for that.
I really think they could have. Where are they going to go? I mean, I guess they felt that they needed to set up in bottom, but they're going to walk all the way around anyway. Apple is there, so it is a 3-man push. So they were, I guess, a little bit more concerned about that. Also, maybe the backup coming up from the bottom side with the Lantern. Either way, they give up on that potential kill, and KT just here to clear out this big wave in the bottom side. Turret's still at over half health, so that's good news for KT. They can rest assured that that won't be going away anytime soon unless they get aced or something drastic like that at the next giant fight.
Yeah, still 40 seconds to go, so everyone headed home to push out minion waves and to make a major purchase. Arrow actually not going for the Hurricane, gets a Zeal.
All right.
For the static Shiv, one would suppose.
I would think so. I mean, sure, you have the Cassiopeia, but
I think you want the immediate wave clear here.
Yes.
You're looking just to get over the Varus power spike, and then you're going to be in good shape as a team. So get the static shift, make sure they can't take too many towers, and work from there. Meanwhile, everyone fanned out except for Apple right now. Apple's TP available. Now Maokai, he wants to make a play, or at least to start this dragon and then TP back up into the top side if he has to.
Yeah, meanwhile, Apple choosing to farm first, teleport after into the fight. Somebody's already here, just helping get some vision with the saplings too, and also just distracting LCIM a little bit. Now, you do have Callista for KT, so that's some extra objective power. Gonna focus down the Scuttle Crab first. And just gonna start take that dragon. Nagne here on the side. He actually gets caught by the Death Sentence. There's the flay. Yes, he uses Cleanse immediately to flash out, but Roar is hungry for the kill. There's oh, Roar thought he dodged the Petrifying Gaze, but Nagne waiting 1 second. Meanwhile, KT Someday getting burned down by that Flame Spitter. What happened here? You have to use the Glacial Prison to run away, and Arrow just simply cannot do anything. Oh, Frozen with the double kill on the Piercing Arrow, using Fate's Call to help Fixer escape, but he's not going to go any further as Roar gets the condemn, picks up the kill, retreats, and LZIM talking about the power spike. Here it is.
Yeah, well, it's not even that bad yet, Chober. It's going to get worse with this Varus because the Muramana isn't completed yet, neither is the Last Whisper. So they're not even really at maximum power, but KT, they lost so hard in the early game and they made so many mistakes that there's already 3 dragons down before 20 minutes, and that means they sort of have to fight some of these engagements, and that's perfect for LZIM here.
Yeah, Nagne got a little greedy with the harass, and
I love him faking out Roar here though, because he turns around to put down the poison, which prompts him to turn back, and so he actually does mind game him a little bit with those abilities. But in the meantime, the Equalizer has already owned the rest of his team. And one sniper, not only a double kill, but a huge chunk out of Arrow as well.
Yeah, and Fisher sacrificing himself to allow Arrow to escape. Also a really good equalizer from Apple across the entrance to the Dragon Pit. That forced them to take some damage as he retreated. Somebody was still caught taking the dragon damage. KT just didn't have an answer for that fight.
Yep, and now inching closer to the last Whisper is Frozen.
Oh, man.
Yep.
Well, all the advantage that Nagne had, stealing that blue buff, having that CS advantage. Sure, you still have the CS advantage, but Frozen can now poke you out since he has his own blue buff this time around.
So silly from KT. They just had to play safe in this scenario early on and patiently outscaled. Instead, they go for some big plays without enough knowledge on several occasions, play that risky style, and now it's going to be very difficult for them to win this one as IM's composition really comes into its own, and this Vayne has been so accelerated this game.
Yes. 2-1-3 as I played over in King. Already has the Zeal. And a null magic mantle to help with the MR. Most likely going to lead into that QSS as you took Summer heal for the Vayne. Descent is not going to hit from Ignar, but that's all right. Still have 3 members here. We're just going to poke down the tower a little bit and then retreat. Ignar 1-0-6 on his signature champion. Tucson, meanwhile, is going to run into 3 people and scare them away.
Well, so difficult to stop the siege now. At least they can 4-1 with this Vayne pretty effectively, considering how far along the Vayne is this early in the game. She should be able to outduel someone. In fact, they really should send her into the Maokai lane right now and have her sort of deal with Someday.
Oh, she was boarding back, but they decide to go for the red buff as Apple goes up to the top lane, just going to soak up that XP and gold. So for now, Apple will clear out the top lane, but where will Vayne go afterwards? We'll see if they swap positions out in the top lane, see if Roar can punish Someday a little bit more for being delayed. Someday does have his parts of the Frozen Heart, though. He realized after the Spectre's Cow, he needs to build against this Vayne. And the Varus.
And the Varus, and that's extremely important. Well, what is he going to do, though? He doesn't have good engage capability. No Righteous Glory to quickly and efficiently deal with Frozen's Varus. Now he's going to go back, stay a step ahead with the last Whisper. 2 armor pen items to a non-completed, or incomplete, one might say the word is. Frozen Heart from Someday. Not a lot of armor on score either. It is going to be very hard for them to get back into this one. They have to land like perfect ultimates. Someday has to find his way into the back line.
Yeah, a lot of that can be set up with Fixer, of course, especially with Arrow helping him out with Fate's Call, but that's so hard to set up, and it needs to be so perfect for Someday and score. I mean, just one of them have to hit their ultimates completely perfectly, and then Someday can follow through.
No, here we go. Static Shiv complete. Now for Arrow, that may give them a bit more breathing room. LZIM, though, rapidly approaching their 4th dragon stack, and that will mean that they have a 5th dragon up for grabs at about 31 minutes into this game.
Yeah, that's pretty early, and that's very scary. Varus 2-0-3 has that last Whisper. Built it the last time he went back, and now still stacking up on that mana immune. And Phantom Dancing complete for Roar, so any 1v1 scenario, Roar would be pretty happy to jump right into.
Yeah, Roar can split push incredibly well right now.
Well, Dragon up in 57 seconds, so we are going to see LCIM retreat, make sure that they can secure all the vision they can. Going to go ahead and take that Scuttle Crab now, so it's alive for about 10 more seconds, 20 more seconds after the Dragon spawns. Meanwhile, KT saying, all right, well, if you're going to go to the bottom side,
they can't do Baron.
Side. Yeah, they have the Callista, so they're trying to force
They have Cassiopeia Callista. They absolutely could do a 25-minute Baron in a short time window, so that's what they're going to try and threaten. This is really smart.
Yeah, and KT, of course, known even since the Roaster B days of sneaking out Baron, so they know how this trade works. They've been in this scenario so many times, and they've succeeded in doing so a number of times, saying, go for the dragon, we'll take the Baron, and then we'll actually probably shove you out and take at least one turret here in mid. Here's a teleport from SamSungG. First, just to at least group up. His home guard is there. It's not going to be the main use, though, of that teleport. And Arrow is sticking just far behind. Not going to get spotted by the Scrying Orb. Score. Steps outside, says hello. Now Fixer's still in that brush. And they're going to find Tucson. Tucson staying up quite far away, and Score just Arctic Assault over the wall. He gets to slow down onto Tucson. Tucson has to use Explosive Cast, but here comes, oh, Fixer gets knocked by Bag, the Condemn, and Roar and Frozen doing double duty damage onto Fixer. Unbreakable wall, and then the Fate's Call. Oh, the Equalizer lands, and there's the Chain of Corruption. Arrow taking so much damage, he goes down to a flash over the wall from Apple with the Flame Spitter on. Roar continuing to chase with the Summoner heal, trying to get the damage down onto Nagne, but there's the Glacial Prison. That's going to be the end of the chase for Roar. Apple still wants this kill, but Frozen can't get over the Miasma Pool, and Apple not going to get the Harpoon over the wall. LCIM, they want these kills, but it's looking a little risky. Now, Nagne has been separated. One snipe, not going to happen. And there we go. Ignar just picks it up. Not going to take any risk where Nagne still does a lot of damage.
But critically, in that trade, there's still no dragon taken.
Yes.
They're delaying the 4th and therefore the 5th dragon stack from LZIM. Yeah, it wasn't a great trade for them. 1 for 2. But they delayed this game. And that's what they need to do right now is extend this game. So it was a good threat on the Baron. Fixer comes in, Flash pulverizes to try and keep him out of the fight. Fox going to be used to zone out SamSungG and score. Nagne and Arrow get nailed by the Chain of Corruption from Frozen to keep them there. And then there's the flash after the Petrifying Gaze. Score's going to turn this one around, though. And look at this. KT actually may get this dragon. That would be huge.
Yeah, Arrow's already been working on lots of basic attacks in there. And Tucson goes in with the Explosive Cast. And Varus is actually going to steal it. Frozen gets the 4th dragon for LZIM. And Apple gets the kill onto somebody. Will IM just go for the Baron here?
That Rend left the Baron with like 30 HP.
Oh, man.
It was so incredibly close. Scored.
Oh, wow. Look at that Equalizer and the Chain of Corruption and the Body Slam. It's just a disaster for KT. They have to use Fate's Call to escape. That's going to be the tier 2 in mid. And LZIM, the Baron would be nice, but they can keep pushing this. They still have 15 seconds until SamSungG comes back out. All 5 members healthy for LZIM.
Yeah, that's going to be an inhibitor for sure. And they really need this right now. Take it while you're strong. They have such a good lead. I am in a very nice place and showing the power of that Rumble and Varus ultimate combo. Good setup.
Yeah, really well done. As soon as the slow goes down for the Equalizer, Frozen just going right ahead for the Chain of Corruption. And now, the Blade of the Ruined King from Roar, and of course quite a few other damage items from everyone else. Baron will just get melted by 5 members of LZIM. They get the Baron 2 on top of 4 Dragon stacks now here at 28 minutes into the first game.
Well, this is a much better showing from Incredible Miracle than we've seen in the past. Finally actually hitting a power spike pretty well in this game, pushing their advantage more decisively and controlling objectives instead of just idly wandering around the map, not knowing what to go for.
Yeah, I mean, 3-0-7 score for Frozen. And sure, Roar's died 2 times, but 2 and 4 in terms of kills and assists, and he's been doing a lot. He mispositioned a little bit, chased basically too far twice there, but still doing lots of damage with the early lead he got in the bottom lane.
Comes Roar. Nobody really going to be able to deal with him at this stage.
Yeah, not 1v1 at the very least, and actually it's going to be a 5v1 against Score if he doesn't watch out. Instead of going for the split push, deciding, all right, well, we're super strong right now, let's just group up, let's shove down as many towers as we can rather than just doing overall damage across the map. I like this from LCIM. The towers melt so quickly with both Varus and Roar. Nagne trying to get some damage down to Tucson, but he's got to watch out. LCIM could jump into the fight in any second with the Explosive Cast, with the Equalizer, with a Death Sentence. Now Arrow does have his ultimate, so if they really need to, LCIM can force, or rather KT can force him off the tower, but Arrow has to flash out. The Equalizer comes in, there's an Explosive Cast, and actually knocks him out of the piercing arrow from Frozen, but either way, they are going to send Arrow all the way back to base, get this second inhibitor.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter if you kill him at that point. You just have to force your way through the objective. Now you've got your sights set on that inhibitor number 3. No dragon for another couple of minutes, so you might as well take tier 2 if you can. Minion wave is not really pushed to your advantage, though. It may take a little bit.
Yeah, they're going to have to actually go back quite far to make sure that the minions catch up to with that Baron buff. So KT should have time to regroup around the top tier 2 turret, but they are losing a lot in their jungle. And look at this, Phage coming out for Roar.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's going to be a Trinity Force or a Black Cleaver.
Yeah, it could be either or, especially with the new Cleaver. Could work out well. Of course, now and then we've seen the Trinity Force come out in Vayne's in the old days.
Still a good item, especially on late game Vayne.
Yeah, I mean, you tumble so often that you can really proc that. And of course, the movement speed on hit and in general helps a lot. That's really the biggest thing. Any extra movement speed you can get for Vayne and attack speed is going to matter quite a bit in your ability to micro around the team fights. And look at the poke coming in. Arrow gets chunked down to 3/4 health, and KT just can't take that chance. Baron buff still available for LZIM. Explosives cash just being used just in case. They're not going to find it, but it is on a short cooldown. That shoves down KT behind their own turret. And Baron buff just ended though, so Roar has to watch out. He doesn't have the safety of the empowered minions in front of him. And alright, well, Baron is down. So KT, if they want to do something, they kind of have to right now, because otherwise their other lanes will just keep pushing up. And eventually they'll either lose the Nexus turret or an inhibitor. And look at all the minions pushing up from the bottom lane, still marching in through the mid lane.
Yeah, there's just nothing you can do.
Now, both Varus and Vayne have relatively shorter auto attack ranges, so it's not as easy for them to go in for one hit each time.
But it's just a patient game as the super minions move forward. And considering they're all empowering each other with those auras right now, you have to go back and deal with them.
Yeah, and there we go. Okay, that's just going to be the Nexus turret being sacrificed by KT. And the minions are still there. I mean, the super minions keep coming in. KT can't let that happen again. They're going to lose the second one if they don't watch out. So now they send 2 people out. They did shove out the last wave from LZIM, so LZIM can't get a free tier 2 or inhibitor
recall
turret.
Delayed right there. That may... See how long they can prevent recalls, because that could actually cause KT to get a dragon.
Yeah, I wonder if LZIM being aware of this will try to come back. Well, Ignar actually did complete his port back, so he's going to go in first, get that vision at the dragon pit. Very smart.
Still really delayed from Varus and Vayne, so they're not even going to have a chance to go back. They simply have to go for this dragon without a recall.
All right, I mean, they were doing quite a bit of damage, but like you said, they are missing out on optimizing their goal. Nice death sentence over the wall, and there's the chain of corruption. They're not going to get too much damage on the score, but he has to flash out. That means enemy jungler missing. And that should be the dragon for LZIM, a 5th stack. And look at this. I mean, this is the team a lot of people were expecting to see after their qualifier performance.
Well, it's showing up today, although a lot of early game mistakes made by KT.
Very true.
Really looking not together today. Questionable calls against the composition that LCIM was running, where if you start that snowball, you better be prepared to deal with it, and KT simply weren't. And having this early of a 5th dragon, it pretty much all went right for IM. And to their credit, they've absolutely pushed that advantage.
Well, right. I mean, this is the... We talked about it with Samsung too, but IM had similar problems where they never really found ways to finish, even if they got some nice early games. Also, they used to lack a lot of the laning power, especially in the top lane with Lilac. That's changed quite a bit, and like you said, they're pressing every advantage they do have, even if it's coming from mistakes of the KT players. Red buff was secured by Arrow with the Rend, and now we will see the inhibitor is back up, so IM can't stand to see that. They want to knock it back down, but Baron is up in 50 seconds. So IM has to be careful on how much they commit to this. Death sentence missing for now. Be back up in about 7 seconds. Meanwhile, a flash body slam onto Arrow. They really want to keep that Kalista locked down, but I think Tusin's taking a little bit more damage than he expected to. Roar, meanwhile, is now free to do damage. Flashes forward, gets not the kill onto Arrow just yet. Tusin chasing after it. There it is, the damage over time from the red buff. A double kill for Roar, and 4 members down. Meanwhile, as Apple picked up a double kill on the bottom side of the screen, and that's going to be a 35-minute game in favor of LCIM.
Well, a surprising upset in our first game of this series.
Wow.
IM looking a lot stronger than we had suspected previously. Can they hold it out through the rest of this best of 3? KT needs to really shore up their early game, not play in such a cavalier manner against this IM squad that was very punishing to their mistakes.
Yeah, 3-0-10 for Frozen and Varus, 1-0-13 for Tusin in the jungle. Tusin did step it up quite a bit compared to his previous games, was a little bit more aggressive and just much more present around the map.
Yeah, much more present is really, I think, the big factor there. Having a better read on where Score and the enemy team was going to be.
All right, well, congratulations to the Longzhu IM. Definitely much more interesting than most people expected the match to be. Many predicting a 2-0 in favor of KT Roaster today around the world. But already that's not going to happen. Can KT climb back in for the 2-1, though? I mean,
I would think so.
Yeah, I mean, they're such a strong team right now. I think they just made too many mistakes that had added up in the early phases. But maybe they're just taking a page out of CJ's book with the revenge meta, giving one
Got to
win.
get angry.
Yeah. Even if you slightly miss, you're going to get the slow to make sure they either have to walk on it or flash over the equalizer. Variety of more options. Sivir is available. Yeah, Sivir went all the way through both times, actually, in the previous one, of course. Primarily because IM came in with the plan last game for the Varus Vayne Gragas combo. So this time Roaster looking at picking up that Sivir after the Kalista ban.
What are they going to pair with this Sivir, though, in the jungle? Could you see that Rek'Sai or Score?
Yeah, it is a little odd.
Well, Score plays a lot of Nunu, too, so I'm a little bit interested to see what he does here with so many junglers already out. And they're going to show the Fizz early. Now, it must be said, the Fizz has been played a lot in China with Cinderhulk in the top lane. I think it's terrible. But we don't know where the Fizz is going.
Yeah, I mean, it is a flex pick for sure.
Fizz can also be played in the jungle.
Yes. I mean, yeah, definitely in the top lane. And possibly in the jungle, as some people have been trying it out more and more again recently. And then absolutely in the mid lane, as we saw in the previous match from Samsung Crown.
I think Fizz in the mid lane is mostly just a counter pick. You're not going to want to really go for that pick unless you have a very favorable lane matchup. But yes, it's still a possibility.
And
yeah,
the Malzahar.
Nice try.
Oh, man.
That was not going to happen. Thrush Vayne. Much more reasonable pickups. And they have an option to counterpick with the Varus again here. It would be an extremely similar composition. The only difference being the Sejuani instead of the Gragas.
All right, Fizz, where are you going?
It's top lane, Fizz.
I have faith in Score.
He switched to Smite. It's top lane. Whoa!
Oh, I have faith in Score.
Well, I don't know what's happening anymore.
Well, okay. If anyone in LZIM is walking alone on the map, they can pretty much count themselves dead because the Rengar, Fizz, and the Blanc are not going to let them live ever.
Wow.
Just need 2 of them to really get a guaranteed kill, even 1 at one point if any of them get big.
Well, I haven't seen a Rengar in quite some time. I don't know where this is going because...
This is a huge flex pick.
I don't think IM knows what the hell's going on either.
Wow, this really throws everyone for a loop.
If I had to bet, it's top lane Fizz.
Yes, I would think so too.
But
although, against Rumble,
it's someday. Though I think
it is someday. And someday knows how to punish, so you just have to get that 1 kill or 1 advantage by chasing him out. Now,
bold. Very bold to take Varus against this composition, that's for sure. Because those Rengar ganks would be absolutely brutal against Varus. IM thinks they have what it takes to make it work. They made it work in the last game.
Oh man, I don't have a good feeling about it because even against LeBlanc, even if you try to poke her out, she can just counteract the poke by coming in with her distortion. And she can double distortion at the very least to even out the trade, and she gets clear while doing that. I mean, it just feels a lot worse than the last game against the Cassiopeia. LeBlanc a little bit more mobile in terms of trading, but we'll see. I mean, IM at the same time, they are up 1-0. They just want to try it again. They're feeling good about how things worked out last game.
So, since it is a Smite Fizz in the top lane, this is going to be one of the China special Cinder Hulk top lane Fizzes.
Well, good old Someday. He likes to play some of those crazy champions in the top lane, and he makes them work.
He does make them work. That's the... Well, sometimes. His top Riven's pretty bad.
Sometimes he fails really hard, flops on his face. But most of the time, he comes in with that confidence. And this is one of kind of the big parts about Someday's advantage is that he's not afraid to try these picks. And again, like you mentioned in the very beginning, Monty, he knows how to press the advantage once he gets it and really deny the enemy any farm or any way to catch up. So we'll find out how this crazy composition unfolds for KT in game number 2 between KT and LZIM. Still lots of people left in the studio as we go later into the night to watch our second best of 3 in game 2. Longzhu IM leading 1-0 with a very quick and decisive play in game 1.
And running nearly the exact same composition as well. It's a composition that I'm not a terribly huge fan of. Seems to be it presents a lot of risk, and the Varus Vayne combo, not a whole lot of synergy. But if they can hit the Rumble and Sejuani ults, they'll be able to clean up very effectively with Vayne.
Yeah.
So it's a very strong composition in the mid-game, that's for sure.
It does work a little differently, though, right? I mean, now you're definitely trying to stagger all 3 ults, actually, with Varus, too.
I like this composition a lot better with Sejuani than I liked it with Gragas.
I do agree. While Gragas helps Vayne, I mean, if they're locked up all the time anyway, it doesn't really matter whether they're together or separated.
Right, and Sejuani ult feeds into the Varus ult so nicely that...
I think it's more consistent.
It's
for sure.
definitely more consistent. Now, KT, not sure what's going on over here. Score, if we think back to the spring season, back when Rengar was a little bit more in meta, Score had a lot of Rengar bans against him. He did.
True.
It was a champion that a lot of people were afraid of when Score was playing, and he was great at using the Rengar ultimate. But Rengar just falls off so hard, and KT's pretty much going to have to play this as a pure pick composition. They have the speed to do it with the Sivir and a lot of single target burst damage, but they cannot fight a 5v5.
No.
And they can't really counteract the poke. So vision is going to be really important here. Someday going to take the Gromp and then recall back to base.
Now, LCIM at the same time, I mean, they just always need to keep a couple pink wards around, and as soon as you see the Rengar coming in, you have the Arctic Assault, you've got the Harpoons, you've got the Hail of Arrows, Chain of Corruption. I mean, so many ways, even from the bottom duo alone, to get rid of this Rengar's initiation. So, and another thing to note, KT, because of the other spells they've chosen in their solo lanes, doesn't have an option for Exhaust. Takes that Ignite just to front load the pick damage, but if they can't get that and we go into the late game, Roar is going to run rampant in this game.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Nagne also taking Cleanse on this LeBlanc, which is odd.
Yeah,
there is a lot of CC, but at a certain point, you have to at least be confident in yourself to dodge that and take the Ignite so you can get a kill.
Whoa, Apple going really hard. It flashes forward and actually doesn't get the Harpoon nor the steal.
Oops.
So Apple actually just missing out on his flash.
That could actually be huge.
Yeah. I mean,
he's in a very precarious situation against 2 assassins that can come into his top lane.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that was pretty bad.
Yeah,
Score can really abuse him for that moving forward.
Yeah, he also missed out on a little bit of CS there. Not too much, probably just 1 or 2 as something was pushing back out. But
it was a clever idea, and had it worked, it would have been great.
But I do wonder if he had to flash there. I
no,
mean,
he absolutely did not.
The score was so low. And oh, she is a senior in high school, but just so the last game she's probably going to watch, where she has to continue just hard studying for more exams and preparing for college going forward to next year. So cheering on for IM, hoping for a win. Well, they're definitely looking good after the first game. I'll say that.
We're just waiting for this action to open up right here. I'm curious to see how much Score is going to farm versus whether he wants to try and take a brush gank in the mid lane.
Yeah.
If Frozen pushes out, he's going to be really vulnerable to a hop out onto an E.
Yep. At the same time, I mean, Frozen not dealing with Cassiopeia this time, so not too intent on trying to poke even on that trade. And Score looking for a possible lane gank, staying right behind that vision line. Very careful.
To try right now, so no wards there. Just a ward in the river. Fixer can flash pull, however.
Yeah, he could have, but we're going to see Score not wanting to spend too much time. I mean, he has so many other targets he can try to gank. We'll go ahead and first of all clear this pink ward. That's going to be really nice. That'll allow us Nagnate to feel a little bit safer. Yellow Arrows just to get a little bit of CS and harass onto Nagnate. Frozen running slightly low on mana though. He's going to take some extra damage from the Sigil.
And now he's really starting to fall behind. He's very scared.
Yeah. Ooh, the second harpoon not hitting. That could have really forced somebody out of the lane. But I think somebody might want to go home as soon as the next wave clears. I mean, he's got the region for now. He's got some more pots. But then his teleport should be back after the next wave and a half. But we do have actually Tucson in the top lane. So someday, no flash. Of course has Playful Trickster. But you can just wait for that to come back down.
You know, the more I think about it, the more I like Fizz in this composition against Incredible Miracle, because that Playful Trickster is going to be able to dodge the vast majority of IM's AoE damage, their Wombo combo. And then, when you have a challenging smite, you can just drop that onto Varus or Vayne and duel them in the back line once their cooldowns are up.
Yeah.
So there is, I think, a lot of validity. Now, usually when we talk about Cinderhulk Fizz, it's going to be the challenging Saber into Cinderhulk into Frozen Heart. So also good against double AD.
Yes, that is true. You kind of go for the Bruiser Fizz in that top lane, just relying on your natural damage from the damage over time and your on hit through your skills. Go forward, get some Bruiser items. Yeah,
no Trinity Force with this build typically, though. At least not the way that a lot of the Chinese top laners are executing it currently.
Well, I think, yeah, especially if you're going to go for the Smite build, it just gets too delayed. You don't have a really good timing for that.
Yep.
Maybe you pick it up as a 6th item if it goes that far, but
it's mostly just tankiness and the ambient area of effect damage that's going to be working for you.
Yeah. And there we go already. Finishing that Saber. Just going to walk back to lane as it is slightly pushed up. Apple just going to use the Equalizer to clear that out a little bit. Trying to deny the wave as it is going to be some time before somebody gets there. So good decision. Quick on a speed from Apple.
Invade. That is dangerous.
Tucson, he does have backup. Now Fixer walks forward. Tucson's really greedy about this, but there's a lantern. He gets headbutted back though, and Tucson is caught onto Score. Score's just going to get the first blood, gets the red buff back. Fixer just standing on top of the lantern, laughing at his opponent.
I don't know why you would try that red steal. Your mid lane is pushed in. Your bottom lane is Vayne. You're playing against a Rengar who's going to be building Warrior Enchant, who can solo you. That was a ridiculously risky attempt at a buff steal for almost no value.
Yeah, I mean, now...
Even if you get it, it's not even a big deal.
Yeah, I don't think Score was really too concerned about necessarily being with the red buff. I mean, it's nice, but it's going to be the burst damage and the lockdown from Score that's going to be really scary when the ganks come in. Of course, also, the invisibility helps quite a bit, I heard. So Tucson now very sad in his own jungle. We'll just go over to the Raptors and go over to his own red.
These have no pressure. You can't make that play in a professional setting. It's times like these where you really see Tucson not fully adapted to how jungling works at the pro level.
Someday just camping out in his own brush. Now he does have Chum the Waters. So he was just looking for an angle, but Apple playing it very carefully. So somebody will return and just farm.
Here comes the
Ooh.
big dive.
The triple assassin. Oh, man. Well, there's a ward in the tri-brush, but you don't
wards
need to go
can't
through
see
it.
the Rengar.
Yep, Rengar just going to go forward. Where is he? Uh-oh, here he is, and he doesn't get the lockdown.
The bola.
Yeah, Apple just going to flash out immediately so that score doesn't get that chance.
Yep, smart flash though. Wasting Rengar's first gank
Yeah.
when you're trying to get the fizz rolling is very effective. Definitely worth the flash if there isn't any more follow-up from that one. And on the, what's his ult called?
For Rengar, oh, actually, good question. Always just assume that it's just gonna,
On
happen.
the hunt is Sivers. Damn it.
On the prowl.
No, it's another hunt. It's another hunt name.
Well, we'll have to.
Everyone's a hunter in League of Legends.
That is true. Everyone is the hunter and everyone is the hunted in League of Legends. But during that gank, we did see LZIM able to take that Scuttle Crab on the bottom side, so they have a little bit more vision there and also stability in terms of LeBlanc's movements.
Yeah, someday, like you said, already with the Challenger Saber, now getting that Cinder Hulk, but Apple really hasn't been under too much pressure in this top side, not falling behind too far. And Tucson now galloping on his pig through a ward.
The thrill of the hunt.
So many
for a Rengar.
Somebody on the hunt, thrill of the hunt, whatever.
Well, he is technically on the hunt.
I'm tired of ability names.
There have been, I mean, there's a lot of glacial things going on.
Glacial Prison, Glacial Tomb, Glacial Fissure. Why is everything a glacier?
Why can't it just be Frozen Tomb? You know? Well, it's because, wow, now I don't even remember what region they're from all of a sudden, but...
Freljord?
Freljord, there we go. That's what's going on.
My favorite time in League of Legends ability naming history was when they forgot actually that they had already named something Soul Eater. When they released Ahri, her passive was called Soul Eater, and they didn't realize that Nasus's passive was also called Soul Eater.
I remember that.
When the Champions designers forget that they actually named something already, that's when you know you're in trouble. They're like, oops, but they changed the name.
That was good. Good stuff right there. Well, no, it's been a little quiet after that first blood from the Mystic. Oh, he scores here again. But it's so pushed up again already. And
these are bad ganks.
Yeah, and Apple's going to get caught this time. Somebody's a little bit late to this one, so Score just takes a bunch of tower damage.
Apple's playing smart, though,
Apple
to his
is
credit.
playing really smart. I mean,
he's very ready for these ganks to take place, and he's not committing at all. He saw that there was this big wave going. He's like, nope, equalizer, don't want to be a part of this. I think that your Rengar's going to...
Oh, but the flash is down. There's Chump the Waters. There's the challenging smite, and somebody going in for the burst. He is going to get the last auto attack after the Trickster comes down. So Tucson trying to counteract that with a dragon. Now, the assist didn't go to Rengar, but the point is somebody got a kill.
LeBlanc is coming in. This is dangerous. Tucson getting very low.
LeBlanc does his distortion over, and he's going to... Oh! He doesn't. Tucson does get the smite right at the end and also makes it out alive.
Yeah, try to get the burst down in order to get the steal. Score.
They're waiting for Apple to teleport into this turret. Apple's not going to buy it. He's been targeted too many times. He knows what's going on, but even walking up could be really dangerous here. You see all these pings, all these exclamation marks.
Oh, God.
Wow, but to have this patience from Apple.
I mean, it's fine. He's losing a ton of CS, so KT is winning this either way.
Yeah, but getting a kill would be even sweeter, and he's being really patient. But here comes Ignar trying to deny the lantern. Oh, he just pulverizes right on top of it. It goes away right on time, and Apple goes down. And the kill going to Someday. This is exactly everything that KT wanted.
Some days, or Apple rather, is like one of those prophets who can foresee his own death but can do nothing to stop it anyway. He's like, no, they're all here, guys. They're here. So there's no counterplay.
Oh, well, I mean, what can you do? You either sit there and miss CS for the next 5 minutes, or you go in and you have faith in your teammate, and Ignar got the lantern out. But
there was nothing wrong with that play. That was That was extremely cautious from IM, and they still just got chain CC'd.
Fixer really playing that well.
Yeah. And now Someday actually going for a Sheen, so this is a bit different than the Chinese Cinderhulk fizzes. He wants damage.
All right. Good old Someday. Needs to hard carry the games.
I mean, the thing about Someday is we saw what he can do on a top lane Yasuo. He dominated the opposition.
No, he's a really scary top laner.
He crushed CJ, so...
He's mechanically very talented. He understands damage trades very well. His calculations are on point. It's kind of like watching the old stars in Korea, like Magnoon and Rebird. He's really growing up to be one of those players.
And Apple has got home guard boots, so he can run to his death faster. I wouldn't want to play in that top lane right now. Cinderhulk Fizz with Sheen and a Warrior Enchant.
Well, that's
Rengar.
why he's jungling, man.
Yeah, I would just jungle. Screw that.
Jungle Rumble. Rumble in the jungle. A sad day, but the necessary.
What else are you going to do? It's basically just a one-way ticket to feeding otherwise. I think this is absolutely the smartest call.
Yeah, I mean, just getting behind is much better than getting Someday super ahead. So Someday's like, all right, where are you? I'm going to more deeper and deeper until I find you at one of these camps. Someday just content with shoving up this lane. I mean, Someday also has so many wards deep in the lane now from the earlier 3-man gank that he'll know when Apple is prepared to return to lane. And then he'll start his diabolical plan going on the killing spree. There's Apple's just going to equalizer each wave and then go back and farm jungle creeps.
Like, I got all the minions, guys. Not wasted.
All right, well, 2 levels ahead for Someday because of all of this. So still going to be a really rough game for Apple. But IM can rest assured that Rumble still does damage eventually as time goes on with that ultimate. It's just
also this Rengar is going to fall off super hard.
Yes.
Compared to Sejuani, he's just going to be terrible in the late game. Doesn't have that same tankiness or presence or AoE CC, really only useful. Very one-dimensional champion at the moment.
Yeah, and Ignar and Tucson looking for a gank, and the Glacial Prison only gets the slow. Oh, good poke coming in from Frozen, but had that hit, the death sentence would have connected, and it just would have been a kill on to Score.
Score had to pop his ult too, so at least there's an extra layer of safety now.
Very true.
Arrow's job is just to clear out a minion wave now while Roar is in the bottom side. Wave clear, robot, Arrow.
The Scuttle Crab is here. He's going to wave clear and give vision and movement speed to the Rengar. Well, you know, and we were talking about Rengar falling off in the late game, and Fizz is known to do that in the mid lane too, somewhat, as an assassin. But when you go Bruiser, I mean, you still have that value of just sticking on with that smite onto the enemy carry. And so that's why it's so important to get these early kills onto Someday so you can actually fill up in that mid lane too, especially if you're going Trinity Force.
And I'm curious if he is going Trinity Force. I haven't totally written off the Lich Bane yet.
Okay, fair enough. We didn't check his runes and masteries. We'll keep an eye on that the next time we see him on the screen. Nice Boomerang Blade back to trade there against Roar's basic auto attacks. And Ignar going for a death sentence. It's going to go right out to Fixer, and Apple's here. Fixer not wasting any time to use Unbreakable Will as soon as he saw Apple. Apple
is jungling, he's ganking. Apple basically is a jungler right now.
Double jungle LZIM.
He's lane taxing when he can't get anything. Meanwhile, Someday's like, oh, well, I guess you're on the bottom side. Time to take your tower. This game has gotten really weird really fast.
Yeah, well, this is the game that Someday wanted. He asked for it, he got it, and Score is going to get caught. He didn't ask for this, but there's a teleport coming from Someday. Deucen gets locked up by the chain. Nagne taking a lot of damage from Frozen. There's the equalizer, but he dodges out of it. Someday trying to chase through. The Chain of Corruption will proc onto him, and he will get snared. Now he has to face off against Apple, but he's still doing a lot of damage. Flame Spitter comes in. Roar picks up a double kill, though. Cleanup duty for Roar. Looking for a triple, but LeBlanc is long gone, so not going to find an easy target.
Nagne gets out, but Nagne gets the only kill right there. Some missed skill shots as Roar gets a little bit caught, or I mean, Score gets a little bit caught. Not really enough wave clear to actively siege this tower. Yeah. Take a turret hit instead. They're trying to set up, maybe they can go for this dragon. No TP on the Someday, and he's going Trinity Force. Does make more sense than the Lich Bane.
Because you're relying on your basic auto attacks at that point. And LCIM should be able to get the second stack for their Dragon stats here at 18 minutes, 19 minutes. And so they're keeping themselves in the game.
KT deciding that they don't want Dragons today, any at all, ever.
Well then.
Nagne actually has a Luden's Echo here for some more poke. Really interesting build. He's trying to match the poke from this. Oh, nice steal.
Oh, okay.
And there's a turret. So 5K gold, or 4.5 approximately, in the lead for KT Rollster, but they really need this lead because they're going to fall off so hard.
Yeah, Roar is just going to have a party if this goes into late game. And Score and Nagne, I mean, yeah, sure, Luden's Echo is fine on LeBlanc, but a little bit more just, I mean, starting with the cleanse, Nagne really shying away from the whole pick concept for himself, and Apple actually drawing out the Chum the Waters. Meanwhile, Tucson gets caught a little bit, has to take the Lantern out.
Yeah, not going to be too worrisome, however. He was taking the jungle, just trying to deny as much as possible. I mean, he is 50 CS up on his opponent right now, able to really convert a lot of those jungle camps into more gold thanks to his Saber. So IM has decided that their way they're going to do this is just by grouping up. And now on the opposite side of the map, that'll be a tower in favor of KT. Now he's going to have to recall. They don't really have any wave clear down here.
Yeah, LCIM trying to shove through before the Silver gets here. I don't think they're going to see it happen, so they're just going to retreat. But this is the answer against a pick on. You just group up and say, all right, well, what are you going to do when we're all together? Especially when your skills are so single target oriented. Score looking for nobody in the mid lane. Oh, he's gonna catch Frozen though. There's the snare and there's the chain. Chain of Crusher coming out from Frozen though with a lot of damage onto Nagne. Score does manage to finish him off with some extra attacks.
Yeah, he has to hit the double Q, but kills on Score really mean almost nothing.
Yeah.
Because he's not going to really buy any items that are particularly useful to the team. Yeah, he's got a Sight Stone now, and maybe, yeah, that's it, really. As far as Rengar's late game usefulness, there's not a whole lot there. So you really want those kills to go over to more impactful carries.
Yeah, I mean, Rengar pretty much is just the intimidation factor and a snare bot the longer the game goes on.
Yeah, single target CC bot. Compare that to all of the AoE damage that Sejuani's going to do, the fact that she can CC your entire team, the threat is much bigger.
Malphite, proven to be better than Rengar. Has AoE ultimate.
Late game, absolutely.
That is very true. I mean, Malphite can also do a lot of damage, but the early game is pretty rough for that guy. Well, so KT, I mean, their composition, as much as we could understand it, had a very distinct feel to it, but starting with the summoner choice from Nagne, and then a couple mistakes from Score early on. It didn't really work out too well. Here's on the hunt, though. They're trying to find a target. Frozen flashes out, but that means Flash is down, and Nagne just gets his own chain there. Chain of Corruption onto Arrow and Fixer. Not going to matter as kill goes to Arrow. Saber picking up a kill there.
And Score prepping the wave in the mid lane, too, so they can follow this up. This is what they have to do. Commit to getting these picks. Keep Frozen from hitting his power spike, and then try and get objectives off of it. But in spite of the fact that this is a 5K gold difference at 22 minutes, it really doesn't feel like it from KT's perspective, because they're not able just to run over their opponents. They have to use so many ultimates just to get a gank right there, and now as IM groups up, how are they going to stop this? Nice poke.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess if you take Vayne out of the scene, that's a pretty good way to do it. Nagne did take some damage from that, so should be very thankful that Sejuani actually wasn't in range. LCIM could have very well changed that in into a good combo
onto LeBlanc. And you could see why the Luden's Echo was picked up here by Nagne early in the game.
2.5K gold advantage for somebody over his opponent. Has that Trinity Forest finished. And meanwhile, a Hex Drinker onto Frozen just because of all this magic damage burst coming in before he can finish his other damage items.
That's smart to build that, though.
Yeah, I mean, it can still build into a decent amount of damage. And we'll give him a nice shield to avoid dying, and he'll be able to maybe get his own burst down through his spell rotation. We saw the damage he was doing to Nagne, and a lot of these times, if Nagne was alone, it could have...
Score ulted again, but couldn't make it work. Couldn't find the angle.
Well, Well, that's a little rough. I mean, they still do have Fixer, but Fixer's flash is down. So it's kind of up to Nagne to just kind of poke the enemy down a little bit. No minions for LZIM.
All right, they may want to fight this. Sumday's walking out of base at the moment towards the mid lane where IM is very intelligently grouped up. They want to push it, and they're a 7K gold deficit. They are bold to do this.
Yeah, well, look at, oh, Nagne getting some nice damage onto Apple, but taking a lot himself down to about 60% health. Someday has made it all the way to the mid lane, doesn't have to use that teleport. It is available, but he'll be seen, so LZIM aware of the fact that now it is a 5v5, which LZIM doesn't feel too bad about, but they are behind for now.
I don't really know why Someday, oh, they're going to do Baron. That's why they came to the mid lane.
Ah, well, that makes a lot of sense. Double smite.
They know there's a ward in that brush.
Yeah, Arrow just standing right at the edge, and they're going to turn around with On the Hunt just to take out the ward. So dramatic.
Sick. Oh.
LCS big plays. Turns around for the ward. They clear it. Most of it, of course, just trying to see if they can catch an angle onto anyone who is showing up after they realized they couldn't guarantee that Baron.
Score's ult's almost back up. Uh-oh, Apple.
Oh, Apple just gets obliterated by Nagne. He doesn't hit his E, though, so Apple is going to get away for now. Flashes out of it. Arrow being slowed down. Someday, at the thick of things, he barely gets out. The Silver Bow's proccing. The Roar gets 1 kill, 2 kills, and now he's charging forward. Flash used by Arrow.
Score did absolutely nothing in that fight. He ulted and then walked around to the back line and never came out of invisibility. It looked like he could have gone after 1 or 2 low targets, but was afraid of dying himself. Now they have to defend against this mid lane push. They get the dragon, but still their gold lead gets cut down.
Yeah, Nagne's still doing a lot of damage.
He's just getting barely out of range of that piercing arrow at the end.
Yeah. And a lot of that also was that Nagne not getting his E onto Apple allowed Apple to get onto Lilandria and escape. Had that hit, I think, you know, they could have just taken down Apple immediately first and then retreated, but not going to work out that way for KT. Score secures the dragon and then doesn't do much else. So look at this damage coming in from Nagne.
Nagne predicted that flash or the home guard teleport very well. Then Fixer starts to get bursted down. That's a really good chain of corruption, though. Now watch Score.
Top left, goodbye. So I got the dragon, guys.
This, my friends, is why you don't see Rengar. And I'm not trying to talk down to Score. There's nothing he could do with that situation.
No, exactly.
If he goes in, he dies, and he probably can't kill Apple.
No, I don't think so. He would have just taken too much damage, especially the fact that he doesn't have MR, so Apple would have just evened out in terms of damage with the Liandry's Torment now. So, also there, Someday getting a little too eager to jump onto Ignar, using his ultimate on the Thresh. Wasn't able to follow through as he got Arctic assaulted by Tucson Sejuani.
Okay, well, they're starting to split push with this Fizz, but they have to hold this mid turret or all will be for naught.
Well, good poke damage onto Apple.
They have the Ludens. The Ludens is actually really working well this game.
Yeah.
For the LeBlanc.
Has the wave clear, has the poke. So
that was a very smart item buy with this particular composition.
Has the move speed too, which is going to help a little bit against this Varus, even the Sejuani. Ward being cleared by Arrow at the Baron pit. Roar has been sent to clear that top lane. Of course, if Roar gets big, he's already at 4 kills, 259 CS. If Roar gets big, I mean, LZIM under most circumstances should be able to win this game. Has the QSS too.
Yeah, and that's, like you're saying, a pretty massive problem. Now, all the gold is on him, however. So if he goes down, that is going to hurt quite a bit. Someday has the tools to deal with him, too. You don't want to Fizz with a challenging smite on top of your Vayne.
Yeah, quite a double-edged sword right now for LZIM. And Score activates his ultimate, gets vision of the enemy, and they can't do much. I mean, somebody was pretty far. I think part of it was Score wanted to check for the Baron that time, for sure. As they were losing out their vision. Nagne going in for, almost gets the kill onto Ignar. And again, I mean, this is LeBlanc's job when she's in a game, just to lead the enemy support first or the AD carry if they're not playing a Sivir.
Wow, that is such a tremendous amount of damage. He is 50 CS up.
He's pretty strong right now. And I mean, Thresh out of all supports, if you can get rid of Thresh, that gets rid of so much utility and defense from LZIM.
Thresh also isn't that tanky yet. There's no Aegis on the side of IM. They haven't picked up that item onto their jungler at this stage, nor does it look like they're likely to. Oh, got the blue buff too.
Nagne steals the blue buff. That's really good. Just denying all sorts of power from Frozen right now. Frozen's being slowed down quite a bit since the early ganks.
It's crazy that he doesn't have his Muramana yet.
Yeah. He also just hasn't had too many opportunities as they get pressured and someone gets poked out. You can't carelessly use your abilities as much anymore. They've had to team fight a lot too, where Frozen only gets like one rotation of skills and then has to back out.
Still, yeah, well, I'm super surprised there's no Muramana at this stage.
It is pretty late. 29 minutes in. Says a lot. Last Whisper is finished though, so as long as that Muramana comes through within the next minute or so, he's still there, and Score finally with that ultimate. Andon coming through, and flashes over, doesn't get the snare onto Ignar.
What's going on with this Rengar?
I don't know, but Tusin's going to walk right into the enemy team. There's the Pulverize. Nagne has shown up. He's going to have to back out as Tusin tries to jump onto him.
KT is so ult dependent that you can literally just walk up to them if they don't have those ultimates up and try and contest their objectives. Meanwhile, they're going to try and trade this Tier 1 for a Tier 2. KT knows they can't fight them right now.
Yeah, so LeBlanc just on watch duty here.
Base race time.
Lovely. Well, they're going to take the Tier 2. And so
KT's winning the base race.
Yeah, Nagne now on duty to make sure people can't return, but is going to have to back out in case of getting condemned into the remnant of the turret.
They're coming.
Yeah, they're actually just going to walk all the way up. They don't even want to teleport back. They just want the kill so they can get the Baron. Score on watch duty here in the jungle. He's going to find Tusin. They're going to see Ignar, and Tusin gets knocked back by Fixer. Someday, being the little playful trickster he is, goes through the enemy base. Roar is trying to catch up with his ultimate, gets one hit, but somebody will make it out alive.
Yeah, the Trinity Force Phage active right there, very much helping Someday out. And now they're back, so Inhibitor Turret, that was an extra tower, Tier 1 and Tier 2 for Tier 2 and Inhibitor in favor of KT. It's a good call from KT.
Yeah, well done. And this now allows them to have a little bit more freedom in setting up these picks because LZIM has to always be concerned about that top lane Inhibitor. And someday with that smite, just going to go ahead and start the Dragon. But we're seeing, Roar gets caught by Nagne, but both of them have to back out. Roar using that QSS. Forcing Nagne to not stick around. Somebody should be able to finish this Dragon at this point. And then he'll just playful Trickster out. I mean, LCIM knew that was going down, but then Roar got caught in the mid lane, so they got delayed slightly.
Well, KT is using their composition to give IM a giant runaround on this map. Very
well done.
It's smarter than this is what they have to do to win the game.
Yeah, they're just dancing around the entire map and forcing LZIM to just always be following their trail.
Look at this too, death cap for Nagne because there is not the slightest hint of magic resist except for one Negatron cloak on Apple right now. I don't really know why Tusin, I mean, the Viz obviously a threat, not from a magic
Ignar gets caught, and that is it for that support. Teleport coming in for Apple after the Glacial Prison. Nagne might be just equalizer right here. There's a shield coming in from Fixer. It's not enough as he has to walk across the entire length of the equalizer. Score also going to go down. What a good teleport in from Apple for the double kill. We might actually see 3 kills here for LZIM. They're going to jump out. There's On the Hunt activated. No Glacial Prison now, but that means the Baron should be pretty free. I mean, at this point, I think somebody should just keep pushing. Yeah, there we go.
I think he should TP to the ward that's in front of the Inhibitor.
Oh, that would have actually been pretty smart. He should have been able to take that with the Trinity Force, but he's just going to keep pushing that bottom lane. And Arrow going to stick around in mid as everyone ports back except for Roar. Arrow does have to watch out a little bit. He'll retreat now, not going to stick around to secure that Tier 2 in mid.
Still difficult for IM to take advantage of this Baron because they don't have good wave pressure right now. And LeBlanc will clear out the top side before they can get there, so there's going to have to be a lot of setup from IM. But that said, their 5-man composition and their 5-man siege is very strong.
Yeah. And here we go. They're going to start pushing up as a group. They understand that, especially with the Baron buff, this is kind of what they need. Also the mid lane, the only lane that's been pushed up. Now they'll go through the jungle to secure some vision before they move on up here in the lane. Gotta really watch your flanks. One person can just get caught out at the very edge, get bursted down, and then everyone from KT can disappear.
Yeah, well, look at the wards on their flanks, though. I am doing a very good job of placing them down as they walk in for the siege onto the inhibitor.
Yep. Score continuing to not be so helpful for the team. Helped get that kill earlier, but that drew them into their death, and a Baron for LZIM. Not that that's his fault, but again, it's just kind of limits some Rengar, and even as item builds, I mean, what do? You're forced to build tanky, but you're not meant to be a 100% natural tank. Supposed to initiate with that surprise factor. He's been trying to do, and LZIM just sticking around the mid lane, not bothering to split. Whoa! Roar gets a little close to the edge. Doesn't get double procs though from the sigil, so Nagne not getting his full burst down. He lost somebody from the side, gets caught a little bit. Oh, there's a nice burst onto Roar, and that means LZIM has to back out.
Wow, it would be pretty amazing if KT was able just to stave off this Baron right now. And looks like the recalls are going to come in. Nagne has a chance just to go clean up the top wave one more time.
Yeah,
and there's just been a very low amount of setup. The problem for IM is with this Baron, they cannot split push or they will get picked. They have to group, and the minion waves just haven't been set up favorably for them to apply pressure by themselves. The side wave control just hasn't been there for IM, and there's nothing else for them to get right now. There's no dragon on even remotely on the horizon.
Yeah, there's no tier 1 turrets. Sure, there's tier 2s, but like you mentioned, the side lanes. Oh, but here's a Someday. He already used Playful Trickster, so here comes Roar. Can he get the Condemn? Actually, they're just going to flay him back. There's the Condemn, and Someday just cannot get damage onto Ignar nor escape. Good catch by LZIM, going completely for the round flank. And now they're trying to pressure this bottom turret. Of course, Someday not the #1 wave clearer of KT, so we'll see if KT can still hold this off. But the threat is gone from him entering from the side. So LZIM will pressure them off. KT also not as concerned.
Right, no more Baron, though. Just fell off right as they want to defend this turret with the wave clear from the loot.
Nagne goes in, but it actually allows Arrow to be caught as Nagne bounces right back. And LZIM is going to get an inhibitor just like that. One mistake is all it takes. 40 seconds until Arrow respawns. What more can LZIM do? They're going to transition into the mid lane. Now again, no minions though. That is a saving grace for KT Roaster right now.
Well, IM has just pushed this advantage, and this game is just such a good example of how gold lead is entirely dependent on composition, because KT, remember, up 5-7K at points in this game, but it's been so even just in terms of power because of the composition that KT chose to run right here. Normally, I really like KT's drafts, but today it's been a little awkward.
Yeah. And look at Roar, 5-0-1, has that Trinity Force on top of the static shiv, super speedy right now. And that's really working out in favor of him. As soon as KT kind of uses their abilities, he's able to just chase everyone down with the extra movement speed. And he has a QSS on top of a Spectre's Cowl. So he understands that because everyone's squishy, all he needs is that Trinity Force on top of the 2 other core items on Vayne. And now just going to make sure that he doesn't get 100-0. That's what's been keeping him at just about a quarter health every time Nagne comes in for a full round burst. Now Dragon being hit by LZIM. They should be able to take it fairly quickly. And Nagne going in. Oh, Nagne steals it though. Gets a 3rd stack for KT.
The burst is so high from that LeBlanc with the Echo and the Sorcery Elixir. Still a little bit of a mistiming there from Tucson, but Nagne makes it work on his 2nd attempt of the game to steal a dragon. Nagne's been the reason why KT's even been remotely in this game.
He's the one making plays happen. He's the one defending towers alone by taking Roar out of it. Roar does have a Banshee's Veil now, though, on top
Banshee's
of a QSS.
Veil at QSS. Well, that's probably over then. I think the jig is up now for KT.
You cannot kill this Vayne. You just simply cannot with the composition that you have, because you're so skill dependent on doing so.
unless Roar gets picked off by himself, which has been more of something that we've seen from KT this game rather than IM. I have been very good about grouping.
Yeah. Now, and we also have Ignar looking at getting that Mikhail's Crucible, so Roar really not going to die at that point. Yeah, just KT just doesn't have an answer for this. Attention over the blue buff, and Arrow looks like he got it. Yeah. I mean, Arrow hits hard too. Everyone on KT is starting to, or they have been for some time now, hit hard on their own, but it doesn't matter if you get overpowered by number and positioning from LCIM.
KT's comp just has no synergy outside of creating picks, and that makes it very predictable.
Yeah, well, it's gonna be pretty rough, like you said, Monty. I don't think really KT can make this happen on their own. Here's on the score, flashes forward, gets the snare, but nice equalizer, and Glacial Prison onto 3 people. Arrow on the side, Nagne has to jump out of the fight, and Roar at full health. Here he comes, headbutt backwards, but he's still ready for more. Frozen gets 1 kill, flash over from Tucson to keep Fixer lined up, and Nagne has to jump out far, far away from the fight. Score just has to sit back and watch alongside Someday. Roar didn't even have to do that much damage that fight. He just had to remain untouched, really.
And he got a really nice condemn, though, onto LeBlanc, knowing that LeBlanc was going to be coming over the wall. And that'll be it. Looks like a surprising upset 2-0 for LZIM tonight.
Wow. Well, looks like we're going to back out for now. They want to play it super safe. They're very new to this whole feeling of we're about to win against top-tier team.
I'm glad to see IM putting up much more of a fight and playing a composition smoothly, however, because they were not the same team that we saw in the qualifier. This is much more what we expected from this squad this season.
Yes. Chusin much more in tune with the team today, not going on. I mean, he had a couple mistakes in the jungle, but just a couple, and also some miscommunication from both sides, I'm sure. But this time around, really playing with the team, and that combo between the Equalizer and the Glacial Prison, that's what we talked about earlier, really worked out very well.
Now banner of command for Tucson as well. They have, and take a look at this condemn. Beautifully played by Roar.
Man, Nagne just has to flash out after that one. And of course we see 3 people locked up.
Well, there's no follow-up. It's so easy to kite out a composition that just runs at you. So like no gap closers, just Sivir and Rengar running at your face.
Well, Nagne still on duty to save the game. He can't 100-0 Ignar either at this point.
Now they have to deal with a bannered minion on their last turret. That's not going to last very long. Here we go. Nagne still trying to get in on the side.
Yeah,
but
Nagne can't get rid of that minion
it's
either.
over. It's one of those games where IM might actually win with a gold deficit.
Oh, very convincingly, too, at that point. I mean, they're grouping up so well. Here comes Score once again. They jump on, but look at the Equalizer denying the 4 people being burned down by the Equalizer. But a double kill for Nagne. He catches Roar as Roar separates from the team a little too far, trying to get away from Fixer. And KT pushes LZIM back. They get 4 kills, a minute down. Apple just trying to waste as much time as possible because there is an open inhibitor in that top lane.
Someday's on a mission.
Yeah, he's just running towards that, and so is Nagne. Apple eventually going to go down to Arrow. How much can they get out of this? 40 seconds left, 30 seconds until Ignar, though.
Well, right there, what happened was IM grouped up, and they got all hit by a distortion Luden's Echo proc, and that just melted them.
Yeah.
So they bunched up, very unfortunate positioning. Fixer is on tanking duties. They're going to get an inhibitor in the top side, so a new lease on life for KT, at least for a few minutes. They have a dragon lead, too. This could be a lot worse. Meanwhile, Sivir, are they going to get 2 inhibitors?
Well, 15 seconds left. Ignar is alive. Yeah, with Arrow
Ignar,
there.
Well, I mean,
hey,
that's not going to do much. Oh, no, they're not going to be too
only
greedy.
3 seconds left for Roar and Tucson, and of course those
Home guard's
3.
on everybody, too. So, yeah, that was the right choice. Just back off. Wow. Well, IM, even with their double Banshees veil, managed to get absolutely wrecked by Nagne.
Yeah, and Fixer going in, preventing them from escaping altogether and drawing out some of the abilities from Ignar there allows Nagne to damage. So, good team fight, of course, Score jumping on them too, and that's another way to play this, is Score and Ignar, or Fixer rather, jumping in first, trying to take out those CC abilities, allowing Nagne to go in freely, and then SamSungG and Arrow kind of doing their own thing. But at the end of the day, it's still...
It's not reliable.
Yeah, it's not reliable, and you still have to kind of rely on just Arrow and SamSungG being able to fend for themselves if you're going to do that. Now, Dragon is up. Fourth stack for KT if they can get it. Nagne and Score already prepared for a flank. Arrow on ward clearing duty. Stacks the shield back up off the ward. Now, well, where's SamSungG's right there too in front of the Dragon. Dragon has been leashed by LCKSummer. They have the Scuttlecraft. Nagne distortion over the wall. They have just a few seconds for that cooldown.
I don't think they want to keep leashing this Dragon right now.
Yeah, KT does not want to sit there tanking it. Arrow loses that shield on his Bloodthirster.
Score's not even there.
Score is coming over now, though. Yeah, Score went back in the middle of that. Trying to figure out what he went back for. I'm sure he bought an item.
He's here.
He's ready, very far away, though. He can't get the movement speed from Arrow either. Well, both teams agreeing to just take care of the Dragon first before they move on. Descent is not going to hit, so everyone backs off once again. Nagne considering pushing down that bottom lane, so LCKSummer says, all right, let's just burst it down. There's the equalizer. Who's going to get the Dragon? It's going to be SamSungG. 4 stacks for KT. Arrow doing free damage. Nagne comes in with the distortion and the chain. Not going to hit, but Arrow gets the kill onto Tucson. SamSungG just drawing out some damage up front. Arrow gets caught by the hail of arrows, so there's the burst coming in from Frozen. Roar at 100% health. The Trinity Force going to do damage, and here's the headbutt pulverize just to allow his teammate Nagne to run away. SamSungG and
they're in
Nagne
a war.
And Score. Uh-oh. Goodbye, Score. Gets it. Nagne waiting on the side, though, but they're going to get flanked. Oh, the Zhonya's bait from Apple. It's going to be a double kill. Frozen and Apple clean up that one. And SamSungG all alone.
I don't have words for this game, Jebra.
I don't either. Generally, I have some explanation and some words for any type of game, but this one is just...
I bet this is how you wanted to cast your last game in Korea, didn't you? This is everything you dreamed of.
My last memory of Champions is just a disaster from KT Roaster, giving me a peek into solo queue once again, reminding me what life will be like.
See, when you pick like the LPL, you become the LPL, Chobra. That's what I've learned.
Well, Baron up in 120. LCKSummer playing this very carefully as they don't have exactly the best front line. They want to get caught diving that tower as Arrow and Fixer spawn. And pretty sure Tucson's ability right there just put down a great dark rectangle, overcasting the map.
That guy's face was how I feel, too.
Oh, man. You know, the last day of my cast was going so well with SKT and Samsung. Samsung taking a game. Faker shows up, just hard dominates the third game, and then...
I don't even know what is going on in this series.
Well, at the very least, I can say I was there to witness LCKSummer win a match against KT. that is what I'll take away from
It's a good upset, and I admire LZIM's ability to keep themselves in these games and play so confidently when behind in gold.
They're still behind.
They played the comp well this time.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that sure, KT has made some mistakes too, but LZIM also understanding that they need to force these mistakes from KT, and that's what they're doing. It's not that KT's randomly throwing these mistakes around. LZIM is just not giving them another option.
And also, I don't even know, KT has had such a great pick and ban phase, and like I don't even know what is happening tonight with their picks, because this is not a stable composition that you choose.
I just still don't understand the Rengar. I feel like an Evelyn would be better here. Oh,
well,
there's the big card.
It was banned.
Oh, right, yeah, the Evelyn was banned. You're right.
Really any meta jungler would have been better.
Yes. I think Nautilus would have been better.
Lee Sin would have been better.
I do think Lee Sin would have been better, and Score plays Lee Sin. I'm surprised they didn't pick that. But an easy Baron and an army of crazy-looking super minions charging in. And there's a Sorcerer minion being empowered by the Banner of Command. That's Arrow's duty to get rid of that one, as LZIM comes marching in the front door of KT's base. KT needs an absolute miracle just to then clear off 8 super minions or more as the next wave starts to march in. LZ doesn't even have to do anything. They just need to poke and wait for the super minions to do the job. Nagne trying to put down what poke he can, trying to force LZIM out of this, but IM really wants to finish the game at this point. Fixer trying to keep all of his minions healed up. Someday going in. Nagne goes in for a lot of burst, but it's not really showing on the enemy health bars. There's an equalizer across the board onto the minions. Apple does get overheated as he just Zonias under the tower, and Fixer has been chained of corruption, and Nagne just has to run away. Somebody gets a kill onto Roar, though. Roar is down. Somebody runs out. Fixer goes in for the headbutt pulverize, and Nagne eventually goes down, that goes a little too deep for that burst. The Nexus is open, but Someday gets another kill. He's on a killing spree. Well, Monty, I am glad I have an action-packed game as possibly my last game here at OGN for League of Legends. This is absolutely a beautiful mess from both teams, really.
This is one of the worst Champions games I've ever seen, Joe Brown. I am like almost in physical pain from this game.
You know, in that last fight, you know, when you're playing, okay, when you cast play-by-play, you generally have enough game knowledge to know what's going to happen in a game. And that's how you decide how you're going to escalate your tone. And in that last fight, I was pretty confident I was going to end it by saying, and LZIM finally takes the game, but then suddenly somebody's like, killing spree, and I'm like, okay.
Well, that's because they saw the equalizer dropped, and then there was basically a free ticket into the back line.
Oh, man.
And like you said, all they had to do was sit there and shoot them with piercing arrows until they won the game. There's no need to drop all the big ults.
Well, Apple really just wanted to help clearing those minions. And he did. He cleared the minions, but didn't clear the champion. So now we're down to yet another Dragon Fight. Dragon Fight number 7.
Score has a Guardian Angel.
Oh, yes, he'll maybe do a little more. Now, he has a Locket, too. Much more helpful than he was 30 minutes ago. Although the Locket, not exactly super helpful. I mean, it's helpful against the Equalizer, but it is double AD.
This, again, the saddest thing here is if IM wins this, they are actually going to win this game with a gold deficit.
For almost the entirety of the 50 minutes. Well, the Dragon has spawned, and looks like LCIM will just take that easily unless Nagne comes in for another steal, but LCIM not giving that option to him this time with Ignar on the backside.
Ooh, the inhibitors are back up.
Oh, man. KT has another window. Do your thing someday.
It's terrifying that that is actually a true statement.
3 stacks of Dragon here on LZIM. No turrets for KT, not a single one left on the entire map. Arrow takes a piercing arrow to the face. Nagne. Nagne's still doing decent damage even onto Tuesday. That was only a single sigil onto that front line of LCIM. If LZIM gets a little too crazy, oh, look at this. Apple goes down to 50% health. Nagne also has so much cooldown right now that LZIM is so scared. Because they need to open up with their ultimates, but if one ultimate goes wrong,
yes, they will get destroyed. Their backline will die. This is true.
Oh,
Apple actually has to TP back in after getting chunked by Nagne.
And Nagne's like, welcome back. Doesn't get the full combo this time, though, as he sees the other members joining right around that teleport. Pink board right outside the base, and here we go. Score jumps in with the Guardian Angel. Equalizer comes out, and everyone's already over it. Chusin jumps onto Nagne. Roar is at 100% health in the back along with Frozen, but Arrow gets to shut down onto Apple. Somebody's onto Roar. Arrow gets a double kill. Somebody running out of the fight, and Frozen gets to shut down onto somebody eventually, and there is literally no damage left until Nagne comes back in, but Frozen and Roar are still alive. Score still even has his Guardian's Angel.
But they can't kill the Nexus until they kill the inhibitor.
Yes.
So
They got the inhibitor. And we'll be looking at Baron fight number 4. Or number 3. I don't even know anymore. Oh, man.
Why?
Oh, this is great.
If KT wins this game, it will be so insanely epic.
It will be like the biggest reverse upset of an upset.
Is it an upset? They're 5,000 gold ahead. Sure, it's like 6 item time and it doesn't really matter, but they've been 5,000 to 7,000 gold ahead pretty much this whole game with their really bad composition.
Well, okay, here's the other impressive thing, though, is that they've been holding on to this base with no turrets for quite some time now with a non-team fight composition. I mean,
I've only seen like an 11 turret comeback that I can easily think of once, and that was CJ Blaze doing it to CJ Frost when Captain Jack went hero mode on Blood Boiled Caitlyn.
Yeah,
that was like two years ago.
Yeah, and it was super epic. That's the reason why so many people remember it. You just don't see that happen. And at that time, we were all saying, well, it only makes sense because there was that Blood Boiled hyper carry in the AD carry role, but don't really have that right now. Phantom Dancer in place of Boots for Arrow, and Zephyr in place of Boots for Roar. Now Roar still holding on to...
Yeah, Trinity Force on the Sivir also. This is the as late game as you can get a build.
Yeah, Trinity Force has been sold some time ago by Roar. We stopped caring about that at one point too. It just didn't matter. I mean, sure, it's a little situational, and you can, you know, if you had a Guardian's Angel and it's been popped, you can trade that out and things like that.
Yeah, Scimitar very interesting on Fizz too. To deal with the crowd control, you really do need that.
Yeah, actually, I think that's a really good pickup.
It is a really good item.
Yeah, he has that Blade of the Ruin King, of course, again, just relying on that on-hit damage with the auto attacks. That really synergizes well with your W. All right, KT, they're leaving their base. It's been some time since they ventured this fall. Oh my goodness, somebody doesn't get hit. Why did that sentence? And now everyone, we're just going to flip the map 180 degrees and fight left to right. But the Baron has spawned, and LZIM can take this down super quickly. KT can't push the enemy base. So on the hunt, everyone rushing forward, and can he get the Baron? The box comes in, and the Baron goes over to LZIM. KT does not get an early kill. They don't get Ignar right away. Arrow's going to go down eventually. He has to flash out. Somebody does get a kill onto Frozen, though. And look at this Roar on the run from Nagni. He's trying to lifesteal. Nagni gets the kill. Where's the damage left on LZIM?
Can they
Apple
finish?
has to run away.
Someday
KT
has TP.
Somebody's going to go back. The fans are going wild for KT.
Oh,
KT should be able to finish this.
Brave. I think they can.
Yeah, they're just going to go, even if the turret's there. That's where the minions are. Somebody making the right choice. It's just Apple, no equalizer. Ignar, sure, he's there, but it doesn't really matter at this point when all 5 members miraculously made it out alive for KT Roaster, and they will get the win and tie up the series in this best of 3 against Longzhu IM. It's going to be tied 1-1. We have tears of, I don't know if it's joy or just disappointment in the League of Legends that we've seen in game number 2.
Yeah, Frost ended up that season actually beating Blaze in the end, but that was the one game.
It was a crazy game for sure, and so was that last one. So here we are in game number 3 between Longzhu IM and KT Roaster.
And there's a Vayne ban now, since Roar has played it in the first 2 games of this set. Is it going to be an Eve ban from IM? That has been their mode throughout this series so far, and LeBlanc, probably smart.
All right, yeah, they don't want to prioritize that as a first pick, and they definitely saw what Nagna could do in any situation with that LeBlanc. Now, what do you ban out here? There's the Callista, but if you ban out the Callista, they're probably just gonna, so you're gonna say, all right, you take your choice, and we'll take the other ones.
Yeah, they'll grab the Gragas immediately, but now that Evelyn is available for score if he wants it, he did before coming in tonight, played in 3 of his last 5 games. They can take Callista and Alistar here again. That was their draft on the red side in game 1, a game that they lost.
Yes, of course, I am shutting that down with the Varus Vayne combo. Now, Vayne has been shut down, and so has that Thresh. So Ignar not going to have that Thresh nor the Alistar. So is he going to revert to the Janna?
Remember that KT fell behind early in that game off of a failed dive and a lane swap. So if they can amend the early game mistakes, they can come out with a lot more power. Whether this is going to be, the Rumble again for Apple, he generally has been performing, fell apart kind of in the late game there with some questionable ultimates, but for the most part has been doing pretty well in the series individually. Ignar going for the Janna disengage. They're not going to have a Gragas Vayne combo like they had in game 1. Still could see the Varus again, though.
And you can just see how much more awake KT is after that win.
Could see Varus Corki here.
Okay. Yeah, and possibly the Lee Sin over that Evelyn here for score.
Really trying to snowball the Kalista-Alistar lane, probably.
Yeah, I mean, you can make a lot happen. Alistair doesn't need that phase call to make something happen with his own combo and flash, of course. Nagni reverting to his Cassiopeia. Generally just a really solid mid lane choice if you have to pick blind. I mean, sure, you can be countered with a lot of mobility or hard CC, but, well, it's going to be the Rek'Sai, meanwhile. You can still pressure a lot of that early ganks with the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and more relevant in the late game, too. So I like this. Roar thinking about that Tristana, an OQ pick recently, showing how strong Tristana is in terms of sieging and pushing towers. Was buffed on 5.9, so that explosive shot doing even more damage on the stacks.
Yeah.
So you can really go through towers quickly. That's Tristana's main strength, is in the siege these days.
Yeah, we had some questions about exactly how much that mattered, but in that game, OQ showed us that it can make a big difference. Of course, OQ also stole 3 objectives that game with auto attack, so that changed the flow quite a bit.
Outlier. Yeah, a little bit of an outlier.
But Azir being highlighted for Frozen. So the classic Azir Cassiopeia matchup in mid, possibly. Alright, well, you've got the mid game with the Rumble and the mid to kind of the mid to late game with Azir. Of course, Azir also just really strong in the late game and Tristana to round it out. But not much of a front line here for IM.
Still, Grog is strong with Tristana for the same reason, strong with Vayne.
Yeah.
Single target champion, you can reset off of that to clean up a fight very effectively. And you've got good zone afterwards. You can push the rest of the team out and focus someone out down behind the Emperor's Divide and then move forward. So I like this composition from Incredible Miracle. It makes, I think, more sense than their last couple.
Well, KT, you go for possibly the Hecarim here if you really want to just stick on to... Oh, no, it's been banned. Maokai obviously has that sticking power and can just dive right into the back line. Of course, Janet is there, but if you Twisted Advance in, it's not going to matter too much. And it is double AP, so Maokai also has that going for him. He'll naturally build some defense into that.
Okay, so much more standard comps this game as KT and IM retooling their lineups just a little bit. No more Rengar, no more top lane Fizz.
Yeah, well, a little bit of a reversal here. IM this time not necessarily always looking for the fair 5-on-5 fight, or even if it starts 5-on-5 with that explosive cast equalizer, trying to divide, and the Emperor's Divide, of course, trying to isolate some members of KT.
Well, this Janna Tristana should be very efficient at pushing down towers with the Eye of the Storm as well. And that means that, honestly, a lane swap will be pretty attractive to Incredible Miracle here, not only to dodge out the Kalista, but to just get some turret gold early on if they want to play a more fast push, up-tempo style. And the scary thing, too, is that Azir and Tristana as a combination, if you get one of the outers down and you just put up an Azir turret behind you, Tristana is going to take down that next turret, right? If you're
Yeah.
So I like this from IM.
All right, well, IM has been looking a lot better today than they have in the earlier weeks of the season, just like they did in the qualifiers, looking to show some promise. Can they lock in the win, though, against KT Roaster? Such a big question for these guys, such a big test for them. And KT Roaster, can they continue to say that they are in the top 4, top 5 teams? Let's find out as we jump into game number 3 between LZIM and KT Roaster. Our IM fan's voice is now gone. I mean,
My voice is pretty much gone.
yeah,
so,
that last game, you know, LZIM continuing to be the gatekeepers, keeping me from leaving the studio. You can never take the character out of a team.
You've had an interesting final day of Champions. That's
It's
for
been
sure.
fun. It's definitely been fun for various reasons. And so far, just lane swap coming in possibly from KT. Somebody just going to march forward. Arrow is up here, and I see Fixer coming over to the top lane while Arrow goes back. Nope, Arrow just going to cancel that recall.
All right, they're going to see Kalista on the top side on this ward, and therefore, will we see this Tristana? Nope, Tristana's going up. They want it.
Oh, okay, they want to face it. Another could probably be also that Apple super vulnerable to Gangsten with the Alistar and the Rek'Sai coming in. So all things considered, maybe just saying, hey, we can just do fine in the duo lane. Manage that.
I'm just curious how this lane's going to work out right here. One thing, of course, when you have Tristana, she pushes the lane very well, which means that Kalista, very poor wave clear, so they may just be hoping to shove them in constantly and then not actually face much of a threat as Arrow is just sitting under his turret without a lot of freedom to move forward without taking a bunch of minion damage.
Very true. So Arrow kicking things off, just trying to get some early CS to avoid that mattering too much.
Deep ward goes in right here from Fixer. Fixer walking into the enemy jungle, so does lose some control over this lane, but they have the eyes onto blue buff. They're going to know exactly where that start is.
Yeah.
Both junglers starting on the bottom side of the map.
Wow, look at that harass coming in against Arrow. Now, Fixer did start with his heal, though, because of this exact reason. And so he'll be able to keep Arrow in lane. But how much can Arrow get out of staying in that lane is really the big question here, like you mentioned earlier. It is all pushed up. How much can he get from this? Can he get every single one? Because then he'll catch up just fine. And Fixer going to be able to help with that, too.
Yeah, I think the logic behind the Tristana here is that the explosive charge, once it goes down, because both champions are basically trying to stack autos on each other, Kalista with Rend and the Tristana with the explosive charge, that the Janna shield actually will result in a more favorable trade for Tristana in this lane. Especially early on, while this Alistar is still working up to level 3, where he actually has all of his abilities and can get his combo down, that Tristana should have an early advantage for that reason.
Yeah, Frozen, meanwhile, getting some nice harass down onto Nagne. Both of them still have biscuits in hand, though. Nagne just going to try to stick around and shove it in. Of course, Azir has a little trouble clearing at the tower early on without too much attack speed.
Yeah, so with Tristana, you get pressure advantage and at least early the trading advantage. Still have to be quite cautious. That Rek'Sai comes through.
Yeah, and Fixer, of course, over time can heal Arrow back, but if you get the shield on him at the right time, you also get extra damage. So OZIM, they've been looking for some of those opportunities, but not going to gamble everything on getting the extra damage there. So yeah, you see the shield coming in again. And of course, with the E for the explosive shot, I mean, once you put that on there, it's a guaranteed first damage, no matter how little or how much. So that also is the advantage for Tristana, whereas the Rend, you kind of need to time it at the very end to keep that distance. Tucson getting the Scuttle Crab and trying to help out the bottom lane. It is pretty even so far.
I like that we're seeing more and more counterplay to Kalista after she took over the meta for a while. People are starting to figure out some lane matchups that are pretty effective against her, whether that's going to be the Nami and Varus that we saw Samsung try, or the Braum Urgot that we've seen KT try, or now this.
Yeah. See how it works out. Meanwhile, Tucson getting that Scuttle Crab and walking through the river allows Apple to know that he can play a little bit more aggressive in that bottom lane. We saw Nagne trying to force a really good trade. Ignar. He's just going to flash out. It is a very important summoner blown, though, as Fixer can now flash in for an initiate onto Janna. Yeah,
that Janna going to be very squishy early as well. Still has the exhaust to cut some of the damage, but the kill pressure in that lane just went up by a significant amount. Tucson's going to respond to it by trying a lane gank here, where Score backing off to his Raptor buff.
All right, well, with Score gone, KT also not going to try to all-in with Fixer, as Roar will still do a respectable amount of damage. And Tucson really also just waiting for the counter gank here. And, Score is walking back up. He sees that they keep pushing up. He's going to get the Kruz. We'll see if he continues on as Tucson actually leaves the lane now. The side Score did leave for the time being, which is true.
Well, that's the danger of a Tristana lane, though, is that you don't have very much control over the wave.
Yeah, it's always kind of been her big weakness, and it really goes against her because her early phases are very very weakest phase.
But
well, except for like level 1 and 2. But
in this particular game, however, because the junglers are going to have to play around Tristana's pushing power, that's going to open up Apple a little bit to not feel quite so threatened in the bottom side.
yeah.
In a matchup where there's a lot of kill pressure, Maokai, Rek'Sai locking him down.
And again, I mean, earlier, I really like TwoSyn's movements, trying to focus earlier on the bottom side of the map, allowing Apple to play freely for the time being, knowing that Ignar and Roar had a bit of an easier time in the lane in the early phases, and now we'll see TwoSyn's movements here on out will matter quite a bit. Fixer just using the headbutt to allow Arrow to farm freely as the wave tries to push up against the turret.
Yeah, they just don't want to lose too much CS into the tower right now.
Roar just putting down her E onto Arrow's Callista every chance she gets. I mean, it's just a guaranteed burst. It's
Also
on
forces Callista to back off
Yeah.
then, because you know that you walk up for that trade, especially like we were talking about with the Eye of the Storm, it's probably not going to do you too many favors. Interesting matchup. I'm curious to see what Roar is going to itemize here.
Well, Nagne going for the blue buff. Now they're going to see him come back over to the mid lane. TwoSyn showing up. He's trying to steal the blue. It's not going to happen. He sees Nagne take it. Nagne maybe getting some poke down, but not going to chase through. And that'll be that in the mid lane. Still pretty quiet. And I mean, both sides. Oh, hello, Score. Gonna run right into TwoSyn. Now, Score is level 6, but that's a lot of burst. And there's the equalizer coming in from Apple. But there is a tunnel all prepared to Score.
Yeah, Score nearly getting caught out right there. Saw him on the tremor sense, but because this Rumble's been so safe, it's a pretty big pressure composition from Incredible Miracle where they are able to really push forward in these lanes, and especially in mid and top, threaten that tower to be killed at any time.
Yeah, meanwhile, Roar gets caught with an all-in from Fixer. He's going to have to jump out. Arrow also took a lot of damage. Oh, but look at this! A solo kill, and Frozen's at full health in the mid lane.
Wow, Nagne didn't even use his flash, didn't use his ultimate there either, so not sure. Frozen looks pretty pleased with himself.
Grin on his face. It must have been a really sweet surprise right there. I'm assuming because Frozen hit level 6 later, because Nagne is level 7 right now, I don't think Nagne was aware of when exactly he was going to hit that 6, but maybe we'll get a replay. Things are a little dicey in the top lane, though we'll have to wait for this too.
Also allowed TwoSyn to take the blue buff because Nagne just got one, and Frozen.
Frozen's level 7 actually. I guess he turned level 8. I saw that wrong on the monitor. Oh, just a nice follow through and the damage from. He was about to use his ultimate, but the Emperor's Divide bounced back, doing enough CC, and Nagne just not respecting that burst at that point after he got poked down earlier.
Yeah, pretty clearly, and his positioning a little bit suspect there too. He didn't think that Frozen would be willing to all-in him with that Sand Soldier that had taken out a position behind him, but Frozen not even having to flash for that Emperor Divide, just barely getting on the other side of Nagne.
Yep, so Frozen has his cleanse for the Petrifying Gaze, has his flash too, and that's a really big advantage for Frozen.
Well, in spite of the first blood here, there's a big CS lead in the bottom lane, which is helping them keep even in terms of gold, even though Frozen has that CS edge as well. So Nagne having a bit of a hard time early. This is such a skill matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we see it so often, and it's gone both ways several times. Now the lane swap coming back in as both teams are a little aware of the Dragon. And like you said, I mean, Apple's been able to push up, but he hasn't actually been getting those last hits very accurately, especially with the Harpoon, missing out on quite a bit, now leading to a 20 CS difference. Does have his Haunting Guys, though. So that is there for him, of course. Just kind of when you get the items is what really matters in the early phases for Rumble, and then you can just catch up later on by clearing ways with Equalizer when needed. Vision Wars around the Dragon Pit, and TwoSyn now also hanging out around the Dragon Pit, making sure to keep eyes there for his teammates and also on the Dragon. Now no wards directly in front of the pit, just the brushes near the mid lane for LZIM.
And it looks like just going to be an Infinity Edge and Shiv build from Roar, one would presume at this point. I was curious if he was going to go Bloodthirster, how much they wanted to commit to a possible fast push.
I see Fixer getting slowed by the Zephyr, and they really want to take this pink ward out Tucson not able to just yet, but it only has one hit left. Wow, they're really committing to this. Fixer does take an explosive shot, so he has to back out. He doesn't want to take too much poke beforehand, and eventually LZIM does get a new ward down in the brush.
Yeah, Nagne was pushed in, so he couldn't respond. That's why they had to give it up, because Frozen was in the brush in the river, threatening to come down and turn that into a 4v3.
Well done by LZIM, really trying to play safe. So, Score now showing up in the bottom lane for a lane gang. Fixer has his flash. Roar needs to watch out. Meanwhile, in top lane, we're going to see a 1v1 duel, and looks like bottom, they're going to go in, and the flash pulverize onto Ignar. Ignar doesn't really have an answer. Oh, he flashes out, and there is the Monsoon. Fate's Call comes in, though, and look at this. Someday coming in from the backside as Roar has to jump forward to help get a kill onto Score. There's the reset. There's the explosive cast, and I think Roar should be able to jump out, but a triple knockback coming in from KT, and Frozen is there, so KT has to back out once again. Nagne, once again, not able to leave the lane first.
And just a fast TP coming in from Apple with the instant equalizer to help take out Arrow and Score. They used a lot to be able to kill Ignar. Ignar blowing him back with a nice Monsoon, forcing Fixer to re-engage with the Fates Call, and that'll be first Dragon as well.
Yeah.
Two incredible Miracle.
KT was so desperate for that kill because they were so close to bursting her down, but Ignar with a really good play to extend that fight. Roar was doing free damage by that point, and like you mentioned, Apple shows up to really change the pace of that one.
Yeah, it's instant equalizer too. Great placement. And the fact that he could TP in within range of his Flame Spitter too was a nice added bonus.
Well, Nagne trying to bait this fight. Emperor's Divide backwards, trying to bring Nagne in. Frozen not going to get that hit, but he decides he just wants to back out anyway as Score shows up.
It didn't quite hit the divide as well as he might have liked in that one. That forces a flash.
And he's going to have to back out of there. Of course, even if the Emperor's Divide hit, I think Nagne would have just continued to chase him really. As Score showed up, that could have been more dangerous for Frozen. But either way, that's a flash down for Frozen, and only the Ghost down for Nagne. So Nagne still has a chance to outplay Frozen here in the mid lane.
And the big problem is still that CS differential in the top. That's what is keeping this game so even right now, is that Someday has really been farming a lot better than Apple.
Yeah, 3-1 in kill score, but only about 400 or 500 gold difference in favor of Longzhu.
Okay. Still no Bloodthirster, however, for Arrow. He couldn't quite get it on his last back, and that means he has a lot fewer options in this laning phase for being aggressive.
Yeah, and so we do have Roar also pretty much right on time to finish its Infinity's Edge soon enough. And still shoving up that bottom lane. Not as many wards as they might want for Longzhu here in the river, but they have timings on the buffs. They know where the mid lane is, so they're going to back out, and so now they'll try to get some vision, or at least try to bait something out. Thinking about wards, it seems, for their teammates. Same thing from KOT, noting that there's a pink ward in that tri-brush.
Well, there's still a limited window here, I think, for IM to take advantage of the situation, because with a 50 CS deficit in the top lane, that Maokai is going to be unkillable sooner rather than later. It's based on that differential, so they have to use Rumble's natural power in the mid game to take an edge, or else that is definitely going to come back to haunt them. A lot of magic resist also coming in. Cowl already onto Someday. Nagne going with the Abyssal Scepter. We also have that shield from Arrow, so that burst from Rumble going to be falling off pretty quick unless he has some items to back it up.
All right. Now, Roar didn't get the kills in that first one. Fate's Call all the way back for the KT duo as Tucson shows up for a gank.
Quick, grab that cow, wrangle him, wrangle him out of danger.
Whatever keeps him safe, but Tucson's not done just yet, so Nagne looking to deviate from the mid lane, and we see him leave, and he sees them in the river, so he just clear out a tunnel away from Rek'Sai and force Nagne to go all the way back around into lane. Rek'Sai on the top side of the map. Well, Roar is putting down some damage onto Fixer. Yeah, he's starting to hurt.
Getting a few crits in. And Score really wants this play. Frozen.
Frozen doesn't have flash. Does have the cleanse though. So he could swiftly get out with the Sand Soldiers even if he gets stunned from the gaze, but Nagne should be able to burst him down pretty quickly. Apple still a 50 CS difference in top, and I think you're right, Monty. That's mattering a lot right now. Someday, because Roar didn't get the kills earlier, Frozen goes in and actually forces the flash out of Nagne as Tucson shows up in mid, and that forces both members of KT to walk all the way around, and LZIM, Longzhu's just going to take this tier 1 in mid.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need to do with this Tristana and the Azir. Just go for the tower kills. And this is the scary part. How do you deal with this? Pressure on the map. Tristana pushing in. Tristana may kill that turret right now, actually.
Yeah, Tucson just going to put some poke down to Fixer, keep him at half health. Oh, nice Howling Gale as Fixer tries to come in and set something up for Score and Arrow. Still no one in the bottom lane, so yep, Roar just takes the tier 1 in bottom. He's going to have to go home, come back into the mid lane.
Very scary fast push composition from IM, and that is now really starting to tip the scales in their favor. I like it. I think it's a cool comp. We haven't seen much Tristana, but when paired with the Azir, and you could just put that Tristana right in the middle and constantly have the Azir turret to fall back to, while you get a few auto attacks here, a few auto attacks there with the explosive charge. And wow, that is going to be really difficult for KT to handle.
Yeah, so they pass over the first turret coming out from Azir for now. We'll see when that passive comes back up. What's up for Longzhu? Now 40 seconds left on Dragon, and because of the push from KT, Roar shows up bottom side again. They also need to fight back for some vision here on the bottom half. Whoa, that is a fast cow.
Frozen
zipping about.
Yeah, Frozen already nearing his death cap also. So Someday hasn't bought in a while.
Yep. Apple has that home guards, but that's about it. Apple doing some decent damage. He's managed to at least stay at the whole 50 CS differential compared to Someday, so that's, I guess, relatively good news for Longzhu.
Well, it helps that he got that global gold now from 2 towers also, so he's not going to be too far behind any longer when we consider his kill and assist.
Well, here's a way to guarantee vision around the Dragon Pit. Just push up, ward up the deep jungle, and force Arrow to use his summoners. And wow, Roar just flashing forward. There's a summoner heal. He needs one more hit. If he had gotten one more hit, that would have been a kill. Very hungry for that one. Both summoners used by Roar, using that summoner heal for the movement speed aggressively, because at the very least, you'll get this tier 2 and possibly the Dragon. Now KT looking to possibly respond with the tier 1 in mid. But everyone from Longzhu is coming towards the mid lane. Now, will they just go straight to Dragon and give up this tier 1? It is warded. Actually, everything's warded, so KT just going to have to back off.
Yeah, you could save that tier 1 now that Tristana's starting the Dragon already. Arrow trying to make a play. Someday, they have the wards there. Roar a little bit low from this Dragon.
Yeah, the Fate's Call is ready to come in, and Tucson needs to secure that. All right, they secure the Dragon. They just need to get out of here. Ignar looking for a perfect monsoon to save his teammates. There's Howling Gale. Ignar will go down. Scores on top of Roar, and look at this flank coming in from Someday. Empress survived, though, on the 2v1. There's the Equalizer to divide up the entire team of KT, but Apple and Frozen are caught behind as Roar has already gone down in the earlier phase of the fight. Frozen left all alone. KT is going to clean up.
A lot used early in that fight by Incredible Miracle just to zone them out, but Someday finds the flank on that Maokai, and when the equalizer's down, KT just very scrappy. They've got a lot of sustained damage from this Kalista and from the Cassiopeia, and their chase potential pretty huge as well. Take a look at that again. So Cassiopeia comes in from the side. Roar's just so low at the start of this fight.
Goes for the explosives cast, but Score is going to secure that one. Frozen trying to do damage into the pit from afar, but KT happy with what they got. The Equalizer's already out, so is the explosive cast. They should all be able to get out just fine. No extra damage coming in from Longzhu. A very unfortunate misstep from Longzhu.
There's no reason to have that Tristana in the bottom side. You have two other lanes that have tier 2 towers up in them, and you let Kalista push all the way to your tier 2. KT can just run to the safety of their tier 1, the last remaining one in the top side, and that was a pretty silly mistake from IM. Especially against a composition that has Cassiopeia and Kalista, they can do the Baron so fast.
Yeah, and look at this score. Using his ultimate to get into the Dragon Pit, get some vision.
And this is the right play from IM, but it's too late.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. I mean,
two other lanes that have tier 2 towers up in them, and you let Kalista push all the way to your tier 2. KT can just run to the safety of their tier 1, the last remaining one in the top side, and that was a pretty silly mistake from IM, especially against a composition that has Cassiopeia and Kalista. They can do the Baron so fast.
Yeah, and look at this score. Using his ultimate to get into the Dragon Pit, get some vision.
And this is the right play from IM, but it's too late.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. I mean, they're taking it so fast. They could have done this earlier. But now they're going to give up a Baron and a Dragon for that one. Score. Just going to secure that on his own. Tunnels in with the deep wards. He knows it's safe going for that red steal. And that should matter a lot, too. Roar without that red buff isn't going to be able to stay in the fight nearly as comfortably as he might want to. Baron buff now for the minions in the bottom lane for KT, so they're just going to keep Apple at bay, and if Apple gets too close, KT could just go for the dive. They're going to take the tower down first, so Apple needs to watch out. Frozen is going to keep Fixer at bay, but the tier 2 is now gone for Longzhu.
Yeah, keep on pushing forward, and that is a large gold lead developing for KT Rolster. They get the vision down that they need. They start taking away the buffs and devouring the enemy jungle. Get a dragon as well. First of the game, so they can stall it out just a little bit compared to Incredible Miracle. And now this game looking a lot better for KT. The issue with IM's composition, though, is that if they do get a kill in the late game, they can end insanely quickly.
Yes.
This comp punishes you making a mistake super hard.
Yeah, and I mean, Tristana is one of the most original hyper carries in the late game. So now that you missed out on all of the early advantage, you just have to hold off, try to get a really insanely good fight in the late game with the Gragas and Azir disrupting the fight, and Roar getting the resets, take down 2 or 3 people on KT, punish them by now retaking all those structures you couldn't take earlier when, you know, you really wanted that advantage. So Longzhu definitely not out of it, but KT, they can try to lock it in by containing your pressure with this Baron buff and having the advantage they have right now. You have to punish the Tristana in return in the mid game before you get punished in the late game.
Yeah, wave clear still really good for IM. And even with this Baron that is now off, actually, they were able to clear the minion wave really efficiently. They have to deal with a large group of minions in the bottom side, but Apple has his TP in case it's needed.
All right, there we go. Roar using his range to get rid of that ward. Frozen's going to get caught under his tower there. He already used Emperor's Divide, it's seemingly onto Nagne, but it didn't hit. Frozen hasn't really been on top. He had a really good solo kill for the first blood, and then since then, Nagne's just been playing right around him, dancing around, and Tusen's going to get caught as he sits there, and he can't really protect it on his own, so we have Apple and Ignar showing up, Eye of the Storm to help shield it as Roar is able to handle the minion wave pushing in after that tier 2 at top, but another tier 2 seemingly going down here in the mid lane. Fixer getting caught and Tusen just going forward. Do they want to go for a kill? I think it's a little too greedy as Arrow shows up. And Explosive Cask used to make sure that KT backs off. They'll happily do so after taking all the tier 2 towers against Longzhu.
That was a very efficient Baron for KT. even against all that wave clear, they find ways to dive the towers at the appropriate time to get kills and make the picks so that they can continue to take objectives on the map. Now they have a chance to go back and spend all of that money.
Yeah. Well, you came this far anyway, Longzhu IM, so why don't you just go ahead and have your own 3 inhibitor down come back at 56 minutes. Give it to me.
That would be one of the wildest best of series I have ever seen.
It'd be really crazy. It would go down in history for sure in League of Legends esports. And it's going to be tougher than it was in the previous game, since KT has a very distinct idea of how to play, and team coordination actually playing a huge role there, making it in some ways a lot easier for them to close out.
A little bit of a dicey situation with the Dragon and Baron coming up at the same time. But Kalista can solo the Dragon, so that is quite helpful in scenarios like these, where the rest of your team can just stay in the mid lane so the enemy can't do the Baron.
Yeah.
While you take the Dragon.
All right. Apple and Tucson just going to back off. And all these wards coming in from Longzhu, so I mean, they've definitely improved as a team. They have an idea of how to play this out and where to regain the vision when, with both of these objectives coming up.
I think this is a really cool comp from IM. I hope we see something more like this. That I like fast push. I find it very interesting as a strategy. And this is one of the best compositions for fast pushing in the game, because you have Gragas to knock people off the turrets, Azir with his Sand Soldiers that can chunk them out, as well as provide you flank protection in your rear, and Tristana.
Yeah. You have that Janna too for the extra damage and the move speed to disengage.
Yeah, I really like it. I think it's a great comp. And we saw some of the power of it early. Unfortunately, they made some mistakes.
Uh-oh, yeah, Tucson gets caught though as he tries to get into this vision war around their blue buff. Baron spawning in 30 seconds, that's why. Ignar comes in though, he's ranged, so he'll go ahead and take care of that ping. Meanwhile, Nagne stealing that red. SFPOs are all about stealing those
offensive equalizer, and it didn't really hit anybody. Now they're going to have an even harder time actually contesting this Baron.
Yeah, you don't have the smite nor the explosive cast. Someday does have teleport. He's just going to teleport back in. And I think Longzhu at this point, you lost your jungler. You just have to say, all right, let's try this again. Let's try to just block off.
Just run for Dragon, honestly.
Yeah, go for the... I think they're too late at this point, though. So Apple just going down to the bottom lane. Yeah, Fixer already in mid. They see that. They say, all right, well, we're back to this. Just got to defend.
Someday following over the wall with the twisted advance, but still at his flash up, so he escapes. And in the meantime, the rest of KT managed to find Tucson on the bottom side. And the equalizer wasn't enough to prevent his death. And that'll be a Dragon and a Baron for KT Rolster. 8K the gold lead here at 33 minutes. And now they should be looking to close.
Yeah, not Frozen, but Longzhu overall seeming to lack a little bit of that communication after getting defeated in the second game. They're overlapping a lot of their ultimates for defensive value when they don't need to. Earlier we saw that Equalizer and the Emperor's Divide, Explosive Cask and Emperor's Divide being doubled up, and it'd help a lot if they could save one or two of those to extend the fight.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah, Tucson needs to watch out. He's been getting caught quite a bit as they go into Desperation Zone in Game 3. He will get out this time, though. And you can't really blame him because he's fighting for the vision that Longzhu desperately wants, but he's doing it alone. So it's a little risky. Frozen trying to buy some time with his passive at the tier 2.
As turtling as best he can. But there's a 1-3-1 split push coming in with the Rek'Sai, still with Void Rush available. Not really a lot of good tunnels to tunnel to, though. This is a bit dangerous for Score.
Yeah, and that just gets melted right away by the Kalista and the Baron buffed minions. Tucson alone for now. This inhibitor turret's going down really fast. There's the shield coming from Janna as Frozen shows up.
I think Score is just trying to prey on the fact that they don't know that he doesn't have any tunnels to tunnel to.
Yeah, well,
because he absolutely cannot join this team fight if they all into the mid lane.
Yeah, there's literally nowhere to go except home for Score. So Someday all alone shoving up that top tower, and he's doing it pretty fast for a tree. But that mid lane is in a lot of danger. And look at this, because there's so much pressure mid, Nagne shows up in bottom along with Score. Look at the attack speed coming in from that Rek'Sai. just chunking down that inhibitor tower. It's very low. Roar just being puppeteered by KT, going from lane to lane just to defend. Roar desperately trying to clear out this minion wave before it reaches. Of course, the cannon minion is still going to do damage with that Baron buff, and he can't indoor and bottom. Longzhu has successfully defended the mid lane where they invested the most people, but now it is a Baron inhibitor in the bottom lane. Baron buff still there, but not for long. It should go out just about as this wave pushes up. Yeah, there we go. It is over. So KT doesn't mind. They have all their abilities to fight if they need, but the wave clear from Longzhu still cannot be ignored.
Yeah, although the Luden's Echo really helping out with that from Nagne.
Yeah.
Managing those minion waves. Someday taking a long detour around to the open inhibitor. See if they can get it. Fixer open.
So Longzhu having the communication back up for that segment of the game. And we will see how things go. Arrow stealing the red buff. The Roar just has not been able to get his hands on that red buff. Hurts a little bit.
Aha, Banner of Command onto the Maokai.
Oh man.
So they're really just trying to split push this game. That's how it's going to roll. No Baron for a long time.
Yeah,
about 3 minutes actually. So they've got some time to work with right now, and they were so close to cracking the base on multiple fronts, but they only got that one inhibitor for their troubles, thanks to some quick swapping by IM.
Yeah, with that Banner of Command, what really matters is also that Roar has to be on duty in that lane, so someday can kind of determine where Roar goes, and they can split accordingly to get rid of that empowered minion. So we'll see KT setting up. I mean, still a minute left for Dragon, and then a minute after that, approximately, for the Baron. Barrel's doing nothing to Someday as he's super tanky now. There we go. Frozen's passive is back up, so just using it passively, as the name would indicate, just to defend a little bit earlier. But Score just running rampant, as was Arrow in the enemy jungle, taking away all their buffs.
Well, they see Score at the top side, and they're going to know, well, there's a tunnel right behind him this time, so Score finally has a good target for his ultimate.
Yeah, he can come in behind his own teammates, but of course, if you get a good explosive cast that time, you can definitely try to burst someone down. Roar has that Last Whisper, has a QSS too for defensive measures. Meanwhile, Void Staff on Frozen, and he doesn't have his Ludens yet. That is allowing KT a little bit of a window to shove in, where Nagne has that Ludens himself. Roar is going to clear out the rest of the minions, and the inhibitor once again open, and look at this in top lane. Score gets caught, takes a little bit of damage from Apple.
That tower's so close to falling though.
Yeah, they're taking a lot of damage just over time, and here we go. Dragon up now. Baron up in 30 seconds. Longzhu, they really want to deny these objectives, but how advisable is that? And also KT, they don't need the objective. They can just get kills while baiting them out into the pits. Now Apple, teleport up, but yeah, you don't even need to bait. You can just two-man that dragon. Longzhu responding by going to the cannon minion.
It's not really good against inhibitors though. It's a smite
from Frozen. So yeah, that Banner of Command just doing damage to
that was not a good use of banner.
A tower that technically doesn't exist. Someday not using the Banner of Command as efficiently as he could have, and he's already taken some poke. Now Roar's positioning is so important. He does still have that QSS up once again. Doesn't have his summoner, so and look at this, Tucson actually just body slams forward, and he doesn't get a perfect explosive cast, but Roar is at full up. A nice equalizer and Emperor's Divide for somebody to stay on that a little bit longer. Mixer is up front with Unbreakable Will. Ingar eventually goes down as we see the Petrifying Gaze come in, and Roar gets eliminated as he just desperately goes in for some random resets, but can't get the kills, and KT Roaster will secure Game 3 for a 2-1 win against Longzhu IM.
And that's right. KT just really capitalizing off of the positional mistakes to get that first Baron on the map, and they're able to snowball it into a win. However, IM looking a lot better tonight than we've seen him so far this season for sure. Same could be said of Sam.